1945, May 4, 6:22 a.m., Fortress City of Breslau, Poland. The body floated in the sludge that sluiced through the dank sewers. The corpse of a boy, bloated and rat-gnawed, had been stripped of boots, pants, and shirt. Nothing went to waste in the besieged city. SS Obergruppenführer Jakob Sporenberg nudged past the corpse, stirring the filth. Offal and excrement, blood and bile. The wet scarf tied around his nose and mouth did little to ward off the stench. This was what the Great War had come to, the mighty reduced to crawling through sewers to escape. But he had his orders. Overhead, the double crump whump of Russian artillery pummeled the city. Each explosion bruised his gut with its concussive shock. The Russians had broken down the gates, bombed the airport, and even now tanks ground down the cobbled streets while transport carriers landed on Kaiserstrasse. The main thoroughfare had been converted into a landing strip by parallel rows of flaming oil barrels, adding their smoke to the already choked early morning skies, keeping dawn at bay. Fighting waged in every street, in every home, from attic to basement. Every house a fortress. That had been Gauleiter Hanke's final command to the populace. The city had to hold out as long as possible. The future of the Third Reich depended on it, and on Jakob Sporenberg. Mach schnell, he urged the others behind him. His unit of the Sicherheitsdienstdesignation Special Evacuation Commando trailed him, knee-deep in filthy water. 14 men, all armed, all dressed in black, all burdened with heavy packs. In the middle, 4 of the largest men, former Nordsee dockmen, bore poles on their shoulders, bearing aloft massive crates. There was a reason the Russians were striking this lone city deep in the Sudeten Mountains between Germany and Poland. The fortifications of Breslau guarded the gateway to the highlands beyond. For the past 2 years, forced labor from the concentration camp of Gross Rosen had hollowed out a neighboring mountain peak. 100 kilometers of tunnels clawed and blasted, all to service one secret project, one kept buried away from prying Allied eyes. Die Ries, the giant. But word had still spread. Perhaps one of the villagers outside the Wenceslas mine had whispered of the illness, the sudden malaise that had afflicted even those well outside the complex. If only they'd had more time to complete the research. Still, a part of Jakob Sporenberg balked. He didn't know all that was involved with the secret project, mostly just the code name, Kronos. Still, he knew enough. He had seen the bodies used in the experiments. He had heard the screams. Abomination. That was the one word that had come to mind and iced his blood. He'd had no trouble executing the scientists. The 62 men and women had been taken outside and shot twice in the head. No one must know what had transpired in the depths of the Wenceslas mine, or what was found. Only one researcher was allowed to live, Dr. Tola Hirschfeld. Jakob heard her sloshing behind him, half dragged by one of his men, wrists secured behind her back. She was tall for a woman, late 20s, small-breasted but of ample waist and shapely legs. Her hair flowed smooth and black, her skin as pale as milk from the months spent underground. She was to have been killed with the others, but her father, Oberarbeitsleiter Hugo Hirschfeld, overseer of the project, had finally shown his corrupted blood, his half-Jewish heritage. He had attempted to destroy his research files, but he had been shot by one of the guards and killed before he could firebomb his subterranean office. Fortunately for his daughter, someone with full knowledge of Die Glocke had to survive, to carry on the work. She, a genius like her father, knew his research better than any of the other scientists. But she would need coaxing from here. Fire burned in her eyes whenever Jakob glanced her way. He could feel her hatred like the heat of an open furnace. But she would cooperate, like her father had before her. Jakob knew how to deal with Juden, especially those of mixed blood, Mischlinge. They were the worst. Partial Jews. There were some 100,000 Mischlinge in military service to the Reich, Jewish soldiers. Rare exemptions to Nazi law had allowed such mixed blood to still serve, sparing their lives. It required special dispensation. Such Mischlinge usually proved to be the fiercest soldiers, needing to show their loyalty to Reich over race. Still, Jakob had never trusted them. Tola's father proved the validity of his suspicions. The doctor's attempted sabotage had not surprised Jakob. Juden were never to be trusted, only exterminated. But Hugo Hirschfeld's exemption papers had been signed by the Führer himself, sparing not only the father and daughter, but also a pair of elderly parents somewhere in the middle of Germany. So while Jakob had no trust of the Mischlinge, he placed his full faith in his Führer. His orders had been letter-specific: evacuate the mine of the necessary resources to continue the work and destroy the rest. That meant sparing the daughter and the baby. The newborn boy was swaddled and bundled into a pack, a Jewish infant, no more than a month old. The child had been given a light sedative to keep him silent as they made their escape. Within the child burned the heart of the abomination, the true source of Jakob's revulsion. All of the hopes for the Third Reich lay in his tiny hands, the hands of a Jewish infant. Bile rose at such a thought. Better to impale the child on a bayonet, but he had his orders. He also saw how Tola watched the boy. Her eyes glowed with a mix of fire and grief. Besides aiding in her father's research, Tola had served as the boy's foster mother, rocking him asleep, feeding him. The child was the only reason the woman was cooperating at all. It had been a threat on the boy's life that had finally made Tola acquiesce to Jakob's demands. A mortar blast exploded overhead, dropping all to their knees and deafening the world to a sonorous ring. Cement cracked and dust trickled into the foul water. Jakob gained his feet, swearing under his breath. His second-in-command, Oskar Henriks, drew abreast of him and pointed forward to a side branch of the sewer. "We take that tunnel, Obergruppenführer, an old storm drain. According to the municipal map, the main trunk empties into the river, not far from Cathedral Island." Jakob nodded. Hidden near the island, a pair of camouflaged gunboats should be waiting, manned by another commando unit. It was not much farther. He led the way at a more hurried pace as the Russian bombardment intensified overhead. The renewed assault plainly heralded their final push into the city. The surrender of its citizenry was inevitable. As Jakob reached the side tunnel, he climbed out of the sluicing filth and onto the cement apron of the branching passageway. His boots squelched with each step. The gangrenous reek of bowel and slime swelled momentarily worse, as if the sewers sought to chase him from its depths. The rest of his unit followed. Jakob shone his hand torch down the cement drain. Did the air smell a touch fresher? He followed the beam with renewed vigor. With escape so near, the mission was almost over. His unit would be halfway across Silesia before the Russians ever reached the subterranean warren of rat runs that constituted Wenceslas mine. As a warm welcome, Jakob had planted booby traps throughout the laboratory passages. The Russians and their allies would find nothing but death among the highlands. With this satisfying thought, Jakob fled toward the promise of fresh air. The cement tunnel descended in a gradual slope. The team's pace increased, hastened by the sudden silence between artillery bursts. The Russians were coming in full force. It would be close. The river would only remain open for so long. As if sensing the urgency, the infant began a soft cry, a thready whine as the sedative wore off. Jakob had warned the team's medic to keep the drugs light. They dared not risk the child's life. Perhaps that had been a mistake. The timbre of the cries grew more strident. A single mortar shell blasted somewhere to the north. Cries became wails. The noise echoed down the tunnel's stone throat. "Quiet the child," he ordered the soldier who bore the baby. The man, reed thin and ashen, bobbled the pack from his shoulder, losing his black cap in the process. He struggled to free the boy, but only earned more distressed screeches. "Let me," Tola pleaded. She fought the man holding her elbow. "He needs me." The child-bearer glanced to Jakob. Silence had fallen over the world above. The screaming continued below. Grimacing, Jakob nodded his head. Tola's bonds were cut from her wrists. Rubbing circulation into her fingers, she reached for the child. The soldier gladly relinquished his burden. She cradled the baby in the crook of her arm, supporting his head and rocking him gently. She leaned over him, drawing him close. Soothing sounds, wordless and full of comfort, whispered through his wails. Her whole being melted around the child. Slowly, the screeching ebbed to quieter cries. Satisfied, Jakob nodded to her guard. The man raised his Luger and kept it pressed to Tola's back. In silence now, they continued their trek through the subterranean warren beneath Breslau. In short order, the smell of smoke overtook the reek of the sewers. His hand torch illuminated a smoky pall that marked the exit of the storm drain. The artillery guns remained quiet, but an almost continuous pop and rattle of gunfire continued, mostly to the east. Closer at hand, the distinct lap of water could be heard. Jakob gestured to his men to hold their position back in the tunnel and waved his radio man to the exit. "Signal the boats." The soldier nodded crisply and hurried forward, disappearing into the smoky gloom. In moments, a few flashes of light passed a coded message to the neighboring island. It would only take a minute for the boats to cross the channel to their location. Jakob turned to Tola. She still carried the child. The boy had quieted again, his eyes closed. Tola met Jakob's gaze, unflinching. "You know my father was right," she said with quiet certainty. Her gaze flicked to the sealed crates, then back to him. "I can see it in your face. What we did, we went too far." "Such decisions are not for either of us to decide," Jakob answered. "Then who?" Jakob shook his head and began to turn away. Heinrich Himmler had personally given him his orders. It was not his place to question. Still, he felt the woman's attention on him. "It defies God and nature," she whispered. A call saved him from responding. "The boats come," the radio man announced, returning from the mouth of the storm drain. Jakob barked final orders and got his men into position. He led them to the end of the tunnel, which opened onto the steep bank of the river Oder. They were losing the cover of darkness. Sunrise glowed to the east, but here a continuous cloud of black smoke hung low over the water, drawn thick by the river draft. The pall would help shelter them, but for how long? Gunfire continued its oddly merry chatter, firecrackers to celebrate the destruction of Breslau. Free of the sewer stink, Jakob pulled away his wet mask and took a deep, clean breath. He searched the lead-gray waters. A pair of 20-foot lowboats knifed across the river, engines burbling a steady drone. At each bow, barely concealed under green tarps, a pair of MG-42 machine guns had been mounted. Beyond the boats, a dark mass of island was just visible. Cathedral Island was not truly an island, as it had acquired enough silt back in the 19th century to fuse to the far bank. A cast-iron emerald-green bridge dating back to the same century crossed to this side. Beneath the bridge, the two gunboats skirted its stone piers and approached. Jakob's eyes were drawn upward as a piercing ray of sunlight struck the tips of the two towering spires of the cathedral that gave the former island its name. It was one of a half-dozen churches crowded on the island. Jakob's ears still rang with Tola Hirsfeld's words. "It defies God and nature." The morning chill penetrated his sodden clothes, leaving his skin prickling and cold. He would be glad when he was well away from here, able to shut out all memory of these past days. The first of the boats reached the shoreline. Glad for the distraction, even happier to be moving, he hurried his men to load the two boats. Tola stood off to the side, babe in her arms, flanked by the one guard. Her eyes had also discovered the glowing spires in the smoky skies. Gunfire continued, moving closer now. Tanks could be heard grinding in low gears. Cries and screams punctuated it all. Where was this God she feared defying? Certainly not here. With the boats loaded, Jakob moved to Tola's side. "Get on the boat." He had meant to be stern, but something in her face softened his words. She obeyed, her attention still on the cathedral, her thoughts even further skyward. In that moment, Jakob saw the beauty she could be, even though she was a Mischlinge. But then, the toe of her boot stubbed. She stumbled and caught herself, careful of the babe. Her eyes returned to the gray waters and smoky pall. Her face hardened again, gone stony. Even her eyes turned flinty as she cast about for a seat for her and the baby. She settled on a starboard bench, her guard moving in step with her. Jakob sat across from them and waved to the boat's pilot to set out. "We must not be late." He searched down the river. They were headed west, away from the eastern front, away from the rising sun. He checked his watch. By now, a German Junker Ju-52 transport plane should be waiting for them in an abandoned airfield 10 kilometers away.
It had been painted with a German Red Cross, camouflaging it as a medical transport, an added bit of insurance against assault. The boat circled out into the deeper channel, engines trebling up. The Russians could not stop them now. It was over. Motion drew his attention back to the far side of the boat. Tola leaned over the baby and delivered a soft kiss atop the boy's wispy-haired pate. She lifted her face, meeting Jakob's gaze. He saw no defiance or anger, only determination. Jakob knew what she was about to do. Don't. Too late. Shifting up, Tola leaned back over the low rail behind her and kicked off with her feet. With the baby clutched to her bosom, she flipped backward into the cold water. Her guard, startled by the sudden action, twisted and fired blindly into the water. Jakob lunged to his side and knocked his arm up. You could hit the child. Jakob leaned over the boat's edge and searched the waters. The other men were on their feet. The boat rocked. All Jakob saw in the leaden waters was his own reflection. He motioned for the pilot to circle. Nothing. He watched for any telltale bubbles, but the laden boat's wake churned the waters to obscurity. He pounded a fist on the rail. Like father, like daughter. Only a Mischlinge would take such a drastic action. He had seen it before. Jüdische mothers smothering their own children to spare them greater suffering. He had thought Tola was stronger than that. But in the end, perhaps she had no choice. He circled long enough to make sure. His men searched the banks on each side. She was gone. The whistling passage of a mortar overhead discouraged tarrying any longer. Jakob waved his men back into their seats. He pointed west, toward the waiting plane. They still had the crates and all the files. It was a setback, but one that could be overcome. Where there was one child, there could be another. Go, he ordered. The pair of boats set out again, engines winding up to a full throttle. Within moments, they had vanished into the smoky pall as Breslau burned. Tola heard the boats fade into the distance. She treaded water behind one of the thick stone pylons that supported the ancient cast-iron cathedral bridge.
She kept one hand clenched over the baby's mouth, suffocating him to silence, praying he gained enough air through his nose. But the child was weak, as was she. The bullet had pierced the side of her neck. Blood flowed thickly, staining the water crimson. Her vision narrowed. Still, she fought to hold the baby above the water. Moments before, as she tumbled into the river, she had intended to drown herself and the baby. But as the cold struck her and her neck burned with fire, something tore through her resolve. She remembered the light glowing on the steeples. It was not her religion, not her heritage, but it was a reminder that there was light beyond the current darkness. Somewhere, men did not savage their brothers. Mothers did not drown their babies. She had kicked deeper into the channel, allowing the current to push her toward the bridge. Underwater, she used her own air to keep the child alive, pinching his nose and exhaling her breath through his lips. Though she had planned for death, once the fight for life had ignited, it grew more fierce, a fire in her chest. The boy never had a name. No one should die without a name. She breathed into the child, shallow breaths, in and out as she kicked with the current, blind in the water. Only dumb luck she kept one hand clenched over the baby's mouth, suffocating him to silence, praying he gained enough air through his nose. But the child was weak, as was she. The bullet had pierced the side of her neck. Blood flowed thickly, staining the water crimson. Her vision narrowed. Still, she fought to hold the baby above the water. Moments before, as she tumbled into the river, she had intended to drown herself and the baby. But as the cold struck her and her neck burned with fire, something tore through her resolve. She remembered the light glowing on the steeples. It was not her religion, not her heritage, but it was a reminder that there was light beyond the current darkness. Somewhere men did not savage their brothers. Mothers did not drown their babies. She had kicked deeper into the channel, allowing the current to push her toward the bridge. Underwater, she used her own air to keep the child alive, pinching his nose and exhaling her breath through his lips. Though she had planned for death, once the fight for life had ignited, it grew more fierce, a fire in her chest. The boy never had a name. No one should die without a name. She breathed into the child, shallow breaths, in and out as she kicked with the current, blind in the water. Only dumb luck brought her up against one of the stone pilings and offered a place to shelter. But now, with the boats leaving, she could wait no longer. Blood pumped from her. She sensed it was only the cold keeping her alive, but the same cold was chilling the life from the frail child. She kicked for shore, a frantic thrashing, uncoordinated by weakness and numbness. She sank under the water, dragging the infant down with her. No, she struggled up, but the water was suddenly heavier, harder to fight. She refused to succumb. Then, under her toes, slick rocks bumped against her boots. She cried out, forgetting she was still underwater, and gagged on the mouthful of river. She sank a bit more, then kicked one last time off the muddy rocks. Her head breached, and her body flung itself toward shore. The bank rose steeply underfoot. On hand and knee, she scrabbled out of the water, clutching the baby to her throat. She reached the shoreline and fell face down onto the rocky bank. She had no strength to move another limb. Her own blood bathed over the child. It took her last effort to focus on the baby. He was not moving, not breathing. She closed her eyes and prayed as an eternal blackness swallowed her. "Cry, very you, cry." Father Varick was the first to hear the mewling. He and his brothers were sheltered in the wine cellar beneath Saints Peter and Paul Church. They had fled when the bombing of Breslau began last night. On their knees, they had prayed for their island to be spared. The church, built in the 15th century, had survived the ever-changing masters of the border city. They sought heavenly protection to survive once more. It was in such silent piety that the plaintive cries echoed to the monks. Father Varick stood, which took much effort for his old legs. "Where are you going?" Franz asked. "I hear my flock calling for me," the father said. For the past 2 decades, he had fed scraps to the river cats and the occasional cur that frequented the riverside church. "Now is not the time," another brother warned, fear ripe in his voice. Father Varick had lived too long to fear death with such youthful fervor. He crossed the cellar and bent to enter the short passage that ended at the river door. Coal used to be carted up the same passage and stored where now fine green bottles nestled in dust and oak. He reached the old coal door, lifted the bar, and undid the latch. Using a shoulder, he creaked it open. The sting of smoke struck him first, then the mewling drew his eyes down. Mein Gott of Himmel! A woman had collapsed steps from the door in the buttress wall that supported the Channel Church. She was not moving. He hurried to her side, dropping again to his knees, a new prayer on his lips. He reached to her neck and checked for a sign of life, but found only blood and ruin. She was soaked head to foot and as cold as the stones. Dead. Then the cry again, coming from her far side. He shifted to find a babe, half buried under the woman, also bloody. Though blue from the cold and just as wet, the child still lived. He freed the infant from the body. His wet swaddling shed from him with their waterlogged weight. A boy. He quickly ran his hands over the tiny body and saw the blood was not the child's, only his mother's. He glanced sadly down at the woman. So much death. He searched the far side of the river. The city burned, roiling smoke into the dawning sky. Gunfire continued. Had she swum across the channel, all to save her child? "Rest," he whispered to the woman. Father Varick retreated to the cold door. He wiped the blood and water from the baby. The child's hair was soft and thin, but plainly snowy white. He could be no more than a month old. With Varick's ministrations, the boy's cries grew stronger, his face pinched with the effort, but he remained weak, limp-limbed and cold. "You cry, little one." Responding to his voice, the boy opened his swollen eyes. Blue eyes greeted Varick, brilliant and pure. Then again, most newborns had blue eyes. Still, Varick sensed that these eyes would keep their sky-blue richness. He drew the boy closer for warmth. A bit of color caught his eye. "Was ist das?" He turned the boy's foot. Upon the heel, someone had drawn a symbol. No, not drawn. He rubbed to be sure. Tattooed in crimson ink. He studied it. It looked like a crow's foot. But Father Varick had spent a good portion of his youth in Finland. He recognized the symbol for what it truly was, one of the Norse runes. He had no idea which rune or what it meant. He shook his head. Who had done such foolishness? He glanced at the mother with a frown. No matter.
the sins of the father were not the son's to bear. He wiped away the last of the blood from the crown of the boy's head and snugged the boy into his warm robe. Poor Jungus, such a hard welcome to this world. Roof of the world. Present day, May 16th, 6:34 a.m. Himalayas, Everest Base Camp, 17,600 feet. Death rode the winds. Toski, the lead Sherpa, pronounced this verdict with all the solemnness and certainty of his profession. The squat man barely reached 5 feet, even with his battered cowboy hat. But he carried himself as if he were taller than anyone on the mountain. His eyes, buried within squinted lids, studied the flapping line of prayer flags. Dr. Lisa Cummings centered the man in the frame of her Nikon D100 and snapped a picture. While Toski served as the group's guide, he was also Lisa's psychometric test subject, a perfect candidate for her research. She had come to Nepal under a grant to study the physiologic effects of an oxygen-free ascent of Everest. Until 1978, no one had summited Everest without the aid of supplemental oxygen. The air was too thin. Even veteran mountaineers, aided by bottled oxygen, experienced extreme fatigue, impaired coordination, double vision, hallucinations. It was considered impossible to reach the summit of an 8,000-meter peak without a source of canned air. Then, in 1978, 2 Tyrolean mountaineers achieved the impossible and reached the summit, relying solely on their own gasping lungs. In subsequent years, some 60 men and women followed in their footsteps, heralding a new goal of the climbing elite. She couldn't ask for a better stress test for low-pressure atmospheres. Prior to coming here, Dr. Lisa Cummings had just completed a 5-year grant on the effect of high-pressure systems on human physiologic processes. To accomplish this, she had studied deep-sea divers while aboard a research ship, the Deep Fathom. Afterward, circumstances required her to move on, both with her professional life and personal. So she had accepted an NSF grant to perform antithetical research, to study the physiologic effects of low-pressure systems.
Hence, this trip to the roof of the world, Lisa repositioned for another shot of Taski Sherpa. Like many of his people, Taski had taken his ethnic group as his surname. The man stepped away from the flapping line of prayer flags, firmly nodded his head, and pointed a cigarette pinched between 2 fingers at the towering peak. "Bad day. Death ride these winds," he repeated, then replaced his cigarette and turned away. The matter settled. But not for the others in their group. Sounds of disappointment flowed through the climbing party. Faces stared at the cloudless blue skies overhead. The 10-man climbing team had been waiting 9 days for a weather window to open. Before now, no one had argued against the good sense of not climbing during the past week's storm. The weather had been stirred up by a cyclone spinning off the Bay of Bengal. Savage winds had pummeled the camp, reaching over 100 miles per hour, kiting away one of the cook tents, knocking people over bodily, and been followed by spats of snowfall that abraded any exposed skin like coarse sandpaper. Then the morning had dawned as bright as their hopes. Sunlight glinted off the Khumbu Glacier and icefall. Snow-capped Everest floated above them, surrounded by its serene sister peaks, a wedding party in white. Lisa had snapped 100 shots, catching the changing light in all its shifting beauty. She now understood the local names for Everest, Chomolungma, or Goddess Mother of the World in Chinese, and Sagarmatha, the Goddess of the Sky in Nepalese. Floating among the clouds, the mountain was indeed a goddess of ice and cliff. And they had all come to worship her, to prove themselves worthy to kiss the sky. And it hadn't come cheap. $65,000 a head. At least that included camping equipment, porters, Sherpas, and of course all the yaks you could want. The lowing of a female yak echoed over the valley, one of the 24 servicing their climbing team. The blisters of their red and yellow tents decorated the camp. 5 other camps shared this rocky escarpment, all waiting for the storm gods to turn their back. But according to their lead Sherpa, that would not be today. "This is so much bull," declared the manager of a Boston sporting goods company. Dressed in the latest down duvet one-piece, he stood with his arms crossed beside his loaded pack. "Over $600 a day to sit around. They're bilking us. There's not a very sky." He spoke under his breath, as though trying to incite an uprising that he had no intention of leading himself. Lisa had seen the type before. Type A personality, A as in jerk. Upon hindsight, perhaps she shouldn't have shared intimacy with him. She cringed at the memory. The rendezvous had been back in the States, after an organizational meeting at the Hyatt in Seattle, after one too many whiskey sours. Boston Bob had been just another port in a storm. Not the first, probably not the last. But one thing was certain. This was one port she would not be dropping anchor in again. She suspected this reason more than any other for his continued belligerence. She turned away, willing her younger brother the strength to quell the unrest. Josh was a mountaineer with a decade of experience and had coordinated her inclusion in one of his escorted Everest ascents. He led mountaineering trips around the world at least twice a year. Josh Cummings held up a hand. Blind and lean like herself, he wore black jeans, tucked into the gaiters of his Millet One sport boots and the gray expedition weight thermal shirt. He cleared his throat. Tasky has scaled Everest 12 times. He knows the mountain and its moods. If he says the weather is too unpredictable to move forward, then we spend another day acclimating and practicing skills. If anyone would like, I can also have a pair of guides lead a day trip to the rhododendron forest in the lower Khumbu Valley. A hand rose from the group. What about a day trip to the Everest View Hotel? We've been camping in these very tents for the past 6 days. I wouldn't mind a hot bath. Murmurs of agreement met this request. I don't know if that's such a good idea, Josh warned. The hotel is a full day's trek away, and the rooms at the hotel have oxygen pumped into them to stave off altitude sickness. It could weaken your current acclimation and delay any ascent. Like we're not delayed enough already, Boston Bob pressed. Josh ignored him. Lisa knew her younger brother would not be pressured to do something as stupid as risk an ascent against inclement weather. Though the skies were blue, she knew that could change in a matter of minutes. She had grown up on the sea off the Catalina coast. As had Josh. One learned to read signs beyond the lack of clouds. Josh might not have developed a Sherpa's eye to read the weather up at these heights, but he certainly knew to respect those who did. Lisa stared up at the plume of snow blowing off the tip of Everest's peak. It marked the jet stream, known to gust over 200 miles an hour across the summit. The plume stretched impossibly long. Though the storm had blown itself out, the pressure pattern still wreaked havoc above 8,000 meters. The jet stream could blow a storm back over them at any moment. We could at least make for Camp 1, Boston Bob persisted, bivouac there and see what the weather brings. An irritating whine had entered the sports store manager's voice, trying to wheedle some concession. His face had reddened with frustration. Lisa could not fathom her prior attraction to the man. Before her brother could respond to the lout, a new noise intruded. A thump-thump like drums. All eyes swung to the east. Out of the glare of the rising sun, a black helicopter appeared. A hornet-shaped B-2 Squirrel A-Star. The rescue chopper had been designed to climb to these heights. A silence settled over the group. A week ago, just before the recent storm broke, an expedition had gone up on the Nepal side. Radio communication had put them up at Camp 2, over 21,000 feet in elevation. Lisa shaded her eyes. Had something gone wrong? She had visited the Himalayan Rescue Association's health clinic down in Fariche. It was the point of triage for all manner of illnesses that rolled down the mountainside to their doorstep. Broken bones, pulmonary and cerebral edema, frostbite, heart conditions, dysentery, snow blindness, and all sorts of infections, including STDs. It seemed even chlamydia and gonorrhea were determined to summit Everest. But what had gone wrong now? There had been no Mayday on the radio's emergency band. A helicopter could only reach a little above base camp due to the thin air up here. That meant rescues from air often required trekking down from the most severe heights. Above 25,000 feet, the dead were simply left where they fell, turning the upper slopes of Everest into an icy graveyard of abandoned gear, empty oxygen containers, and frost-mummified corpses. The beat of the rotors changed pitch. "They're coming this way," Josh said, and waved everyone back to the nests of four-season storm tents, clearing the flat expanse that served as the camp's helipad. The black helicopter dropped over them. Rotor wash swirled sand and bits of rock. A Snickers wrapper blew past Lisa's nose. Prayer flags danced and twisted, and yaks scattered. After so many days of quiet in the mountains, the noise was deafening. The B-2 settled to its skids with a grace that belied its size. Doors swung open. 2 men stepped out. One wore a green camouflage uniform and shouldered an automatic weapon, a soldier of the Royal Nepalese Army. The other stood taller, in a red robe and cloak sashed at the waist, head shaved bald, a Buddhist monk. The pair approached and spoke rapidly in a Nepalese dialect to a pair of Sherpas. There was a short bout of gesturing, then an arm pointed. At Lisa. The monk led the way to her, flanked by the soldier. From the sun crinkles at the corners of his eyes, the monk appeared to be in his mid-40s, skin the color of latte, eyes caramel brown. The soldier's skin was darker, his eyes pinched closer together. His gaze was fixed below her neckline. She had left her jacket unzipped, and the sports bra she was wearing beneath her fleece vest seemed to have captured his attention. The Buddhist monk, on the other hand, kept his eyes respectful, even bowing his head slightly. He spoke precise English touched by a British accent. "Dr. Cummings, I apologize for the intrusion, but there has been an emergency. I was informed by the HRA clinic that you are a medical doctor." Lisa frowned, her brow furrowing. "Yes?" "A nearby monastery has been struck by a mysterious ailment, affecting almost all the inhabitants. A sole messenger, a man from a neighboring village, had been dispatched on foot, traveling 3 days to reach the hospital in Kunde. Once alerted, we'd hoped to ferry one of the HRA doctors up to the monastery, but an avalanche has the clinic already shorthanded. Dr. Sorensen told us of your presence here at base camp." Lisa pictured the short Canadian doctor, another woman. They had shared a 6-pack of Carlsberg lager along with sweet milk tea one evening. "How can I be of service?" she asked. "Would you be willing to accompany us up there? Though isolated, the monastery is serviceable by helicopter." "How long?" she asked, and glanced in Josh's direction. He had moved over to join them. The monk shook his head, his eyes concerned and slightly abashed at imposing upon her. "It is about a 3-hour ride. I don't know what we'll find." Another worried shake of his head. Josh spoke up. "We're held up here for the day anyway." He touched her elbow and leaned closer. "But I should go with you." Lisa balked at this suggestion. She knew how to take care of herself. But she had also been instructed on the tense political climate in Nepal since 1996. Maoist rebels had been waging a guerrilla war in the highlands, seeking to overthrow the constitutional monarchy and replace it with a socialist republic. They were known to hack off victims' limbs one by one with farm sickles. Though there was currently a ceasefire, occasional atrocities were still committed. She eyed the well-oiled automatic rifle in the soldier's hands. When even a holy man needed an armed escort, perhaps she had better reconsider her brother's offer. "I have little more than a first aid kit and some monitoring equipment," she said haltingly to the monk. "I'm hardly suited for a major medical situation involving multiple patients." The monk nodded and waved to the idling helicopter. Its rotors still spun. "Dr. Sorensen has stocked us with everything we should need for the short term. We don't expect to impose upon your services for more than a day. The pilot has a satellite phone to relay your findings. Perhaps the matter has already been resolved, and we could return here as soon as midday." A shadow passed over his features with this last statement. He didn't believe it. Worry threaded his words, that and perhaps a trace of fear. She took a deep breath of the thin air. It barely filled her lungs. She had taken an oath. Besides, she had snapped enough photographs. She wanted to get back to real work. The monk must have noted something in her face. "So you'll come?" "Yes." "Lisa," Josh warned, "I'll be fine." She squeezed his arm. "You have a team to keep from mutinying on you." Josh glanced back to Boston Bob and sighed. "So hold the fort here until I get back." He faced her again, not swayed, but he did not argue. His face remained tight. "Be careful out there. I have the very best of the Royal Nepalese Army to watch my back." Josh stared at the lone soldier's oiled weapon. "That's what I'm worried about." He tried to lighten it with a snort, but it came out more bitter. Lisa knew that was the best she'd manage out of him.
She quickly gave him a hug, gathered her medical backpack from her tent, and in moments she was ducking under the razored thread of the spinning rotors and climbing into the back seat of the rescue helicopter. The pilot did not even acknowledge her. The soldier took the co-pilot seat. The monk, who introduced himself as Angelu, joined her in the back seat. She donned a set of sound-dampening headphones. Still, the engines roared as the blades spun faster. The craft bobbled on its treads as the rotors tried to grip the thin air. A whine ratcheted up into subsonic ranges. The craft finally lifted free of the rocky helipad and rose rapidly. Lisa felt her stomach sink below her navel as the craft circled out over a neighboring gorge. She stared through the side window and down to the clutter of tents and yaks below. She spotted her brother. He had an arm lifted in farewell, or was it just raised against the sun's glare? Next to him stood Toski Sherpa, easily identifiable by his cowboy hat. The Sherpa's earlier assessment followed her into the sky, icing through her thoughts and worries. Death rides these winds. Not a pleasant thought at the moment. Beside her, the monk's lips moved in silent prayer. He remained tense, whether from their mode of transport or in fear of what they might discover at the monastery. Lisa leaned back, the Sherpa's words still echoing in her head. A bad day indeed. 9:13 a.m. Elevation 22,230 feet. He moved along the chasm floor with easy strides, steel crampons gouging deep into snow and ice. To either side rose cliffs of bare stone, pictographed in brown lichen. The gorge angled upward, toward his goal. He wore a one-piece goose-down suit, camouflaged in shades of white and black. His head was covered by a polar fleece balaclava, his face hidden behind snow goggles. His climbing pack weighed 21 kilos, including the ice axe strapped to one side and a coil of poly rope on the other. He also carried a Heckler Koch assault rifle, an extra 20-round magazine, and a satchel holding 9 incendiary grenades. He had no need for additional oxygen, not even at this elevation. The mountains had been his home for the past 44 years. He was as well habituated to these highlands as any Sherpa. But he didn't speak their language, and a different heritage shone from his eyes. One eye a glacial blue, the other a pure white. The disparity marked him as surely as the tattoo on his shoulder. Even among the Sonneköniga, the Knights of the Sun. The radio in his ear buzzed. "Have you reached the monastery?" He touched his throat. 14 minutes. No word must escape of the accident. It will be handled. He kept his tone even, breathing through his nose. He heard as much fear as command in the other's voice. Such weakness. It was one of the reasons he seldom visited the Granite Schloss, the granite castle, preferring to live on the fringes, as was his right. No one asked him to move any closer. They only asked for his expertise when it was most needed. His earpiece crackled. They will reach the monastery soon. He didn't bother to answer. He heard a distant thump of rotors. He calculated in his head. No need to hurry. The mountains taught patience. He steadied his breathing and continued down toward the cluster of stone buildings with red tile roofs. Temp Ap Monastery sat perched at the edge of a cliff, approachable only by a single path from below. The monks and students seldom had to worry about the rest of the world. Until 3 days ago. The accident. It was his job to clean it up. The bell beat of the approaching helicopter grew louder, rising from below. He kept his pace steady. Plenty of time. It was important that those who approach enter the monastery. It would be much easier to kill them all. 9:35 a.m. From the helicopter, the world below had frozen into a stark photographic negative. A study in contrasts. Blacks and whites. Snow and rock. Mist-shrouded peaks and shadowed gorges. The morning light reflected achingly off ice ridges and glacial cliffs, threatening snow blindness from the aerial glare.
Lisa blinked away the brightness. Who would live so far from everything, in such an unforgiving environment? Why did mankind always find such inhospitable places to claim when much easier lives were available to them? Then again, her mother often posed the same riddle to Lisa. Why such extremes? 5 years at sea on a research vessel, then another year training and conditioning for the rigors of mountain climbing, and now here in Nepal, preparing to assault Everest. Why such risks when an easier life was readily available? Lisa's answer had always been a simple one, for the challenge of it. Hadn't George Mallory, mountaineering legend, answered similarly when asked why he climbed Everest? Because it was there. Of course, the true story behind that famous line was that Mallory had issued it in exasperation to a badgering journalist. Had Lisa's response to her mother's inquiries been any less a knee-jerk reaction? What was she doing up here? Everyday life offered enough challenges: making a living, saving for retirement, finding someone to love, surviving loss, raising children. Lisa balked at these thoughts, recognizing a twinge of anxiety and realizing what it might imply. Could I be living a life on the edge to avoid living a real one? Is that perhaps why so many men have passed through my life without stopping? And here she was, 33, alone, no prospects, only her research for company, and a one-person sleeping bag for a bed. Maybe she should just shave her head and move into one of these mountaintop monasteries. The helicopter jittered, angling up. Her attention focused back to the moment. Oh gosh. Lisa held her breath as the helicopter skimmed a sharp ridge. Its skids barely cleared the wind-swept lip of ice and dove into the neighboring gorge. She forced her fingers to unlock from the seat's armrest. Suddenly, a 3-bedroom cottage with 2.5 kids didn't sound so bad. Beside her, Ang Jae-lu leaned forward and pointed between pilot and soldier, motioning below. The roar of the rotor swallowed his words. Lisa leaned her cheek against the door's window to peer outside. The curve of cold plexiglass kissed her cheek. Below, she spotted the first bit of color: a tumble of red tile roofs. A small collection of 8 stone lodges perched on a plateau, framed by 20,000-foot peaks on 3 sides and a vertical cliff on the 4th. Temp Och Monastery. The helicopter dropped precipitously toward the buildings. Lisa noted a terraced potato field to one side. Some corrals and barns sprawled on the other. No movement. No one came out to greet the noisy newcomers. More ominously, Lisa noted a collection of goats and blue Baral sheep gathered in the penned corrals. They weren't moving either. Rather than driven into a panic by the descending helicopter, they were all sprawled on the ground, legs twisted, necks bent, unnatural. Ang Jae-lu noted the same and sank into the seat. His eyes found hers. What had happened? Some argument was underway between pilot and soldier in the front seat. Plainly, the pilot didn't want to land. The soldier won the argument by placing a palm on the butt of his rifle. The pilot scowled and snugged his oxygen mask tighter over his nose and mouth. Not because he needed the additional air, but in fear of contagion. Still, the pilot obeyed the soldier's orders. He strangled the controls and lowered the craft earthward. He aimed as far from the corrals as possible, dropping toward the edge of the monastery's potato fields. The fields rose in an amphitheater of tiers, lined by rows of tiny green sprouts. High-altitude potato farming had been introduced by the British in the early 19th century, and potatoes had become one of the subsistence crops of the area. With a jarring bump, the helicopter's skid struck the rocky soil, crushing a row of plants. Neighboring sprouts whipped and waved in the rotor wash. Still, no one acknowledged their arrival. She pictured the dead livestock. Was there even anyone to rescue? What had happened here? Various etiologies ran through her head, along with routes of exposure. Ingestion, inhalation, contact. Or was it contagious? She needed more information. "Perhaps you should stay here," Ang Jae-lu said to Lisa while unbuckling his seat straps. "Let us check out the monastery." Lisa grabbed her medical pack from the floor. She shook her head. "I have no fear of the sick, and there may be questions only I can answer." Ang Jae-lu nodded, spoke hurriedly to the soldier, and cracked open the rear hatch. He climbed out, turning to offer a hand to Lisa. Cold winds swept into the heated interior, aided by the rush of the rotors.
Pulling up her parka's hood, Lisa found the frigid draft drained whatever oxygen was still in the air at this altitude. Or maybe it was her fear. Her earlier words were braver than she felt. She took the monk's hand. Even through her woolen mittens, she felt his strength and warmth. He did not bother covering his shaved head, seemingly oblivious to the icy cold. She clambered out, but stayed ducked under the sweep of the helicopter blades. The soldier last. The pilot remained inside the cabin. Though he might land the helicopter as ordered, he was taking no chances in leaving its canopy. Ang-Jae-Lu slammed the hatch closed, and the trio hurried across the potato field toward the jumble of stone buildings. From the ground, the red shingled lodges were taller than they seemed from the air. The centermost structure looked to be 3 stories tall, topped by a pagoda-style roof. All the buildings were elaborately decorated. Rainbow-hued murals framed doors and windows. Gold leaf brightened lintels, while carved stone dragons and mythic birds sneered and leered from roof corners. Covered porticos linked the various buildings, creating little courtyards and private spaces. Wooden prayer wheels, carved with ancient lettering, were mounted on poles throughout the structures. Multicolored prayer flags draped from roof lines, snapping in the intermittent gusts. While it had a fairy tale appearance to it, a mountain-top Shangri-La, Lisa still found her steps slowing. Nothing moved. Most of the windows were shuttered. Silence weighed heavily. Then there was the distinct taint to the air. Though mostly a researcher, Lisa had experienced her share of death while a medical resident. The fetid miasma of rot could not be so easily blown away. She prayed it was coming only from the livestock on the far side of the pavilion. But from the lack of response to their presence, she didn't hold out much hope. Ang-Jae-Lu led the way, flanked by the soldier. Lisa was forced to hurry to keep up with them. They passed between 2 buildings and headed toward the central towering structure. In the main courtyard, farm implements lay strewn haphazardly, as if abandoned in a hurry. A cart tethered to a yak stood overturned on its side. The animal was dead too, sprawled on its flank, belly distended with bloat. Milky eyes stared at them. A distended tongue protruded from black swollen lips. Lisa noted the lack of flies or other tiny opportunists. Were there flies at this altitude? She wasn't sure. She searched the skies. No birds. No noise except a hushed wind. This way, Ang-Jae-Lu said. The monk headed for a set of tall doors that led into the central dwelling, clearly the main temple. He tested the latch, found it unlocked, and pulled it open with a moan of hinges. Beyond the threshold, the first sign of life flickered. To either side of the doorway, barrel-sized lamps glowed with a dozen flaming wicks. Butter lamps, fueled by yak butter. The fetid odor was worse inside. It did not bode well. Even the soldier now held back from crossing the threshold, shifting the automatic weapon from one shoulder to the other, as if to reassure himself. The monk simply strode inside. He called out a greeting. It echoed. Lisa entered behind Ang-Jae-Lu. The soldier kept his station at the doorstep.
A few more barrel lamps illuminated the temple's interior. To either side, towering prayer wheels lined the walls, while juniper-scented candles and incense sticks burned near an 8-foot-tall teak statue of Buddha. Other gods of the pantheon were lined behind his shoulders. As Lisa's eyes adjusted to the gloomy interior, she noted the numerous wall paintings and intricately carved wooden mandalas, depicting scenes that in the flickering light seemed demonic. She glanced upward. Rafter tiers climbed 2 stories, supporting a nest of hanging lamps, all dark and cold. Ang-Jae-Lu called again. Somewhere above their heads, something creaked. The sudden noise froze them all. The soldier flicked on a flashlight and waved it above. Shadows jittered and jumped, but nothing was there. Again, the creak of planks sounded. Someone was moving on the top floor. Despite the positive sign of life, Lisa's skin pebbled with goosebumps. Ang-Jae-Lu spoke. A private meditation room overlooks the temple. There are stairs and back. I will check. You stay here. Lisa wanted to obey, but she felt the weight of both her medical backpack and her responsibility. It wasn't the hand of man that had slain the livestock, that she was certain. If there was a survivor, anyone to tell what happened here, she was best suited for this task. She hefted her pack higher on the shoulder. I'm coming. Despite her steady voice, she let Angaloo go first. He crossed around behind the Buddha statue to an arched doorway near the back. He pushed through a drape of gold-embroidered brocade. A small hallway led deeper into the structure. Shuttered windows allowed a few slivers of light into the dusty gloom. They illuminated a whitewashed wall. The splash of crimson and smear along one wall did not require closer inspection. Blood. A pair of slack naked legs stuck out of a doorway halfway down the hall, resting in a black pool. Angaloo motioned her back into the temple. She shook her head and moved past him. She didn't expect to save whoever lay there. It was plain he must already be dead. But instinct drew her forward. In 5 strides, she was at the body. In a heartbeat, she took in the scene and fell back. Legs. That's all there was left of the man. Only a pair of chopped limbs, cleaved mid-thigh. She stared deeper into the room, into the slaughterhouse. Arms and legs lay stacked like cords of firewood in the center of the room. And then there were the severed heads, neatly aligned along one wall, staring inward, eyes wide with the horror of it all. Angaloo was at her side. He stiffened at the sight and mumbled something that sounded like half prayer, half curse. As if hearing him, something stirred in the room. It rose from the far side of the pile of limbs. A naked figure, shaven-headed, drenched in blood like a newborn. It was one of the temple's monks. A guttural hiss rose from the figure. Madness shone damply. Eyes caught the meager light and reflected back, like a wolf at night. It lumbered toward them, dragging a 3-foot-long sickle across the planks. Lisa fled several steps down the hall. Angaloo spoke softly, palms raised in supplication, plainly trying to placate the ravening creature. "Relu na," he said, "Relu na." Lisa realized Angaloo recognized the madman, someone he knew from an earlier visit to the monastery. The simple act of giving the man a name both humanized him and made the awfulness all that more horrific. With a grating cry, the monk leaped at his fellow brother. Angaloo easily ducked the sickle. The figure's coordination had deteriorated along with his mind. Angaloo bear-hugged the other, grappling him, pinning him to one side of the doorframe. Lisa acted quickly. She dropped her pack, tugged down a zipper, and removed a metal case. She popped it open with her thumb. Inside lay a row of plastic syringes, secured and preloaded with various emergency drugs. Morphine for pain, epinephrine for anaphylaxis, Lasix for pulmonary edema. Though each syringe was labeled, she had their positions memorized. In an emergency, every second counted. She plucked out the last syringe, midazolam, injectable sedative. Mania and hallucinations were not uncommon at severe altitudes, requiring chemical restraint at times. Using her teeth, she uncapped the needle and hurried forward. Angaloo had the man still trapped, but the monk thrashed and bucked in his grip. Angaloo's lip was split. He had gouges along one side of his neck. "Hold him still," Lisa yelled. Angaloo tried his best, but at that moment, perhaps sensing the doctor's intent, the madman lashed forward and bit deep into Angaloo's cheek. The monk screamed as his flesh was torn to bone, but he still held tight. Lisa rushed to his aid and jammed the needle into the madman's neck. She slammed the plunger home. "Let him go." Angaloo shoved the man hard against the frame, cracking the monk's skull against the wood. They backed away. The sedative will hit him in less than a minute. She would have preferred an intravenous stick, but there was no way to manage that with the man's wild thrashings. The deep intramuscular injection would have to suffice. Once quieted, she would be able to finesse her care, perhaps glean some answers. The naked monk groaned, pawing at his neck. The sedative stung. He lurched again in their direction, reaching down again for his abandoned sickle. He straightened. Lisa tugged Angaloo back. "Just wait." Crack. The rifle blast deafened in the narrow hall. The monk's head exploded in a shower of blood and bone. His body fell back with the impact, crumpling under him. Lisa and Angaloo stared aghast at the shooter. The Nepalese soldier held his weapon on his shoulder. He slowly lowered it. Angaloo began berating him in his native tongue, all but taking the weapon from the soldier. Lisa crossed to the body and checked for a pulse. None. She stared at his body, trying to determine some answer. It would take a morgue with modern forensic facilities to ascertain the cause for the madness. From the messenger's story, whatever had occurred here hadn't affected just the one man. Others must have been afflicted to varying degrees, but by what? Had they been exposed to some heavy metal in the water, a subterranean leak of poisonous gas, or some toxic mold in old grain? Could it be something viral like Ebola, or even a new form of mad cow disease?
She tried to remember if yaks were susceptible. She pictured the bloated carcass in the courtyard. She didn't know. Angelou returned to her side. His cheek was a bloody ruin, but he seemed oblivious to his injury. All his pain was focused on the body beside her. His name was Relu Na Havarshi. You knew him? A nod. He was my sister's husband's cousin, from a small rural village in Rays. He had fallen under the sway of the Maoist rebels, but their escalating savagery was not in his nature. He fled. For the rebels, it was a death sentence to do so. To hide him, I secured him a position at the monastery, where his former comrades would never find him. Here, he found a serene place to heal, or so I had prayed. Now he will have to find his own path to that peace. I'm sorry. Lisa stood. She pictured the pile of limbs in the neighboring room. Had the madness triggered some post-traumatic shock, causing him to act out what horrified him the most? Overhead, another popping creak sounded. All eyes turned upward. She had forgotten what had drawn them all back here. Angelou pointed to a steep, narrow stair beside the draped doorway to the temple. She had missed it. It was more a ladder than a stair. I will go, he said. We all stick together, she argued. She crossed to her bag and preloaded another syringe of sedative. She kept it in her hand. Just make sure Quick Draw McGraw over there keeps his finger off the trigger. The soldier went up the ladder first. He scouted the immediate vicinity and waved them up. Lisa climbed and discovered an empty room. Stacks of thin pillows were piled in one corner.
The room smelled of resin and the waft of incense from the temple room below. The soldier had his weapon trained on a wooden door on the far side. Flickering light leaked under the jamb. Before anyone could move closer, a shadow passed across the bar of light. Someone was in there. Angelou stepped forward and knocked. The creaking halted. He called through the door. Lisa didn't understand his words, but someone else did. A scrape of wood sounded. A latch was lifted. The door teetered slightly open, but no farther. Angelou put his palm on the door. Be careful, Lisa whispered, tightening her grip on her syringe, her only weapon. Beside her, the soldier did the same with his rifle. Angelou pushed the door the rest of the way open. The room beyond was no larger than a walk-in closet. A soiled bed stood in the corner. A small side table supported an oil lamp. The air was ripe with the fetid tang of urine and feces from an open chamber pot at the foot of the bed. Whoever had holed up here had not ventured out in days. In a corner, an old man stood with his back to them. He wore the same red robe as Angelou, but his clothes were ragged and stained. The owner had tied the lower folds around his upper thighs, exposing his bare legs. He worked on a project, writing on the wall. Finger painting, in fact, with his own blood. More madness. He carried a short dagger in his other hand. His bared legs were striped with deep cuts, the source of his ink. He continued to work, even as Angelou entered. Lama Kemsar, Angelou said, concern and wariness in his voice. Lisa entered behind him, syringe ready in her fingers. She nodded to Angelou when he looked back at her. She also waved the soldier back. She didn't want a repeat of what had happened below. Lama Kemsar turned. His face was slack, and his eyes appeared glassy and slightly milky, but the candlelight reflected brightly, too brightly, fever bright. Angelou, the old monk muttered, staring in a daze at the hundreds of lines of script painted across all four walls. A bloody finger raised, ready to continue the work. Angelou stepped toward him, plainly relieved. The man, master of the monastery, was not too far gone yet. Perhaps answers could be obtained. Angelou spoke in her native tongue. Lama Kemsar nodded, though he refused to be drawn from his opus in blood. Lisa studied the wall as Angelou coaxed the old monk. Though she was not familiar with the script, she saw the work was merely the same grouping of symbols repeated over and over again. Sensing there must be some meaning here, Lisa reached to her bag and freed her camera with one hand. She aimed it at the wall from her hip and snapped a picture. She forgot about the flash. The room burst with brilliance. The old man cried out. He swung around, dagger in hand. He swiped through the air. Angelou, startled, fell back. But Angelou had not been the target. Lama Kemsar cried out a smattering of words in abject fear and drew the blade's edge across his own throat. A line of crimson became a pulsing downpour. The cut sliced deep into the trachea. Blood bubbled with the old monk's last breaths. Angelou lunged and knocked aside the blade. He caught Lama Kempsar and lowered him to the floor, cradling him. Blood soaked the robe and across Angelou's arms and lap. Lisa dropped her camera and bag and hurried forward. Angelou tried to put pressure on the wound, but it was futile. "Help me get him to the floor," Lisa said. "I have to secure an airway." Angelou shook his head. He knew it was hopeless. He simply rocked the old Lama. The man's breathing, marked by the bubbling from the slash, had already stopped. Age, blood loss, and dehydration had already debilitated Lama Kempsar. "I'm sorry," Lisa said. "I thought—" She waved an arm at the walls. "I thought it might be important." Angelou shook his head. "It's gibberish, a madman's scribblings." Not knowing what else to do, Lisa freed her stethoscope and slipped it under the edge of the man's robe. She sought to mask her guilt with busywork. She listened in vain. No heartbeat. But she discovered odd scabbing across the man's ribs. Gently she peeled back the soaked front of his robe and bared the monk's chest. Angelou stared down and exhaled sharply. It seemed the walls were not the only medium upon which Lama Kempsar chose to work. A final symbol had been carved into the monk's chest, sliced by the same dagger, by the same hand most likely. Unlike the strange symbols on the walls, the twisted cross could not be mistaken. A swastika. Before they could react, the first explosion rocked the building. 9:55 a.m. He woke in a panic. The rumble of thunder shook him out of a feverish darkness. Not thunder, an explosion. Plaster dusted down from the low ceiling. He sat up, disoriented, struggling to fix himself in time and place. The room spun a bit around him. He searched down, throwing back a soiled woolen blanket. He lay in a strange cot, wearing nothing but a linen breechclout. He lifted an arm. It trembled. His mouth tasted of warm paste, and though the room was shuttered against the light, his eyes ached. A paroxysmal bout of shivering shook through him. He had no idea where or even when he was. Shifting his legs off the cot, he attempted to stand. Bad idea. The world went black again. He slumped and would have slipped into oblivion, but a spat of gunfire centered him. Automatic fire. Close. The short burst died away. He tried again, more determined. Memory returned as he lurched toward the only door, struck it, held himself up by his arms, and tried the knob. Locked. 9:57 a.m. "It was the helicopter," Angelou said. "It's been destroyed." Lisa stood to one side of the high window. Moments before, as the explosive blast echoed away, they had freed the window latches and shoved the shutters wide. The soldier had thought he'd seen movement in the courtyard below and strafed wildly. There was no return fire. Could it have been the pilot? Lisa asked. Maybe there was a problem with the engine and he evacuated in a panic. The soldier kept his post by the window, resting his stock on the sill, one eye to the scope, scanning and sweeping. Angelou pointed to the royal of oily smoke rising from the potato fields, exactly where the helicopter had been parked. "I don't believe that was a mechanical accident." "What do we do now?" Lisa asked. Had another of the crazed monks blown up the chopper? If so, how many other maniacs were loose in the monastery? She pictured the sickle-wielding wild man, the self-mutilation of the monk. What the hell was happening here? "We must leave," Angelou said. "And go where?" "There are tiny villages and occasional homesteads within a day's walk. Whatever has transpired here will require more than 3 people to discern. What of the others here? Some may not be as far gone as your brother-in-law's cousin. Should we not try to help them? My first concern must be for your safety, Dr. Cummings. Additionally, word must reach someone in authority. But what if whatever agent struck here is contagious? We could spread it by traveling." The monk fingered his wounded cheek. "With the helicopter destroyed, we have no means of communication. If we stay here, we die too, and no word reaches the outside world." He made a good point. "We can minimize our exposure to others until we know more," he continued. "Call out for help,
but maintain a safe distance. No physical contact, she mumbled. He nodded. The information we bear is worth the risk. Lisa slowly nodded. She stared at the column of black smoke against the blue sky. Possibly one of their party was already dead. There was no telling the true number of afflicted here. The explosion would surely have roused others. If they were to make their escape, it would have to be quickly. "Let's go," she said. Angelou spoke sharply to the soldier. He straightened with a nod and retreated from his post at the window, his gun at the ready.
Lisa gave the room and the monk one last worried glance, considering the possibility of contagion. Were they already infected? She found herself internally judging her status as she followed the others out of the room and down the ladder. Her mouth was dry, her jaw muscles ached, and her pulse beat heavily in her throat. But that was just the fear, wasn't it? A typical flight-or-fight response to the situation, normal autonomic responses. She touched her forehead. Damp, but not feverish. She took a deep breath to steady herself, to recognize the foolishness. Even if the agent was infectious, the incubation period would be longer than an hour. They crossed through the main temple with its teak Buddha and attendant gods. Daylight glared exceptionally bright through the doorway. Their armed escort checked the courtyard for a full minute, then waved an all clear. Lisa and Angelou followed. As Lisa stepped into the courtyard, she searched the dark corners for sudden movement. All seemed quiet again, but not for long. With her back turned, a second detonation tore through the building across the courtyard. The force blew her to her hands and knees. She ducked, rolling on one shoulder to stare behind her. Roof tiles sailed skyward amid flames. A pair of fireballs blasted out of shattered windows, while the door to the lodge exploded into a splintery ruin, belching out more smoke and fire. Heat washed over her like the exhalation from a blast furnace. The soldier, a few steps ahead, had been knocked onto his backside by the blast. He'd kept his gun only by locking his fingers on its leather strap. He scrambled up as a rain of broken tiles fell from the sky. Angelou gained his own feet and offered a hand to Lisa. It was his undoing. A sharper blast punctuated the clatter of tiles and roar of flames. A gunshot. The upper half of the monk's face blew away in a mist of blood. But this time it was not the handiwork of her armed escort. The soldier's rifle still hung from its strap as the man fled the rain of stone tiles. He seemed deaf to the shot, but his eyes widened as Angelou toppled over. Reacting on pure reflex, he dodged to the right, throwing himself into the shadow of the neighboring lodge. He yelled at Lisa, unintelligible in his panic. Lisa crab-crawled back toward the temple doorway. Another shot sparked off the rocky courtyard. At her toes. She flung herself across the threshold and into the dark interior. Ducking around a corner, she watched the soldier sidle along the wall, careful to keep clear of where he estimated the sniper might be perched. Lisa forgot how to breathe, eyes fixed wide. She searched the roof lines, the windows. Who had shot Angelou? Then she saw him. A shadow sprinted through the smoke billowing out of the far building. She caught a reflection of flames off gunmetal as the man ran. A weapon. The sniper had fled his original position and was tacking for a new vantage. Lisa moved back into the open, praying the shadows hit her well. She called and waved to the soldier. He had his back to the wall, sliding toward her location, toward the main temple. His gaze and weapon focused on the roofline overhead. He had not seen the flight of the sniper. She yelled again, "Get out!" She didn't speak the language, but her panic must have been plain. His eyes met hers. She urged him over to her hiding place. She pointed, trying to illustrate the path the sniper had fled. But where had he gone? Was he already in position? "Run!" she screamed. The soldier took a step toward her. A flash over the man's shoulder revealed Lisa's mistaken assumption. The sniper hadn't been sprinting to gain a new vantage. Flames danced behind a window in the neighboring building. Another bomb. Oh, God. The detonation caught the soldier in mid-step. The doorway behind him exploded outward with 1,000 fiery shards. Piercing through the soldier at the same time, the blast lifted him off his feet and tossed him across the yard. He landed hard on his face and slid. Once stopped, he did not move, even as flames ignited his clothing. Lisa dodged into the depths of the main temple, eyes searching the doorway. She retreated toward the rear exit, back toward the narrow hall. She didn't have a plan. In fact, she barely had control of her own thoughts. She was certain of only one thing. Whoever had murdered Angjilu and their escort had been no maddened monk. The actions had been too calculated, the execution too planned. And now she was alone. She checked the narrow hallway, spotted the bloody body of Reluna. The rest of the hallway appeared clear. If she could get the dead man's abandoned sickle, at least have some weapon in hand. She stepped into the hall. Before she could take a second step, a form materialized behind her. A bare arm clamped tight around her neck. Hoarse words barked at her ear. "Don't move." Never one to obey, Lisa drove her elbow into the gut of her attacker. A satisfying oof, and the arm fell away. The attacker fell back through the embroidered brocade drapery across the doorway, tearing it down with his weight. He landed on his backside. Lisa spun, crouched, and ready to run. The man wore only a loincloth. His skin was deeply tanned, but roped here and there with old scars. Lank black hair, disheveled, half obscured his face. From his size, musculature, and broad shoulders, he appeared more Native American than Tibetan monk. Then again, it could just be the loincloth. With a groan, he looked up at her. Ice blue eyes reflected the lamplight. "Who are you?" she asked. "Painter," he said with a groan. "Painter Crow." Darwin's Bible, May 16, 6:05 a.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. What was it with bookstores and cats? Commander Grayson Pierce crunched another chewable Claritin tablet as he left Hotel Nyhaven. Yesterday's research among Copenhagen's bibliophile community had led him through a half-dozen of the city's literary establishments. In every bookstore, colonies of dander-rich felines seemed to have taken up residence, lounging on counters, prowling the top of teetering bookshelves filled with dust and moldering leather. He suffered for it now, stifling a sneeze. Or maybe it was simply the beginning of a cold. Spring in Copenhagen was as damp and cold as any New England winter. He had not packed warmly enough. He wore a sweater he had purchased from an overpriced boutique neighboring his hotel. The turtleneck was corded merino wool, undyed and plain, and it itched. Still, it warded off the early morning chill. Though dawn was an hour past, the cold sun in a slate-gray sky offered no hope of a warmer day. Scratching at his collar, he headed toward the central train station. His hotel was located beside one of the city's canals. Gaily painted row houses, a mix of shops, hostelries, and private homes, lined both sides of the waterway, reminding Gray of Amsterdam. Along the banks, a motley assortment of watercraft were more tightly together. Faded low-slung slopes, bright excursion boats, stately wooden schooners, gleaming white yachts. Gray passed one with a shake of his head. It looked like a floating wedding cake. Already at this early hour, a few camera-laden visitors wandered about or took up posts along the bridge rails, snapping away. Gray crossed the stone span and followed the canal's bank for a half-block, then stopped and leaned against the brick parapet that overlooked the waterway. His reflection in the still water appeared below, startling him a moment. Half-shadowed, his father's face stared back up at him. Coal-black hair hung lankily over blue eyes. A crooked cleft divided the chin. The planes of his face were all sharp angles, defining a stony Welsh heritage. He was definitely his father's son. A fact Gray had been dwelling on a bit too much lately, and it was keeping him up at night. What else had he inherited from his father? A pair of black swans glided past his position, disturbing the waters, trembling apart the reflection.
The swans headed for the bridge, their long necks sashaying, eyes searching with a nonchalant air. Gray followed their example. Straightening, he feigned interest in taking a photo of the line of boats while actually studying the bridge he had just crossed. He watched for any stragglers, any familiar faces, anyone suspicious. It was one advantage of residing near the canal. The bridges were perfect squeeze points to observe anyone trailing him. By crisscrossing the stony spans, he would force any tail into the open. He watched for a full minute until satisfied, memorizing faces and gaits, then continued on. On such a minor assignment as this one, the habit was more paranoid than necessary, but he carried a reminder around his neck of the importance of diligence. A chain from which hung a small silver dragon charm. It had been a gift from an operative playing on the other side of the fence. He carried it as a reminder to be wary. As he set off again, a familiar vibration stirred in his pocket. He retrieved his cell phone and flipped it open. Who was calling him at this early hour? "Pierce here," he answered. "Gray. Good, I reached you." The familiar silkiness of the voice warmed through his morning chill. A smile softened his hard features. "Rachel?" His steps faltered with concern. "Is something wrong?" Rachel Verona was the primary reason Gray had asked for this assignment, winging across the Atlantic to Denmark. While the current investigation could have been handled by any low-level research assistant at Sigma, the mission offered a perfect opportunity to reconnect with the beautiful, dark-haired lieutenant of the Italian Carabinieri. The two had met while working a case last year in Rome. Since then, they had fabricated whatever excuse to meet. Still, it had proven difficult. Her position kept her landlocked in Europe, while his position with Sigma Force limited his time away from Washington. It had been almost 8 weeks since they'd last been together. Much too long. Gray pictured their last rendezvous at a villa in Venice. Rachel's form silhouetted against the open balcony door, her skin aglow in the light of the setting sun. They'd spent that entire evening in bed. Memories of their shared intimacy washed through him, a deep connection forged in passion. "My flight's been delayed," Rachel said, interrupting his reverie with reality. "What?" He straightened beside the canal, unable to keep the disappointment from his voice. "I've been rerouted on a KLM flight. I now land at 2200. 10 o'clock." He frowned. That meant canceling their sunset dinner reservations at St. Gertrude's Cloister, a candlelit restaurant nestled inside the medieval monastery vault. He'd had to book it a full week in advance. "I'm sorry," Rachel said, filling his silence. "No worries, as long as you get here. That's all that matters. I know. I miss you so much." "Me too." Gray shook his head at his lame response. He had so much more in his heart, but the words refused to come. Why was it always like this? The first day of every rendezvous required overcoming a certain formality between them, an awkward shyness. While it was easy to romanticize that they would simply fall easily and immediately into each other's arms, the reality was different. For the first hours, they were merely strangers with a shared past. They would certainly hug, kiss, say the right things, but the deeper intimacy required a span of time, hours, necessary to catch up on each other's lives on either side of the Atlantic. But more importantly, they sought to find their rhythm again, that warm cadence that would smolder into the more passionate. And each time, Gray feared they would not find it. "How was your father doing?" Rachel asked, beginning the first steps of the dance. He welcomed the diversion, while not necessarily the subject matter. But at least he had good news. "He's actually doing very well. His symptoms have pretty much stabilized as of late. Only a few bouts of confusion. My mother is convinced the improvement is due to curry." "Curry? As in the spice?" "Exactly. She read an article that curcumin, the yellow pigment in curry, acts as an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. Possibly it even helps break down the amyloid plaques attributable to Alzheimer's." "That does sound promising. So now my mother puts curry into everything, even my father's scrambled eggs in the morning. The whole house smells like an Indian restaurant." Rachel's soft laughter brightened the dreary morning. "At least she's cooking." Gray's smile broadened on its own. His mother, a tenured biology professor at George Washington University, had never been known for her homemaking skills. She'd been too busy building her career, a necessity after an industrial accident had disabled Gray's father almost 2 decades ago. Now the family was struggling with a new issue, the early stages of his father's Alzheimer's. Recently, Gray's mother had taken a short leave of absence from the university to help care for her husband. But now there was talk of her returning to the classroom. With everything going so well, it had proven a good time for Gray to escape D.C. for this short trip. Before he could respond, his phone chimed with another call. He checked the caller ID. "Gosh, Rachel, I've got a call coming in from Central Command. I'll need to take this. I'm sorry." "Oh, then I'll let you go. Wait, Rachel, your new flight number. It's KLM Flight 403. Got it. I'll see you tonight." "Tonight?" she echoed back and clicked off.
Gray pressed his flash button to activate the other call. "Pierce here. Commander Pierce." The speaker's clipped New England accent identified the man immediately as Logan Gregory, second in command of Sigma Force, serving directly under Director Painter Crow. In his usual perfunctory manner, Logan did not waste words. "We've new chatter to report that may relate to your search in Copenhagen. Interpol reports a sudden increase in interest in today's auction." Gray had crossed another bridge. He stopped again. 10 days ago, a database at the National Security Agency had flagged a series of black market trades, all pertaining to historical documents that once belonged to Victorian-era scientists. Someone was collecting manuscripts, transcripts, legal documents, letters, and diaries from that era, many with shady trails of ownership. And while normally this would be of little interest to Sigma Force, which concentrated on global security issues, the NSA database tied several of the sales to factions within terrorist organizations. And such organizations' money trails were always scrutinized. Still, it made no sense. While certainly such historical documents had proven to be a growing market for speculative investment, it was not the bailiwick of most terrorist organizations. Then again, times were changing. Either way, Sigma Force had been tapped to investigate the principles involved. Gray's assignment was to get as much background on the by-invitation-only sale that was to occur later this afternoon, which included researching items of particular interest, several being put up by local collectors and shops in the area. Hence, he had spent the past 2 days visiting the dusty bookstores and antiquary establishments in the narrow backstreets of Copenhagen. He discovered the most help at a shop on Hoybro Platz, owned by an ex-lawyer from Georgia. With the expat's help, Gray felt prepared. His plan this morning had been to canvass the auction site and secure a few buttonhole cameras near all entrances and exits. At the auction, Gray was merely to observe the principals and get headshots when possible. A minor assignment, but if it extended the database of peripheral players in the war on terror, all the better. "What stirred up the pot?" Gray asked. "A new line item. It's attracted the attention of several of the principals we're investigating. An old Bible, just put up by a private party."
And what's so exciting about that? According to the line item description, the Bible originally belonged to Darwin, as in Charles Darwin, the father of evolution? Exactly. Gray tapped a knuckle on the brick parapet, another Victorian-era scientist. As he contemplated this, he studied the Mayburing Bridge. He found himself fixated on a teenage girl in a dark blue zippered sweater jacket with the hood pulled up. 17-18. Smooth-faced, her skin was the color of burnt caramel. Indian? Pakistani? What he could see of her black hair was long, spilling out one side of the hood in a single thick braid. She carried a green, battered pack over her left shoulder, like many of the backpacking college students. Except Gray had seen the young woman before crossing the first bridge. Her eyes met his for a moment across the 50 yards. She turned away too quickly. Sloppy. She was following him. Logan continued, "I've uploaded the seller's address into your phone's database. You should have enough time to interview the owner before the auction." Gray glanced to the address that appeared on the screen, pinpointed on a city map. 8 blocks away, just off the Strøget, the main pedestrian plaza that ran through the heart of Copenhagen. Not far. But first, from the corner of his eye, Gray continued to monitor the reflection of the bridge in the canal's still waters below. In the wavering mirror, he watched the girl hunch her shoulders, pulling her backpack higher in a weak attempt to hide her features. Did she know her cover had been blown? "Commander Pierce," Logan said. The girl reached the end of the bridge, strode away, and vanished down a side street. He waited to see if she doubled back. "Commander Pierce, did you get that address?" "Yes, I'll check into it." "Very good," Logan signed off. From the canal railing, Gray canvassed his surroundings, watching for the girl's return or the appearance of any accomplices. He regretted leaving his 9mm Glock in the hotel safe. But the instructions from the auction house warned that all invited participants would be searched upon entering, including passing through a metal detector. Gray's only weapon was a carbonized plastic knife in a boot sheath. That was it. Gray waited. Foot traffic flowed around him as the city woke.
Behind him, a cadaverous shop owner was icing down a stack of street-side crates and slapping out a selection of fresh fish: Dover sole, cod, sand eel, and the ubiquitous herring. The smell finally drove him from his post by the canal. He headed out, extra attentive to his back trail. Perhaps he was being too paranoid, but in his profession, such a neurosis was healthy. He fingered the dragon pendant around his neck and continued into the city. After several blocks, he felt secure enough to pull out a notepad. Written on the first page were items of particular interest set for auction that afternoon: a copy of Gregor Mendel's 1865 paper on genetics, Max Planck's books on physics, Thermodynamics from 1897 and Theorie der Wärmestrahlung from 1906, both signed by the author, botanist Hugo de Vries's 1901 diary on plant mutations. Gray had annotated as much information as he could about these items from his research yesterday. He jotted down the latest item of interest: Charles Darwin's Family Bible. Flipping the notebook closed, he wondered for the 100th time since flying here, what was the connection? Perhaps it was a puzzle best left to someone else at Sigma. He thought about having Logan run some of the details past his colleagues Monk Kokalis and Catherine Bryant. The pair had proven to be experts at piecing together details and constructing patterns where none existed. Then again, maybe there really was no pattern here. It was still too early to tell. Gray needed to gather a bit more intelligence, a few more facts, especially about this last item. Until then, he'd leave the two lovebirds alone. It is true? Monk rested his palm on the bare belly of the woman he loved. He knelt beside the bed in orange and black Nike sweatpants. His shirt, wet after his evening jog, lay on the hardwood floor where he had dropped it. His eyebrows, the only hair on his shaved head, were raised in hopeful expectation. Yes, Kat confirmed. She gently removed his hand and rolled out the other side of the bed. Monk's grin grew broader. He couldn't help it. Are you sure? Kat strode toward the bathroom, wearing only a pair of white panties and an oversized Georgia Tech t-shirt. Her straight auburn hair draped loose to her shoulders. I was 5 days late, she answered sullenly. I took an EPT test yesterday. Monk stood up. Yesterday? Why didn't you tell me? Kat disappeared into the bathroom, half closing the door. Kat? He heard the water turn on in the shower. He circled the bed and crossed to the bathroom doorway. He wanted to know more. She had dropped the bombshell when he returned from his jog to find her curled in bed. Her eyes had been swollen, her face puffy. She had been crying. It had taken some coaxing to discover what had been troubling her all day. He rapped on the door. The noise was louder and more demanding than he intended. He scowled at the offending hand. The 5-fingered prosthesis was state-of-the-art, chock full of the latest in DARPA gadgetry. He had received the hand after losing his own on a mission. But plastic and metal were not flesh. Rapping on the wood door had sounded like he was trying to batter it down. Kat, talk to me, he said gently. I'm just going to take a quick shower. Despite her side words, Monk heard the strain. He peeked into the bathroom. Though they had been seeing each other for almost a year now, and he had his own drawer in her apartment here, there were limits of propriety. Kat sat atop the closed toilet, her head resting in her hands. Catherine? She glanced up, plainly startled at the intrusion. Monk! She leaned to the door to push it the rest of the way closed. He blocked it with his foot. It wasn't like you were using the bathroom. I was waiting for the shower to warm up. Monk noted the steam-fogged mirror as he answered. The chamber smelled of jasmine, a scent that evoked all manner of stirrings inside him. He stepped and knelt again before her. She leaned back. He placed his hands, one flesh, one synthetic, atop her knees. She would not meet his eyes, head still hanging. Touch, intimate. Tension overwhelming. He pulled her to him. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Oh, she said. 7:55 a.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Gray sat in the cafe opposite the small antiquarian shop. He studied the building across the street. S.J.L.D.N. Boger was stenciled on the window. Rare books. The bookstore occupied the first floor of a 2-story row house topped by a red tile roof. It appeared identical to its neighbors, lined one after the other down the street, and like the others in this less affluent section of town, it had fallen into disrepair. The upper windows were boarded up. Even the first-floor shop was secured behind a steel drop gate, closed for now. As Gray waited for the shop to open, he eyed the building clinically, sipping what passed for hot chocolate here in Denmark, so thick it tasted like a melted Hershey's bar. He searched beyond the boarded windows. Though the building had faded, its old-world charm persisted. Owl-eyed dormers peered out from the attic. Heavy exposed beams crisscrossed the upper story, and a steep pitch of the roofline stood forever ready to shrug off a long winter snowfall. Gray even spotted old scars below the windows where flower boxes had once been bolted. Gray contemplated ways of renovating the house back to its original glory, rebuilding it in his head, a mental exercise balancing engineering with aesthetics. He could almost smell the sawdust. This last thought suddenly soured the daydream. Other memories intruded, unbidden and unwanted. His father's woodshop in the garage, working alongside him after school.
What usually started out as a simple renovation project often ended up in shouting matches and words too hard to take back. The warring had eventually driven Gray out of high school and into the military. Only lately had son and father found new ways to communicate, finding common ground, accepting differences. Still, Gray was haunted by an offhand remark of his mother's, how father and son were more alike than they were different. Why had that been bothering him so much lately? Gray pushed the thoughts away and shook his head. With his concentration broken, he checked his watch, anxious to get on with the day. He had already canvassed the auction site and secured 2 cameras at the front and rear access points. All he had to do was interview the shop owner here about the Bible and take some snapshots of the principles involved. Then he was finished, opening up a long weekend to spend with Rachel. The thought of her smile eased the knot that had developed between his shoulder blades. Finally, across the street, a bell chimed. The door to the shop opened and the security gate began to roll up. Gray sat straighter, surprised by who opened the shop. Black braided hair, mocha complexion, wide almond-shaped eyes. She was the one who had followed him earlier this morning. She even wore the same zippered sweater jacket and green battered pack. Gray scooped out a bundle of bills and left it on the cafe table, glad to get out of his head and back to the business at hand. He strolled across the narrow street as the girl finished securing the gate. She glanced over at him, unsurprised. "Let me guess, mate," she said in crisp English, flavored with a British accent, eyeing him up and down. "American." He frowned at her abrupt manner. He hadn't said a word yet, but he kept his face mildly curious, offering no clue that he knew she had been following him earlier. "How did you know?" "The way you walk, so stiff, gives all you away." "Is that so?" She locked the gate. He noted she wore several pins on her jacket, a rainbow Greenpeace flag, a silver Celtic symbol, a gold Egyptian ankh, and a colorful assortment of buttons with slogans in Danish and one in English that read, "Go Lemmings, go." She also wore a white rubber bracelet with the word hope stamped into it. She waved him out of her way but bumped past him when he didn't move quick enough. She walked backward across the street. "Shop don't open for another hour. Sorry, mate." Gray stood on the stoop, glancing between the shop door and the girl. She crossed the street and headed to the cafe. Passing the table he'd just vacated, she picked up one of the bills Gray had left and went inside. Gray waited. Through the window, he watched her order 2 large coffees and pay with the pilfered bill. She returned, a tall styrofoam cup in each hand. "Still here?" she asked. "Don't have anywhere else to be at the moment." "Shame." The girl nodded to the closed door and lifted both hands. "Well?" "Oh." Gray turned and opened the door for her. She brushed inside. "Bertel," she boomed, then glanced back at him. "Are you coming inside or not?" "I thought you said." "Nonsense," she rolled her eyes. "Enough with the act, like you didn't see me earlier." Gray tensed. So it wasn't just coincidence. The girl had been following him. She called into the shop. "Bertel, get your tail over here." Confused and wary, Gray followed her into the shop. He stayed by the door, ready to move if necessary. The shop was as narrow as an alley. To either side, rows of bookshelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with all manner of book, volume, text, and pamphlet.
A few steps inside, two glass cabinets flanked the center aisle, plainly locked. Inside were crumbling leather-bound books and what looked like scrolls bound in acid-free white tubes. Gray searched deeper. Dust motes floated through the space in the slanting morning sunlight. The air tasted old, moldering as much as the shop's paper stock. It was like much of Europe. Age and ancientness were a part of everyday life here. Still, despite the decrepitude of the building, the shop shone with a welcoming grace, from the stained glass wall sconces to the handful of ladders that leaned against bookshelves. There was even an inviting pair of overstuffed chairs near the front window. And best of all, Gray took a deep breath. No cats. And the reason why became apparent. Around one of the shelves, a large shaggy shape lumbered into view. It looked like a St. Bernard cross, an elderly fellow with baggy brown eyes. The dog sullenly shambled toward them, hobbling on its left front limb. The paw on that side was a gnarled lump. "There you are, Bertel." The girl bent down and poured the contents of one of her styrofoam cups into a ceramic bowl on the floor. The mangy sot's useless before his first morning latte. This last was said with obvious affection. The St. Bernard reached their side and began lapping the bowl eagerly. "I don't think coffee's good for a dog," Gray warned. The girl straightened, tossing her braid over her shoulder. "No worries, it's decaffeinated." She continued into the shop. "What happened to his paw?" Gray asked, making small talk while he adjusted to the situation. He patted the dog on the side as he passed, earning a thump of a tail. "Frostbite. Mooty took him in a long time ago." "Mooty? My grandmother." "She's been waiting for you," a voice called from the rear of the shop. "Er det devil Coburn, Fiona?" "Ja, Mooty, the American buyer." "In English, please." "Send him in på mitt kontor. Mooty will see you in her office." The girl, Fiona, led him toward the rear. The dog, finished with his morning coffee, followed at Gray's heels. In the middle of the shop, they passed the small cash register desk set up with a Sony computer and printer. It seemed the modern age had found its foothold here. "We have our own website," Fiona said, noting his attention. They passed the register and entered a back room through an open door. The space here was more parlor than office. There was a sofa, a low table, and two chairs. Even the desk in the corner seemed more in place to support the hot plate and tea kettle than for any clerical function. One wall, though, was lined by a row of black filing cabinets. Above them, a barred window let in cheery morning light, illuminating the office's sole occupant. She stood and offered her hand. "Dr. Sawyer," she said, using his assumed name for this mission. She had clearly reviewed some background on him. "I am Greta Meal." The woman's grip was firm. She was rail thin, and though her skin was pale, the indomitable health of her countrymen shone from her pores. She waved Gray to one of the chairs. Her whole manner was casual, even her clothes, navy jeans, a turquoise blouse, and modest black pumps. Her long silver hair was combed straight, accentuating a serious demeanor, but her eyes sparkled with wry amusement. "You have met my granddaughter." Greta Neal's fluency in English was smooth, but the Danish accent was evident. Unlike her granddaughter. Gray glanced between the pale elderly woman and the dark girl. There was no family resemblance, but Gray kept silent on this matter. He had more important matters to clarify. "Yes, we've met," Gray said. "In fact, it seems I've met your granddaughter twice today." "Ah, Fiona's curiosity will get her in real trouble one of these days." Greta's chastisement was softened by a smile. "Has she returned your wallet?" Gray's brow wrinkled. He patted his back pocket. "Empty." Fiona reached into a side pouch of her pack and held out his brown leather wallet. Gray snatched it back. He remembered her bumping into him as she left to get the coffee. It had been more than impatient rudeness. "Please don't take offense," Greta assured him. "It's her way of saying hello." "All his ID checked out," Fiona said with a shrug. "Then please return the young man's passport, Fiona." Gray checked his other pocket. Gone. For the love of God. Fiona tossed the small blue chapbook with the U.S. Eagle on the cover.
"Is that everything?" Gray asked, patting himself down. Fiona shrugged. "Again, please excuse my granddaughter's exuberance. She gets overly protective sometimes." Gray stared at the two of them. "Would either of you care to explain what's going on?" "You've come to inquire about the Darwin Bible," Greta said. "The Bible," Fiona translated. Greta nodded at her granddaughter. The slip of tongue plainly revealed some anxiety about the object. "I represent a buyer who might be interested," Gray said. "Yes, we know. And you spent all day yesterday questioning others about additional items for bid at the Urgent Shine auction?" Gray's brows rose in surprise. "We are a small community of bibliophiles here in Copenhagen. Word travels quickly among us." Gray frowned. He had thought he'd been more discreet. "It was your very inquiry that helped me decide to submit my Darwin Bible to the auction. The entire community is stirred up by the growing interest in Victorian-era scientific treatises." "Making it a good time to sell," Fiona said, a bit too firmly, as if this were the tail end of a recent argument. "The flat lease is a month past." Her words were waved away. "It was a difficult decision. The Bible was purchased by my father in 1949. He treasured the volume. There are handwritten names of the Darwin family going back 10 generations before the illustrious Charles. But the Bible is also of historic interest. It journeyed with the man on his around-the-world trip aboard the HMS Beagle. And I don't know if you knew this or not, but Charles Darwin once considered entering the seminary. In this one Bible, you find the juxtaposition of the religious man and the scientist." Gray nodded. Plainly, the woman was attempting to intrigue him. Was all this a ploy to get him to pitch in to the auction? To get the best price? Either way, Gray could use that to his advantage. "And the reason Fiona followed me?" he asked. Greta's demeanor grew tired. "My apologies again for the intrusion. Like I mentioned before, there has been much interest of late in Victorian-era memorabilia, and it is a small community. We all know some of the transactions have been, shall we say, if not across the black market, then definitely the gray." "So I've heard rumors," he said coyly, hoping to tease out more information. "There have been some buyers who have reneged on debt prices or paid with illicit proceeds, bounced checks, etc. Fiona was only trying to protect my best interest. And sometimes she goes too far, falling back on talents best left behind." The woman raised a single scolding eyebrow at her granddaughter. Fiona suddenly found the floorboards of particular interest. "There was one gentleman a year ago who spent an entire month searching through my files of provenance, the historical records of ownership." She nodded to the wall of file cabinets. "Only to pay for the privilege with a stolen credit card. He showed particular interest in the Darwin Bible." "So we can't be too careful," Fiona said, emphasizing again. "Do you know who this gentleman was?" Gray asked. "No, but I'd remember him if I saw him again. A strange, pale fellow." Fiona stirred. "But a fraud investigation administered by the bank traced his trail through Nigeria to South Africa. That's as far as it could be followed. Bloody jerk covered his tracks." Greta frowned. "Language, young lady. Why such diligent investigation for a bad debt?" he asked. Fiona again found the floorboards fascinating. Greta stared hard at her granddaughter. "He has the right to know." "Muddy?" Fiona shook her head. "Know what?" Fiona glared at him, then away. "He'll tell others and we'll get half the price for it." Gray held up a hand. "I can be discreet." Greta studied him, one eye narrowing. "But can you be truthful? That I wonder, Dr. Sawyer." Gray felt himself scrutinized by both females. Was his cover as secure as he hoped? The weight of their combined gazes made his back stiffen. Greta finally spoke. "You should know. Shortly after the pale gentleman absconded with the knowledge here, there was a break-in at the shop. Nothing was stolen, but the display where we normally showcase the Darwin Bible was picked and opened. Fortunately for us, the Bible and our most valuable items are kept hidden in a floor vault at night. Also, the police responded promptly to the alarm, chasing them off. The burglary remained unsolved, but we knew who came after it." "The sniveling prat," Fiona mumbled. "Since that night, we've kept the Bible in a safe deposit box in a bank around the corner. Still, we've been vandalized twice this past year. The culprit bypassed the alarm, and the place was ransacked each time." "Someone was searching for the Bible," Gray said. "So we supposed." Gray began to understand. It wasn't just monetary gain that was the deciding factor in unloading the Bible, but also to relieve themselves of the burden.
Someone wanted the Bible, and eventually the pursuit might escalate into more violent means to gain possession of it, and that threat might pass on to the new buyer. From the corner of his eye, Gray studied Fiona. All her actions were done to protect her grandmother, to protect their financial security. He noted the fire in her eyes even now. The girl plainly wished her grandmother had remained more reticent. The Bible might be safer in a private collection in America, Greta said. Such troubles might not pass over the proverbial pond. Gray nodded, reading the sales pitch behind the words. Did you ever find out what so possessed the stranger to pursue the Bible? He asked. Now it was Greta's turn to search off into the distance. Such information can only make the Bible more valuable to my client, Gray pressed. Greta's eyes flicked to him. Somehow she knew the lie behind his words. She studied him again, weighing something more than just the truth of his words, looking deeper. At that moment, Bertel shambled into the office, nosed longingly at a set of tea cakes beside the kettle on the desk, then crossed to Gray's side and slumped to the floorboards with a sigh. His muzzle came to rest atop Gray's boot, plainly comfortable with this stranger to their shop. As if this were enough, Greta sighed and closed her eyes, and whatever hard edge softened. I don't know for sure. I only have some suppositions. I'll take what you can give. The stranger came here looking for information regarding a library that was sold piecemeal after the war. In fact, 4 such items are up for auction this afternoon. The De Vries diary, a copy of Mendel's papers, and 2 texts by the physicist Max Planck. Gray was well aware of the same list on his notepad. They were the very items that had sparked special attention among the questionable entities. Who was buying them up and why? Can you tell me anything else about this old library collection? Is there any provenance of significance? Greta stood and stepped toward her files. I have the original receipt from my father's purchase back in 1949. It names a village and a small estate. Let me see if I can find it. She moved into a shaft of sunlight below the back window and pulled open a middle drawer. I can't give you the original, but I'd be happy to have Fiona photocopy it for you. As the old woman rustled through her files, Bertel raised his nose from Gray's right shoe, trailing a rope of drool. A low growl burbled from the dog, but it was not directed at Gray. Here it is. Greta turned and held out a sheet of yellowed paper in a plastic protective sleeve. Gray ignored her extended arm and concentrated on her toes. A thin shadow shifted across the patch of sunlight where Greta stood. Get down! Gray leaped toward the sofa, reaching for the old woman. Behind him, Bertel barked sharply, almost masking the crack of glass. Gray, still reaching, was too late. All he could do was catch Greta Neal's body as the front of her face dissolved in a shower of blood and bone, shot from behind by a sniper outside the window. Gray caught her body and pitched down to the sofa. Fiona screamed.
Through the shattered rear window, 2 distinct pops sounded along with the shatter of glass. 2 black canisters jetted into the office, struck the far wall and clattered down, bouncing. Gray leaped off the sofa, shouldering into Fiona. He shoved her bodily out of the office and around the corner. The dog scrambled after them. Gray half-carried Fiona behind a sheltering bookcase as twin detonations ripped through the office, blasting apart the wall in a fiery explosion of plaster and splintered wood. The bookcase toppled over, crashing into its neighbor and leaning precariously. Gray sheltered Fiona under him. Overhead, Tex burst into flame and fiery ash rained down. Gray spotted the old dog. He had moved too slowly, hobbled by the bad paw. The concussion had slammed the poor dog into the far wall. He did not move. His fur smoldered. Gray shielded Fiona from the sight. We have to get clear. He pulled her shocked form from under the leaning bookcase. Flames and smoke already filled the back half of the shop. Overhead, sprinklers burst with tepid sprays. Too little, too late. Not with this much tinder on hand. Out the front, he urged. He stumbled forward with her, too slowly. Before them, the outer security gate crashed down, sealing the front door and window. Gray noted shadows fading to either side of the barred gate. More gunmen. Gray glanced behind him. A churning wall of flame and smoke filled the back of the shop. They were trapped. 11:57 p.m. Washington, D.C. Monk drowsed in that happy place between bliss and sleep. He and Kat had moved from the bathroom floor to the bed as passion dissolved to soft whispers and even softer touches. The sheets and comforters were still knotted around their naked forms. Neither was ready to untie themselves, not physically, not in any way. Monk's finger traced the curve of Kat's breast, lazily, more in reassurance than arousal. The smooth arch of her foot gently caressed his calf. Perfection. Nothing could ruin this. A piercing warble erupted in the room, tensing them both. It rose from the side of the bed, where Monk had dropped his sweatpants, or rather had them yanked off him. The pager was still clipped to the elastic waist. He knew he had switched the device to vibration when he returned from his evening jog. Only one manner of call broke through that mode: emergency. On the other side of the bed, from the nightstand, a second pager burst with a matching clarion call. Kat's. They both pushed up, eyes meeting with worry. "Central Command," Kat said. Monk reached down and grabbed his pager, dragging his sweatpants up with it. He confirmed her assessment. He rolled his feet to the floor and reached for the phone. Kat sat up next to him, pulling the sheets to cover her bare breasts, as if some manner of decency was necessary to call into Central Command. He dialed the number for Sigma Force's direct line. It was picked up immediately. "Captain Bryant?" Logan Gregory answered. "No, sir. It's Monk Kokalis. But, Kat, Captain Bryant is here with me. I need you both back at command immediately." Logan filled him in tersely. Monk listened, nodding. "We're leaving now," he finished and hung up. Kat met his gaze, brows pinched together. "What's wrong?" "Trouble." "With Gray?" "No, I'm sure he's fine." Monk climbed into his sweats. "Probably having a great time with Rachel." Then, "It's Director Crow. Something's happened in Nepal. Details are sketchy. Something about a plague." "Has Director Crow reported in?" "That's just it. His last report was 3 days ago, but a storm had closed off communication, so there was not too much concern. Then the storm broke today, and still no communication. And now there are rumors of plague, death, and some uprising out there. Possibly a rebel attack." Kat's eyes widened. "Logan is calling everyone into command." Kat slid out of bed and reached for her own clothes. What could be going on out there? Nothing good, that's for very sure. 9:22 a.m. Copenhagen, Denmark. "Is there a way upstairs?" Gray asked. Fiona stared at the closed gate, rooted in place, eyes wide and unblinking. Gray read the signs of shock in the girl. "Fiona." Gray stepped around and leaned close, nose to nose, filling her vision. "Fiona, we must get away from the fire." Behind her, the firestorm spread rapidly, fueled by the stacks of dry books and broken pine shelving. Flames had climbed and lapped to the ceiling. Smoke churned and rolled along the roof. Sprinklers continued to leak tepidly into the conflagration, adding steam to the toxic pall. The heat intensified with each breath. Still, as Bray took Fiona's hands in his, she shivered, her whole body trembling. But at least his touch finally focused her eyes on him. "Is there a way upstairs? To another level?" Fiona glanced up. A pall of smoke obscured the tin ceiling tiles. Some old rooms. An attic? Yes, perfect. "Can we get up there?" She shook her head at first slowly, then more firmly, reviving to the danger. "No, the only stairs are—" She waved feebly toward the fire. "At the back of the building. On the outside." She nodded. Ash swirled in fiery eddies around them as the wall of fire advanced. Gray cursed silently. There must have once been an interior staircase before the building was split into a shop and upper rooms. But no longer. He'd have to improvise. "Do you have an axe?" he asked. Fiona shook her head. "How about a crowbar? Something to open crates or boxes?" Fiona stiffened and nodded. "By the cash register. Stay here." Gray edged along the left-hand wall. It offered the clearest path back toward the central desk. The fire had not quite reached it. Fiona followed. "I told you to stay back." "I know where the sodden crowbar is," she snapped at him. Gray recognized the terror behind her anger, but it was an improvement over the limp-limbed shock from a moment ago. Plus, it matched his own fury, at himself. It was bad enough the girl had tailed him earlier, but now he'd allowed himself to be trapped by unknown assassins. He'd been too distracted by thoughts of Rachel, too dismissive of this mission and its parameters,
and now it wasn't only his life in jeopardy. Fiona pushed ahead of him, red-eyed and coughing from the smoke. "It's over here." She leaned across the desk, reached behind it, and tugged free a long green steel bar. "Let's go." He led the way back toward the advancing flames. He pulled out of his wool sweater and traded it for the crowbar. "Wet the sweater down, soak it good in that sprinkler." He pointed with the crowbar. "And yourself, for that matter. What are you going to?" "Try to make our own staircase." Gray mounted one of the bookshelf ladders and scrambled up. The smoke churned above his upraised face. The very air burned. Gray poked the crowbar at one of the tin ceiling tiles. It was easily dislodged and nudged aside. As he had hoped, the shop roof was a cantilever drop ceiling. It hid the rafter and plank floor of the story above. Gray climbed to the top of the ladder and scaled the last few shelves of the bookcase. He perched atop it. Using this vantage, he jammed his crowbar between two of the planks. It sank deep. He shouldered and levered the crowbar. The steel bar ripped through the old wood. Still, he barely managed to gouge out a mouse hole. Eyes watering and burning, Gray leaned down. A racking cough shook through him. Not good. It would be a race between his crowbar and the smoke. Gray glanced back to the fire. It grew fiercer. The smoke belched thicker. He'd never make it at this rate. Movement drew his gaze back down. Fiona had scrambled up the ladder. She had found a kerchief, soaked it, and had it wrapped around the lower half of her face like a bandit, a fitting disguise in her case. She held up his soggy wool sweater. She had soaked herself, too, seeming to shrink in size like a wet puppy. Gray realized she was younger than the 17 he had guessed earlier. She could be no more than 15. Her eyes were red-rimmed with panic, but also shone with hope, placing some blind faith in him.
Gray hated when people did that, because it always worked. Gray tied the arms of his sweater around his neck and let the rest drape over his back. He tugged up a flap of sodden wool to cover his mouth and nose, offering some insulation from the ash-thickened air. With water soaking through the back of his shirt, Gray knelt up again, ready to attack the stubborn planks. He sensed the presence of Fiona below, and the responsibility. Gray searched the space between the drop ceiling and the rafters for any other means of escape. All around, piping and wiring crisscrossed in a haphazard pattern, plainly added piecemeal after the two-story home had been sectioned into a lower shop and upper apartment. The newer renovations appeared shoddy, the difference between old-world craftsmanship and modern slipshod construction. As he searched, Gray spotted a break in the uniform run of planks and rafters. A boxed-off section, 3 feet square, framed by thicker bracing. Gray recognized it immediately. He'd been right earlier. The bracing marked the opening where a long-demolished interior staircase had once passed through to the floor above. But how securely had it been sealed up? Only one way to find out. Gray rose up on his heels, stood atop the bookcase, and followed it like a balance beam in the direction of the framed opening. It was only a few yards, but it led deeper into the shop, toward the fire. "Where are you going?" Fiona demanded from atop the ladder. Gray didn't have the breath to explain. The smoke choked thicker with every step. The heat grew to an open furnace intensity. He finally reached the section of bookshelf below the sealed stairwell. Glancing down, Gray saw that the bookcase's lower shelves already smoldered. He'd reached the firestorm's leading edge. No time to waste. Bracing himself, he slammed his crowbar up. The tip plunged easily through the thinner wood planking. It was no more than pressed fiberboard and vinyl tiles. Shoddy, as he had hoped. Thank God for the lack of modern work ethic. Gray hauled on his crowbar, cranking like a machine as the air burned and the heat blistered. Soon, he had created an opening wide enough to climb through. Gray tossed the crowbar through the opening. It clattered above. He turned to Fiona and waved her to him. "Can you get on top of the bookshelves? And I saw how you got over there." She scrambled up onto the bookcase. A pop drew Gray's attention below. The bookcase shuddered under him. Uh-oh. His weight and the burning lower tiers were rapidly weakening his perch. He reached to the hole and half pulled himself up, shifting his weight off the shelf. "Hurry," he urged the girl. With her arms held out for balance, Fiona edged along the top of the bookcase. About a yard away. "Hurry," he repeated. "I heard you the first."
With a resounding crack, the section of bookcase under Gray collapsed. He gripped the edges of the hole tighter as the case toppled away, crashing into the fire. A fresh wash of heat, ash, and flames swept high. Fiona screamed as her section shook, but held. Hanging by his arms, Gray called to her. "Leap over to me. Grab around my shoulders." Fiona needed no further encouragement as her case wobbled. She jumped and struck him hard, arms latching around his neck, legs clinging around his waist. He was almost knocked from his perch. He swung in place. "Can you use my body to climb up through the hole?" he asked with a strain. "I think so." She hung a moment longer, not moving. The rough edges of the hole tore at his fingers. "Fiona." She trembled against him, then worked her way around to his back. Once moving, she climbed quickly, planting a toe into his belt, then pushing off his shoulder. She was through the hole with all the agility of a spider monkey. Below, a bonfire of books and shelving raged. Gray gladly hauled himself up after her, worming through the hole and beaching himself on the floor. He was in the center of a hallway, rooms spread out in either direction. "Fire's up here too," Fiona whispered, as if afraid to attract the flame's attention. Rolling to his feet, Gray saw the flickering glow from the back half of the apartment. Smoke choked these halls, even thicker than below. "Come on," he said. It was still a race. Gray hurried down the hall away from the fire. He ended at one of the boarded upper windows. He peeked between two slats. Sirens could be heard in the distance. People gathered in the street below, onlookers and gawkers, and surely hidden among them was a gunman or two. Gray and the girl would be exposed if they tried climbing out the window. Fiona studied the crowd too. "They won't let us leave, will they?" "Then we'll get out on our own." Gray backed away and searched up. He pictured the attic dormer window he'd spotted earlier from the street. They needed to reach the roof. Fiona understood his intention. "There's a pull-down ladder in the next room," she led the way. "I would come up here to read sometimes when—" Fiona's voice cracked and her words died. Gray knew the girl would be haunted by the death of her grandmother for a long time. He put his arm around her shoulder, but she shrugged out of it angrily and stepped away. "Over here," she said, and entered what once must have been a sitting room. Now it held only a few crates and a faded, ripped sofa. Fiona pointed to a frayed rope hanging from the ceiling, attached to a trapdoor in the roof. Gray tugged it down, and a collapsible wooden ladder slid to the floor. He climbed first, followed by Fiona. The attic was unfinished, just insulation, rafters, and rat trappings. The only light came from a pair of dormer windows. One faced the front street, the other toward the back. Thin smoke filled the space, but so far no flames. Gray decided to try the rear window. It faced west, leaving the roof in shadow this time of day. Also, that side of the row house was on fire. Their attackers might be less attentive to it. Gray hopped from rafter to rafter. He could feel the heat from below. One section of insulation was already smoldering, the fiberglass melting. Reaching the window, Gray checked below. The roof pitch was such that he could not see into the courtyard behind the shop. And if he couldn't see them, they couldn't see him. Additionally, smoke roiled up from the broken windows below, offering additional cover. For once, the fire was to their advantage. Still, Gray stood well to the side as he unhooked the window latch and pushed it open. He waited. No gunshots. Sirens could now be heard converging on the street outside. "Let me go first," Gray whispered in Fiona's ear. "If all's clear." A low roar erupted behind them. They both turned. A tongue of flame shot out of the heart of the burning insulation, licking high, cracking and smoking. They were out of time. "Follow me," Gray said. He edged out the window, staying low. It was wonderfully cool out on the roof, the air crisp after the perpetual stifle. Buoyed by the escape, Gray tested the roof tiles. The pitch was steep, but he had good grip with his boots. With care, walking was manageable. He stepped away from the shelter of the window and aimed for the roofline to the north. Ahead, the gap between the row houses was less than 3 feet. They should be able to leap the distance. Satisfied, he turned back to the window. "Okay, Fiona, be careful." The girl popped her head out, searched around, then crept onto the roof.
She stayed crouched, almost on all fours. Gray waited for her. "You're doing fine." She glanced over to him. Distracted, she failed to spot a cracked tile. Her toe shattered through it. It broke away, causing her to lose her balance. She landed hard on her belly and began to slide. Her fingers and toes fought for purchase, but to no avail. Gray lunged for her. His fingers found only empty air. Her speed increased as she skated over the tiles. More tiles broke away in her frantic attempt to halt her plummet. Shards of pottery chattered and bounced ahead of her, becoming an avalanche of roof tiles.
Gray lay splayed on his belly. There was nothing he could do to help. "The gutter!" he called after her, foregoing caution. "Grab the gutter!" She seemed deaf to his words, fingers scrabbling, toes gouging out more tiles. She bumped over on her side and began to roll. A fluttering scream escaped her. The first few broken tiles rained over the edge. Gray heard them shatter to the stone courtyard below with firecracker pops. Then Fiona followed, tumbling over the roof edge, arms flailing, and she was gone. Ukufa, 10:20 a.m. Hluhluwe Umfolozi Game Preserve, Zululand, South Africa. 6,000 miles and a world away from Copenhagen, an open-air jeep trundled across the trackless wilderness of South Africa. The heat already sweltered, searing the savanna and casting up shimmering mirages. In the rearview mirror, the plains baked brilliantly under the sun, interrupted by thorny thickets and solitary stands of red bush willow. Immediately ahead rose a low knoll, studded thickly with knobby acacia and skeletal leadwood trees. "Is that the place?" Dr. Kamisi Taylor asked, twisting the wheel to bounce his jeep across a dry creek bed, the dust rising in a rooster tail. He glanced at the woman beside him. Dr. Marcia Fairfield half stood in the passenger seat, her hand clamped on the windshield's edge for balance. She pointed an arm. "Around to the west side, there's a deep hollow." Kamisi downshifted and skirted to the right. As the current game warden on duty for the Hluhluwe Umfolozi Game Preserve, he had to follow protocol. Poaching was a serious offense, but also a reality, especially in the lonelier sections of the park. Even his own people, his fellow Zulu tribesmen, sometimes followed the traditional way and practices. It required even finding some of his grandfather's old friends. The elders had given him a nickname, a word in Zulu that translated as "fat boy." It was said with little outward derision, but Kamisi knew there was still an undercurrent of distaste. They considered him less a man for taking a white man's job, living fat off of others. He was still a bit of a stranger around here. His father had taken him to Australia when he was 12 after his mother died. He had spent a good portion of his life outside the city of Darwin on Australia's north coast, even spent 2 years at university in Queensland. Now at 28, he was back, having secured a job as a game warden, partly from his education, partly from his ties to the tribes here. Living fat off of others. "Can't you go any faster?" his passenger urged. Dr. Marcia Fairfield was a grain biologist out of Cambridge, well respected, a part of the original Operation Rhino project, often called the Jane Goodall of rhinos. Kamisi enjoyed working with her. Maybe it was just her lack of pretense, from her faded khaki safari jacket to her silver-gray hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Or maybe it was her passion, like now. If the cow died birthing, her calf might still be alive. But for how long? She pounded a fist against the edge of the windshield. "We can't lose both." As game warden, Kamisi understood. Since 1970, the population of black rhinos had decreased 96% in Africa. The Hluhluwe Umfolozi Reserve sought to remedy that, as it had the white rhino population. It was the chief conservation effort of the park. Every black rhino was important. "The only reason we found her was the tracking implant," Dr. Fairfield continued, "spotted her by helicopter. But if she gave birth, there'll be no way to track her calf." "Won't the baby stay close to its mother?" Kamisi asked. He had witnessed the same himself. 2 years ago, a pair of lion cubs had been found huddling against the cold belly of their dam, shot by a sport poacher. You know the fate of orphans. Predators will be drawn by the carcass.
If the calf is still around, bloody from birth, Kamisi nodded. He punched the gas and bounced the Jeep up the rocky slope. The rear end fishtailed in some loose screed, but he kept going. As they cleared the hill, the terrain ahead broke apart into deep ravines, cut by trickling streams. Here the vegetation thickened, sycamore figs, Natal mahogany, and nyala trees. It was one of the few wet areas of the park, also one of the most remote, well away from the usual game trails and tourist roads. Only those with permits were allowed to traverse this section under strict limitations, daylight hours only, no overnight stays. The territory ran all the way to the park's western border. Kamisi scanned the horizon as he inched the Jeep down the far slope. A mile away, a stretch of game fencing broke across the terrain. The 10-foot-high black fence divided the park from a neighboring private preserve. Such reserves often shared a park's borders, offering the more affluent traveler a more intimate experience. But this was no ordinary private preserve. The Hluhluwe-Mfolozi Park had been founded in 1895, the oldest sanctuary in all of Africa. As such, the neighboring private reserve was also the oldest. The chunk of family-owned land predated even the park, owned by a living dynasty of South Africa, the Wallenberg clan, one of the original Boer families, whose generations stretched back to the 17th century. This particular reserve was a quarter the size of the park itself. Its grounds were said to be teeming with wildlife, and not just the big five, the elephant, rhinoceros, leopard, lion, and Cape buffalo, but also predators and prey of every ilk, the Nile crocodile, hippo, cheetah, hyena, wildebeest, jackal, giraffe, zebra, waterbuck, kudu, impala, reedbuck, warthog, baboons. It was said that the Wallenberg Preserve had unknowingly sheltered a pack of rare okapi well before this relative of the giraffe had even been discovered back in 1901. But there were always rumors and stories associated with the Wallenberg Preserve. The park was only accessible by helicopter or small plane. The roads that once led to it had long since returned to the wild. The only visitors, occasional as they were major dignitaries from around the world. It was said Teddy Roosevelt once hunted on the reserve and even fashioned the United States National Park System after the Wallenberg Preserve. Kamisi would give his eye teeth to spend a day in there. But that honor was limited only to the head warden of Hluhluwe. A tour of the Wallenberg estate was one of the perks upon acquiring that mantle, and even then it took a signed affidavit of secrecy. Kamisi hoped one day to achieve that lofty goal, but he held little hope, not with his black skin. His Zulu heritage and education might have helped him get this job, but even after apartheid, there remained limits. Traditional ways die hard for both black and white men. Still, his position was an inroad. One of the sad legacies of apartheid was that an entire generation of tribal children had been raised with little or no education, suffering under the years of sanctions, segregation, and unrest. A lost generation. So he did all he could do, opened what doors he could, and held them for those who would come after. He would play the fat boy if that's what it took. In the meantime, "There!" Dr. Fairfield shouted, startling Kamisi back to the tortuous unmarked track. "Make a left at that baobab at the bottom of the hill." Kamisi spotted the prehistoric giant tree. Large white flowers drooped mournfully from the ends of its branches. To its left, the land dropped away, descending into a bowl-shaped depression. Kamisi caught a sparkle of a tiny pool near the bottom. Waterhole. Such springs dotted the park, some natural, some man-made. They were the best places for a glimpse of wildlife, and also the most dangerous to traverse on foot. Kamisi braked to a halt by the tree. "We'll have to walk in from here." Dr. Fairfield nodded. They both reached for rifles. Though both were conservationists, they were also familiar with the ever-present danger of the veldt.
As he climbed out, Kamisi shouldered his large-bore double rifle, a .465 Nitro Holland Royal. It could stop a charging elephant. In dense brush, he preferred it to any bolt-action rifle. They headed down the slope, prickling with basket grass and shrubby sickle bush. Overhead, the higher canopy shielded them from the sun, but created deep shadows below. As he marched, Kamisi noted the heavy silence. No bird song, no chatter of monkeys, only the buzz and whirring of insects. The quiet set his teeth on edge. Beside him, Dr. Fairfield checked a handheld GPS tracker. She pointed an arm. Kamisi followed her direction, skirting the muddy pool. As he stalked through some reeds, he was rewarded by a growing stench of rotten meat. It didn't take much longer to push into a deep-shadowed copse and discover its source. The black rhino cow must have weighed 3,000 pounds, give or take a stone. A monster-sized specimen. "Dear God," Dr. Fairfield exclaimed through a handkerchief clutched over her mouth and nose, when Roberto pinpointed the remains by helicopter. "It's always worse on the ground," Kamisi said. He marched to the bloated carcass. It lay on its left side. Flies rose in a black cloud at their approach. The belly had been ripped open. Intestines bulged out, ballooned with gas. It seemed impossible that all this had once fit inside the abdomen. Other organs were draped across the dirt. A bloody smudge indicated where some choice tidbit had been dragged into the surrounding dense foliage. Flies settled again. Kamisi stepped over a section of gnawed red liver. The rear hind limb appeared to have been almost torn off at the hip. The strength of the jaws to do that. Even a mature lion would have had a hard time. Kamisi circled until he reached the head. One of the rhino's stubby ears had been bitten off, its throat savagely ripped open. Lifeless black eyes stared back at Kamisi, too wide, appearing frozen in fright. Lips were also rippled back as if in terror or agony. A wide tongue protruded, and blood pooled below. But none of this was important. He knew what he had to check. Above the scum-flecked nostrils curved a long horn, prominent and perfect. Definitely not a poacher, Kamisi said. The horn would have been taken. It was the main reason rhino populations were still in rapid decline. Powdered horns sold in Asian markets as a so-called cure for erectile dysfunction, a homeopathic Viagra. A single horn fetched a princely sum. Kamisi straightened. Dr. Fairfield crouched near the other end of the body. She had donned plastic gloves, leaning her rifle against the body. It doesn't appear she's given birth, so no orphan calf. The biologist stepped around the carcass to the belly again. She bent down and, without even a wince of squeamishness, tugged a flap of torn belly up and reached inside. He turned away. "Why hasn't the carcass been picked clean by carrion feeders?" Dr. Fairfield asked as she worked. "It's a lot of meat," he mumbled. Kamisi circled back around. The quiet continued to press around him, squeezing the heat atop them. The woman continued her examination. "I don't think that's it. The body's been here since last night, near a watering hole. If nothing else, the abdomen would have been cleaned out by jackals." Kamisi surveyed the body again. He stared at the ripped rear leg, the torn throat. Something large had brought the rhino down, and fast. A prickling rose along the back of his neck. Where were the carrion feeders? Before he could contemplate the mystery, Dr. Fairfield spoke. "The calf's gone." "What?" He turned back around. "I thought you said she hadn't given birth." Dr. Fairfield stood up, stripping off her gloves and retrieving her gun. Rifle in hand, the biologist stalked away from the carcass, gaze fixed to the ground. Kamisi noted she was following the bloody path, where something was dragged away from the belly, to be eaten in private. "Oh God," he followed after her. At the edge of the copse, Dr. Fairfield used the tip of her rifle to part some low-hanging branches, which revealed what had been dragged from the belly. The rhino calf. The scrawny body had been shredded into sections, as if fought over. "I think the calf was still alive when it was torn out," Dr. Fairfield said, pointing to a spray of blood. "Poor thing." Kamisi stepped back, remembering the biologist's earlier question. Why hadn't any other carrion feeders eviscerated the remains? Vultures, jackals, hyenas, even lions. Dr. Fairfield was right. This much meat would not have been left to flies and maggots. It made no sense. Not unless. Kamisi's heart thud heavily. Not unless the predator was still here. Kamisi lifted his rifle. Deep in the shadowed copse, he again noted the heavy silence. It was as if the very forest were intimidated by whatever had killed the rhino.
He found himself testing the air, listening, eyes straining, standing dead still. The shadows seemed to deepen all around him. Having spent his childhood in South Africa, Kamisi was well familiar with the superstitions, whispers of monsters that haunted and hunted the jungles. The Indalawo, a howling man-eater of the Uganda forest. The Mbilinto, an elephant-sized hippo of the Congo wetlands. The Mnagwa, a furry lurker of coastal coconut groves. But sometimes even myths come to life in Africa, like the Nsuifisi. It was a striped man-eating monster of Rhodesia, long considered a folktale by white settlers. That is, until decades later, it was discovered to be a new form of cheetah, taxonomically classified as a Caenorhynchorix rex. As Kamisi searched the jungle, he recalled another monster of legend, one that was known across the breadth of Africa. It went by many names: the Dubu, the Lumbwa, the Carrot, the Getet. Mere mention of the name evoked cries of fear from natives. As large as a gorilla, it was a veritable devil for its swiftness, cunning, and ferocity. Over the centuries, hunters black and white claimed to have caught glimpses of it. All children learned to recognize its characteristic howl. This region of Zululand was no exception. Ukufa, Kamisi mumbled. "Did you say something?" Dr. Fairfield asked. She was still bent down by the dead calf. It was the Zulu name for the monster, one that was whispered around campfires and kraal huts. Ukufa, death. He knew why such a beast came to mind now. 5 months ago, an old tribesman claimed to have seen an Ukufa near here. Half beast, half ghost, with eyes of fire, the old man had railed with dead certainty. Only those as old as the leathery elder took heed. The others, like Kamisi, pretended to humor the tribesmen. But here in the dark shadows— "We should go," Kamisi said. "But we don't know what killed her. Not poachers." That's all Kamisi needed or wanted to know. He waved his rifle toward the jeep. He would radio the head warden, get the matter signed off and settled. Predator kill, no poaching. They'd leave the carcass to the carrion, the cycle of life. Dr. Fairfield reluctantly rose. Off to the right, a drawn-out call split through the shadowy jungle. Hoo-ee, ooh, punctuated by a high-pitched feral scream. Kamisi trembled where he stood. He recognized the cry, not so much with his head as with his bone marrow. It echoed back to midnight campfires, to stories of terror and bloodshed, and even further back to something primeval, to a time before speech where life was instinct. Ukufa, death. As the scream faded away, silence again fell heavily over them. Kamisi mentally measured the distance between them and the jeep. They needed to retreat, but not in a panic. A fearful flight would only whet a predator's bloodlust. Out in the jungle, another scream growled. Then another, and another, all from different directions. In the sudden quiet afterward, Kamisi knew they had only one chance. Run. 9:31 a.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Gray lay on his belly across the roof tiles, head down, sprawled where he'd missed grabbing Fiona.
The image of her tumbling over the smoky edge of the roof seared into his mind's eye. His heart thudded in his chest. Oh God, what have I done? Over his shoulder, a fresh spat of flames burst out the attic dormer, accompanied by a growled rush of heat and smoke. Despite his distress, he had to move. Gray wheeled himself up onto his elbows, then hands, pushing up. To the side, the fire took a momentary breath, falling back. In the lull, he heard voices below, urgent, furtive. Also closer to him, a low moan, just beyond the roofline. Fiona? Gray dropped back to his belly and scooted in a controlled slide to the roof's edge. Smoke choked up from the shattered windows directly below. He used the pall to cloak his approach. Reaching the guttered edge, he glanced down. Directly under him stretched a wrought iron balcony. No, not a balcony. It was a landing to a staircase, the exterior stairs that Fiona had mentioned. Sprawled across the landing was the girl. With a second groggy groan, Fiona rolled over and began to haul herself up, using the railing posts.
Others noted her movement. Out in the courtyard below, Gray spotted two figures. One stood in the middle of the flagstones, a rifle raised to his shoulder, searching for a clear shot. Black smoke belched out the broken apartment door window, obscuring Fiona from view. The sniper waited for the girl to get her head above the landing's railing. "Stay down," he hissed at Fiona. She glanced up. Bright blood dribbled across her brow. The second gunman circled, a black pistol clutched double-fisted. He aimed for the stairs, intent to block any escape. Gray motioned Fiona to remain crouched, then rolled along the roofline until he was above the second gunman. The churning smoke continued to keep him hidden. Most of the assassin's attention remained focused on the stairs. Once in position, Gray waited. He clutched a heavy roof tile in his right hand, one of the stone tiles Fiona had loosened during her tumble. He would have only one shot. Below, the man held his pistol at the ready and placed one foot on the lowermost stair. Gray leaned over the edge, arm raised. He whistled sharply. The gunman glanced up, swiveling his weapon and dropping to a knee. Very fast, but gravity was faster. Gray chucked the tile. It spun through the air like an axe and struck the gunman in his upraised face. Blood spurted from the man's nose. He fell back hard. His head hit the flagstones, bounced, then didn't move. Gray rolled again, back toward Fiona. A shout rose from the rifleman. Gray kept his gaze fixed on him. He had hoped downing the man's partner would chase the other off. No such luck. The rifleman fled to the opposite side, finding shelter near a trash bin, but leaving him a clear shot still. His sniping position was close to the burning rear of the shop, taking advantage of the smoke billowing out a neighboring window. Gray reached Fiona again. He waved her to stay low. It would be their deaths to attempt to haul Fiona up. Both would be exposed too long. That left only one choice. Gripping the gutter with one hand, Gray lunged and swung down. He dropped to the landing with a ring of steel, then ducked low. A brick above his head shattered. Rifle shot. Gray reached to his ankle sheath and pulled his dagger free. Fiona eyed it. "What are we?" "You are going to stay here," he ordered. Gray reached a hand to the railing above. All he had was the element of surprise. No body armor, no weapon except his dagger. "Run when I tell you," he said. "Straight down the stairs and over your neighbor's fence. Find the first policeman or firefighter. Can you do that?" Fiona met his eyes. It looked as if she were about to argue, but her lips tightened and she nodded. Good girl. Gray balanced the dagger in his hand. One chance again. Taking a deep breath, Gray leaped up, pinioned off the railing, and vaulted over it. As he fell toward the flagstones, he did two things at the same time. "Run!" he hollered, and tossed the dagger toward the sniper's hiding place. He didn't hope for a kill, just a distraction, long enough to close quarters with the man. A rifle was ungainly in tight situations. As he landed, he noted two things, one good, one bad. He heard Fiona's ringing footsteps down the metal staircase. She was fleeing. Good. At the same time, Gray watched his dagger wing through the smoky air, bang the trash bin, and bounce off. His toss hadn't even been close. That was bad. The sniper rose from his spot, unfazed, rifle ready, aimed straight at Gray's chest. "No!" Fiona screamed as she reached the bottom of the stairs. The rifleman didn't even smile as he pulled the trigger. 11:05 a.m., HLUMFOLUE Game Preserve, Zululand, South Africa. "Run!" Kamisi repeated. Dr. Fairfield needed no further prodding. They fled in the direction of their waiting jeep. Reaching the watering hole, Kamisi waved Dr. Fairfield ahead of him. She shouldered through the tall reeds, but not before silently meeting his gaze. Horror shone in her eyes, mirroring his own. Whatever creatures had screamed in the forest had sounded large, massive, and wetted from the recent kill. Kamisi glanced back at the rhino's macerated carcass. Monsters or not, he needed no other information about what might be hidden in the maze of heavy forest, trickling streams and shadowed gullies. Twisting back around, Kamisi followed the biologist. He checked over his shoulder frequently, ears straining for any sound of pursuit.
Something splashed into the neighboring pond. Kamisi ignored it. It was a small splash. Too small. His brain teased out extraneous details, sifting through the buzz of insects and crunch of reeds. He concentrated upon real danger signals. Kamisi's father had taught him how to hunt when he was only 6 years old, drilling into him the signs to watch when stalking prey. Only now, he was the hunted. The panicked whir of wings drew his ear and eye. A flick of movement. Off to the left, in the sky. A single shrike took wing. Something had frightened it. Something on the move. Kamisi closed the distance with Dr. Fairfield as they cleared the reeds. "Hurry," he whispered, senses straining. Dr. Fairfield craned her neck, her rifle swiveling. She was breathing hard, face ashen. Kamisi followed her gaze. Their jeep stood at the ridgeline above, parked in the shade of the baobab tree at the edge of the deep hollow. The slope seemed steeper and longer than it had coming down. "Keep moving," he urged. Glancing back, Kamisi spotted a tawny klipspringer doe leap from the forest edge and skip-hop its way up the far slope, kicking up dirt. Then it was gone. They needed to heed its example. Dr. Fairfield headed up the slope. Kamisi followed, sidestepping, fixing his double-barreled rifle toward the forest behind them. "They didn't kill to eat," Dr. Fairfield gasped ahead of him. Kamisi studied the dark tangle of forest. Why did he know she was right? Hunger hadn't goaded them, the biologist continued, as if struggling to calm her panic with deliberation. Hardly anything was eaten. It was as if they had killed for pleasure, like a house cat hunting a mouse. Kamisi had worked alongside many predators. It wasn't the way of the natural world. Lions, after a meal, seldom proved a threat, usually lounging about, even approachable, up to a distance. A sated predator would not tear apart a rhino, rip its calf from its belly, just for the sport of it. Dr. Fairfield continued her litany, as if the present danger were a puzzle to solve. In the domesticated world, it is the well-fed house cat that hunts more often. It has the energy and the time for such play. Play? Kamisi shuddered. "Just keep moving," he said, not wanting to hear more. Dr. Fairfield nodded, but the biologist's words stayed with Kamisi. What sort of predator kills just for the sport of it? Of course, there was one obvious answer. Man. But this was not the work of any human hand. Movement again captured Kamisi's gaze.
For just a moment, a pale shape shifted behind the fringe of dark forest, caught out of the corner of the eye. It vanished like white smoke as he focused on the spot. He remembered the words of the wizened Zulu tribesman, half beast, half ghost. Despite the heat, his skin went cold. He increased his pace, almost shouldering the older biologist up the slope. Loose shale and sandy dirt shifted treacherously underfoot, but they were almost at the top. The jeep was only 30 meters away. Then Dr. Fairfield slipped. She went down on a knee and fell backward, knocking into Kamisi. He took a stumble step back, missed his footing, and went down hard on his rear. The angle of the slope and momentum tumbled him end over end. He rolled halfway down the hill before he finally braked his fall using his heels and the butt of his rifle. Dr. Fairfield still sat where she had fallen, eyes wide with fear, staring back down, not at him, at the forest. Kamisi twisted around, gaining his knees. His ankle screamed, sprained, maybe broken. He searched and saw nothing, but he raised his rifle. "Go!" he screamed. He had left the keys in the ignition. "Go!" He heard Dr. Fairfield scramble to her feet with a crunch of shale. From the forest edge, another ululating cry arose, cackling and inhuman. Kamisi aimed blindly and pulled the trigger. The boom of his rifle shattered through the hollow. Dr. Fairfield cried out behind him, startled. Kamisi hoped the noise also startled off whatever lurked out there. "Get to the jeep," he bellowed. "Just go, don't wait." He stood, leaning his weight off his bad ankle. He kept his rifle poised. The forest had gone quiet again. He heard Dr. Fairfield reach the top of the slope. "Kamisi," she called back, "take the jeep." He risked a glance behind him, over his shoulder. Dr. Fairfield turned from the ridgeline and stepped toward the jeep. Above her, movement in the branches of the baobab drew his eye.
A few of the tree's droopy white flowers swayed gently. There was no wind. "Marcia," he yelled, "don't!" A savage cry erupted behind him, drowning out the rest of his warning. Dr. Fairfield turned half a step in his direction. "No!" It leapt down from the deep shadows of the giant tree, a pale blur. It struck the biologist and knocked them both out of sight. Kamisi heard a curdling scream from the woman, but it was ripped away in half a breath. Silence again settled. Kamisi faced the forest edge again, death above and below. He had only one chance. Ignoring the pain in his ankle, Kamisi ran, down the slope. He simply let gravity take hold of him. It wasn't so much a sprint as a free fall. He raced back to the bottom of the hill, legs struggling to keep him upright. Reaching the bottom, he pointed his gun toward the forest and squeezed out a second shot from his double barrel. Boom! He had no hope of scaring off the hunters. He sought only to buy himself an extra fraction of life. The rebound of the rifle also helped him keep his feet as the slope leveled out. He kept running, ankle on fire, heart thundering. He spotted, or maybe merely sensed, the movement of something large just at the forest edge. A slightly paler shade of shadow, half beast, half ghost. Though unseen, he knew the truth. Ukufa, death. Not today, he prayed, not today. Kamisi crashed through the reeds and dove headlong into the waterhole. 9:32 a.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Fiona's scream punctuated the sniper's rifle blast. Gray twisted, hoping to escape mortal injury. As he turned, a blur of something large crashed out through the remains of the smoky shop window. The gunman must have caught the same movement a fraction before Gray, enough to throw his aim off by a hairbreadth. Gray felt the sear of the bullet's passage under his left arm. He continued to spin farther out of point-blank range. From the window, the large shape bounded atop the trash bin and bowled into the rifleman. "Bertle!" Fiona yelled. The shaggy St. Bernard, soaked to the skin, clamped his jaws onto the rifleman's forearm. The sudden and unexpected attack caught the man off guard. He fell back into the shadows behind the trash bin. His rifle clattered to the flagstones. Gray lunged for it. A canine yelp sounded near at hand. Before Gray could react, the assassin leaped out high. He planted a boot heel into Gray's shoulder, smashed him into the stones, and bolted over him. Gray flipped to his side, aiming the captured rifle. But the man moved like a gazelle. Flagging a black trench coat, he vaulted over a garden stone fence and ducked away. Gray heard his footfalls retreating down the alley. "Jerk!" Fiona ran up to Gray. She had a pistol in hand. "The other man," she pointed behind her. "I think he's dead." Gray shouldered the rifle and took the pistol from her hand. She didn't argue, too intent on another concern. "Bertle!" The dog came out, tottering, weak. One side was severely scorched. Gray glanced back to the burning shop. How had the poor guy survived? Gray pictured where he had last seen the dog, blasted by the initial firebombs into the back wall, knocked unconscious. Fiona hugged the soaked brute. The dog must have landed under a sprinkler. She lifted the St. Bernard's face, staring nose to muzzle. Good dog. Gray agreed. He owed Bertle. "All the Starbucks you want, buddy," he promised under his breath. Bertle's limbs trembled. He sank to his haunches, then to the stones. Whatever adrenaline had sustained the poor brute was given out. Off to the left, raised voices reached them, calling out in Danish. A spray of jetted water sailed high. Firefighters were headed around the far side of the shop. Gray could stay no longer. "I have to go." Fiona stood up. She glanced between Gray and the dog. "Stay with Bertle," he said, backing a step. "Get him to a doctor." Fiona's gaze hardened. "And you're just going to leave?" "I'm sorry." It was a lame response to encompass the horrors. The murder of her grandmother, the burning down of their shop, the hairbreadth escape. But he didn't know what else to say, and he had no time to explain more. He turned and headed toward the rear garden wall. "Yeah, go ahead, go away," Fiona yelled after him. Gray hopped the fence, face burning. "Wait!" He hurried down the alley. He hated abandoning her, but there was no choice. She was better off. Within the circle of emergency personnel, she would be sheltered, protected.
Where Gray had to go next was no place for a 15-year-old. Still, his face continued to burn. Deeper down, he could not deny a more selfish motivation. He was simply glad to be rid of her, of the responsibility. No matter, it was done. He stalked quickly down the alley. He tucked the pistol into the waistband of his pants and ejected all the shells from the rifle. Once finished, he shoved the rifle behind a stack of lumber. Carrying it would be too conspicuous. As he continued, he pulled his sweater back on. He needed to abandon his hotel and change identities. The deaths here would be investigated. It was time to let the persona of Dr. Sawyer die. But before that, he had one more task to complete. He freed his cell phone from a back pocket and hit speed dial for Central Command. After a few moments, he was connected with Logan Gregory, his op mission leader. "We have a problem out here," Gray said. "What's wrong?" "Whatever is going on is bigger than we initially thought. Big enough to kill over." Gray debriefed his morning. A long stretch of silence followed. Logan finally spoke, a strain of tension in his voice. "Then it's best if we scrub this mission until you have more resources on the ground. If I wait for backup, it'll be too late. The auction is in a few more hours." "Your cover's blown, Commander Pierce." "I'm not sure it is. As far as the principals know, I'm an American buyer who asks too many questions. They won't try anything in the open. There'll be plenty of people in attendance at the auction, and the house has tight security."
I can still canvass the site and perhaps ascertain some clues about who or what's really behind all this. Afterward, I'll disappear, go low until I have more help. Gray also wanted to get his hands on that Bible, if only to inspect it. Logan spoke. "I don't think that's wise. The potential risk outweighs the potential gain, especially as a solo op." Gray's response grew heated. "So the jerks try to cause me serious trouble, and now you want me to do nothing? Commander." Gray's fingers tightened on the phone. Logan had plainly spent too much time as a paper pusher at Sigma. For a research mission, Logan was adequate as an ops leader, but this was no longer a fact-gathering assignment. It was turning into a full-blown Sigma Force op. And if that was the case, Gray wanted someone with real leadership backing him up. "Maybe we should get Director Crow involved," Gray said. Another long pause followed. Perhaps he had said the wrong thing. He didn't mean to insult Logan, to go over his head, but sometimes you simply had to know when to step aside. "I'm afraid that would be impossible at the moment, Commander Pierce." "Why?" "Director Crow is currently incommunicado in Nepal." Gray frowned. "In Nepal? What's he doing in Nepal?" "Commander, you sent him." "What?" Then it dawned on Gray. The call had come in a week ago, from an old friend. Gray's mind slipped into the past, back to his first days with Sigma Force. Like all other Sigma agents, Gray had a background with Special Forces, joining the Army at 18, the Rangers at 21. But after being court-martialed for striking a superior officer, Gray had been recruited by Sigma Force, straight out of Leavenworth. Still, he had been leery. There had been a good reason he'd struck that officer. The man's incompetence had resulted in needless deaths in Bosnia, deaths of children. But Gray's anger had deeper roots, tangled issues with authority, going back to his father. And while those hadn't been completely resolved, it had taken a wise man to show Gray the path. That man had been Angelou. "Are you saying Director Crow is out in Nepal because of my friend the Buddhist monk?" Painter knew how important the man was to you. Gray stopped walking and stepped into the shadows. He had spent 4 months studying with the monk in Nepal, alongside his training for Sigma. In fact, it was through Angelou that Gray had developed his own unique curriculum at Sigma. Gray had been fast-tracked to study biology and physics, a dual degree. But Angelou elevated Gray's studies, instructing him how to search for the balance between all things, the harmony of opposites, the Taoist yin and yang, the one and the zero. Such insight eventually helped Gray confront demons of his past. Growing up, he had always found himself stuck between opposites. Though his mother had taught at a Catholic high school, instilling a deep spirituality in Gray's life, she was also an accomplished biologist, a devout disciple of evolution and reason. She placed as much faith and trust in the scientific method as in her own religion. And then there was his father,
a Welshman living in Texas, a roughneck oil man disabled in midlife and having to assume the role of a housewife. As a result, his life became ruled by overcompensation and anger. Like father, like son, until Angelou had shown Gray another way, a path between opposites. It was not a short path. It extended as much into the past as the future. Gray was still struggling with it. But Angelou helped Gray take his first steps. He owed the monk for that. So when the call for help reached Gray a week ago, he had not wanted to ignore it. Angelou reported strange disappearances, odd maladies, all in a certain region near the Chinese border. The monk had not known to whom to turn. His own government in Nepal was too focused on the Maoist rebels, and Angelou knew Gray was involved in a nebulous chain of command in covert ops. So he had appealed to Gray for help. But already assigned to this current mission, Gray had turned the matter over to Painter Crow. Passing the buck, I had only meant for Painter to send a junior operative, Gray stumbled out, incredulous. To check it out. Certainly there were others who... Logan cut him off. It was slow here. Gray bit back a groan. He knew what Logan meant. The same lull in global threats had brought Gray to Denmark. So he meant? You know the director always wants to get his hands dirty. Logan sighed in exasperation. And now there's a problem. A storm blanketed communication for a few days, but now that it's cleared, we've still not heard an update from the director. Instead, we're hearing rumors through various channels. The same stories as reported by your friend. Sickness, plague, deaths, even possible rebel attacks in the region. Only it's escalating. Gray now understood the strain he'd been hearing in Logan's voice. It seemed it was not only Gray's mission that was going wrong. When it rains, it pours. I can send you Monk, Logan said. He and Captain Bryant are on their way here. Monk can be on the ground there in 10 hours. Stand down until then. But the auction will be over, Commander Pierce. You have your orders. Gray spoke rapidly, his voice tightening again. Sir, I've already set up buttonhole cameras at entry and egress points around the auction house. It would be a waste to ignore them. All right, monitor the cameras from a secure location. Record everything. But no more. Is that understood, Commander? Gray bristled, but Logan had his hands full. All because of a favor to Gray. So he had little reason to object. Very good, sir. Report in after the auction, Logan said. Yes, sir. The line clicked off. Gray continued through the back streets of Copenhagen, alert to all around him. But worry nagged him. For Painter, for Angelou, what in the world was happening in Nepal? Ghost lights, 11:18 a.m., Himalayas. And you're sure Angelou was killed? Painter asked, glancing back. A nod answered him. Lisa Cummings had finished her story, having told how she'd been enlisted from an Everest climbing team to investigate an illness at the monastery. She had quickly related the horrors that followed, the madness, the explosions, the sniper. Painter reviewed her story in his head as the pair wound deeper into the monastery's subterranean root cellar. The narrow stone maze was not meant for one his size. He had to keep tucked low. Still, the top of his head brushed across some hanging bundles of drying juniper branches. The aromatic sprays were used to make ceremonial smudge sticks for the temple overhead, a temple that was now just one large smudge stick, burning and smoking into the midday sky. Weaponless, they had fled into the cellars to escape the flames. Painter had stopped only long enough to grab a heavy poncho and a pair of fur-lined boots from a cloakroom. In the current getup, he almost looked the part of a Pequot Indian, even if he was only half-blooded. He had no recollection of where his own clothes or packs had been taken. 3 days had vanished from his life, along with 10 pounds. While donning the robe earlier, he noted the prominence of his ribs. Even his shoulders seemed bonier. He had not fully escaped the illness here. Still, at least his strength continued to improve. It needed to, especially with an assassin still on the loose. Painter had heard the occasional spats of gunfire as they fled below. A sniper was killing anyone who fled the burning monastery. Dr. Cummings had described the attacker. Only one man. Surely there were others. Were they Maoist rebels? It made no sense. What end did their slaughter serve? Bearing a penlight in hand, Painter led the way.
Dr. Cummings followed closely. Painter had learned she was an American medical doctor and a member of an Everest climbing party. He studied her glancingly, evaluating her. She was long-legged with an athletic physique, blind and ponytailed, her cheeks rosy from windburn. She was also terrified.
She kept close to him, jumping at the occasional muffled pop of the firestorm overhead. Still, she didn't stop. No tears, no complaints. It seemed she staved off any shock by sheer will. But for how long? Her fingers trembled as she moved aside a drying bouquet of lemongrass from her face. They continued onward. As they moved deeper into the root cellar, the air grew redolent from all the sprigs. Rosemary, artemisia, mountain rhododendron, kempa, all ready to be prepared into various incense sticks. Lama Kimsar, the head of the monastery, had taught Painter the purposes of the hundreds of herbs: for purification, to foster divine energies, to dispel disruptive thoughts, even to treat asthma in the common cold. But right now, all Painter wanted to remember was how to reach the cellar's back door. The root cellar connected all the monastery's buildings. Monks used the cellars during the winter's heavy snowfall to pass underground from structure to structure, including reaching the barn at the outskirts of the grounds. It stood well away from the flames and out of direct sight. If they could reach it, then escape to the lower village. He needed to contact Sigma Command. As his mind spun with possibilities, so did the passageway. Painter leaned a hand on the cellar wall, steadying himself. Dizzy. "Are you all right?" the doctor asked, stepping to his shoulder. He took a few breaths before nodding. Since he had awakened, bouts of disorientation continued to plague him, but they were occurring less frequently. Or was that wishful thinking? "What really happened up there?" the doctor asked. She relieved him of his penlight. It was actually hers, from her medical kit, and pointed it into his eyes. I'm not sure, but we should keep moving." Painter tried to push off the wall, but she pressed a palm against his chest, still examining his eyes. "You're showing a prominent nystagmus," she whispered and lowered the penlight, brow crinkled. "What?" She passed him a canteen of cold water and motioned for him to sit on a wrapped bale of hay. He didn't argue. The bale was as hard as cement. "Your eyes show signs of horizontal nystagmus, a twitch of the pupils. Did you take a blow to the head?" "I don't think so." "Is it serious?" "Hard to say. It can be the result of damage to the eye or brain, a stroke, multiple sclerosis, a blow to the head. With the dizziness, I'd say you've had some insult to your vestibular apparatus, maybe in the inner ear, maybe central nervous system. Most likely it's not permanent." This last was mumbled in a most disconcerting voice. "What do you mean by most likely, Dr. Cummings?" "Call me Lisa," she said, as if attempting to divert attention. "Fine. Lisa. So this could be permanent?" She glanced away. "I'd need more tests, more background," she said. "Maybe you could start by telling me how all this happened." He took a swig. He wished he could. An ache settled behind his eyes as he tried to remember. The last days were a blur. "I was staying at one of the outlying villages. In the middle of the night, strange lights appeared up in the mountains. I didn't see the fireworks. By the time I'd woken, they'd subsided. But by the morning, everyone in the village complained of headaches, nausea, including me. I asked one of the elders about the lights. He said they would appear every now and then, going back generations. Ghost lights. Attributed it to evil spirits of the deep mountains." "Evil spirits?" He pointed to where the lights were seen. Up in a remote region of the mountains, an area of deep gorges, ice waterfalls, stretching all the way to the Chinese border. Difficult to traverse. The monastery sits on a shoulder of mountain overlooking this no man's land. So the monastery was closer to the lights. Painter nodded. "All the sheep died within 24 hours. Some dropped where they stood. Others bashed their heads against boulders over and over again. I arrived back the next day, aching and vomiting. Lama Kimsar gave me some tea. That's the last thing I remember." He took another sip from the canteen and sighed. "That was 3 days ago. I woke up, locked in a room. I had to smash my way out." "You were lucky," the woman said, collecting back her canteen.
How's that? She crossed her arms, tight, protective. Lucky to be away from the monastery. Proximity to the lights appears to correlate to the severity of symptoms. She glanced up and away, as if trying to see through the walls down here. Maybe it was some form of radiation. Didn't you say the Chinese border was not far? Maybe it was a nuclear test of some sort. Painter had wondered the exact same thing days earlier. "Why are you shaking your head?" Lisa asked. Painter hadn't realized he was. He raised a palm to his forehead. Lisa frowned. "You never did say what you were doing way out here, Mr. Crow." "Call me Painter." He offered her a crooked smile. She wasn't impressed. He debated how much more to say. Under the circumstances, honesty seemed the most prudent, or at least as honest as he could be. "I work for the government, a division called DARPA. She cut him off with a flip of her fingers, arms still crossed. "I'm familiar with DARPA, the U.S. military's Research and Development Division. I had a research grant with them once. What's their interest out here?" "Well, it seems you were not the only one Angaloo recruited. He contacted our organization a week ago to investigate rumors of strange illnesses up here. I was just getting the lay of the land, determining what experts to bring into the area. Doctors, geologists, military, when the storms blew in. I hadn't planned on being cut off for so long." "Were you able to rule anything out?" "From initial interviews, I was concerned that perhaps the Maoist rebels in the area had come into possession of some nuclear waste, preparing a dirty bomb of some sort, along the lines of what you were conjecturing with the Chinese. So I tested for various forms of radiation as I waited out the storms. Nothing unusual registered." Lisa stared at him as if studying a strange beetle. "If we could get you to a lab," she said clinically, "we might come up with some answers." So she didn't consider him so much a beetle as a guinea pig. At least he was moving up the evolutionary scale. "First, we have to survive," Painter said, recalling her to the reality here. She glanced at the cellar ceiling. It had been a while since they heard any gunfire. "Maybe they'll think everyone's dead. If we just—" Down here, Painter pushed off the bale and stood. "From your description, the attack here was methodical, planned in advance. They'll know about these tunnels. They'll eventually search here. We can only hope they'll wait for the fires to cool down." Lisa nodded. "Then we keep going and get clear. We can do this," he assured her. He placed a hand against the wall to steady himself. "We can do this," he repeated, more to himself this time than to her. They set off. After a few steps, Painter felt steadier. Good. The exit could not be much farther. As if confirming this, a breeze whispered down the corridor, stirring the hanging bundles of herbs with a dry clacking. Painter felt the cold on his face. It froze him in place. A hunter's instinct took hold, half special ops training, half blood heritage. He reached behind him and took hold of Lisa's elbow, silencing her. He flicked off the penlight. Ahead, something heavy struck the floor, the sound echoing down the passage. Boots. A door slammed closed. The breeze died. They were no longer alone. The assassin crouched in the root cellar. He knew others were down here. How many? He shouldered his rifle and pulled out a Heckler Koch M23 pistol. He had already stripped his hands to fingerless wool undergloves. He stood his post, listening. The faintest scuffle and scrape. Retreating. At least 2, maybe 3. Reaching up, he pulled shut the trapdoor that led to the barn above. The cold breeze died with one last whispered rush as darkness clamped over him. They set off. After a few steps, Painter felt steadier. Good. The exit could not be much farther. As if confirming this, a breeze whispered down the corridor, stirring the hanging bundles of herbs with a dry clacking. Painter felt the cold on his face. It froze him in place. A hunter's instinct took hold, half special ops training, half blood heritage. He reached behind him and took hold of Lisa's elbow, silencing her. He flicked off the penlight. Ahead, something heavy struck the floor, the sound echoing down the passage. Boots. A door slammed closed. The breeze died. They were no longer alone. The assassin crouched in the root cellar. He knew others were down here. How many?
He shouldered his rifle and pulled out a Heckler Pack M23 pistol. He had already stripped his hands to fingerless wool undergloves. He stood his post, listening. The faintest scuffle and scrape, retreating. At least 2, maybe 3. Reaching up, he pulled shut the trapdoor that led to the barn above. The cold breeze died with one last whispered rush as darkness clamped over him.
He pulled down a pair of night vision goggles and clicked on an ultraviolet ramp affixed to his shoulder. The passage ahead glowed in shades of a silvery green. Near at hand, a wall of shelves was stacked with canned goods and rows of wax-sealed jars of amber honey. He slipped past, moving slowly, silently. There was no need to hurry. The only other exits led to fiery ruin. He had shot those monks with sense enough still in their addled heads to flee to flames. Mercy killings, all of them, as he knew too well. The bell had been rung too loudly. It had been an accident, one of many lately. For the past month, he had sensed the agitation among the others at the Granitzschloss, even before the accident. Something had stirred up the castle, felt as far as the hinterlands where he made his solitary home. He had ignored it. Why should it be his concern? Then, the accident, and it had become his problem. To clean up their mistake. It was his duty as one of the last surviving Sonnenkönige. Such was the decline of the Knights of the Sun, both in numbers and in status, debilitated and shunned, anachronistic and an embarrassment. Before long, the last of them would be gone, and just as well. But at least this duty today was almost finished. He could return to his hovel after he cleared out this root cellar. The tragedy at the monastery would be blamed on Maoist rebels. Who else but the godless Maoists would attack a strategically unimportant monastery? To ensure this deception, even his ammunition matched the rebels, including his pistol. With weapon ready, he edged by a row of open oak barrels. Grain, rye, flour, even dried apples. He stepped carefully, wary of any ambush. The monks might be damaged of mind, but even the mad could display cunning when cornered. Ahead, the passageway jagged to the left. He hugged the right wall. He stopped to listen, ears pricked for any scuffle of heel. He flipped up his night vision goggles. Pitch dark. He lowered the scopes over his eyes, and the passageway stretched ahead, limbed in green. He would see any lurkers well before they saw him. There was no escape. They would have to get past him to reach the only safe way out. He slid around the corner. A low bale of hay sat crooked across the passage, as if knocked aside in a hurry. He searched the stretch of cellar ahead. More barrels. The roof was raftered with hanging bunches of drying branches. No movement, no sound. He reached a leg over the blocking bale and stepped to the far side. Under his boot heel, a brittle juniper branch cracked. His eyes flicked down. The entire floor was covered with a spread of branches. Trap. Now. He glanced up as the world ahead burst into a strobing brilliance. Amplified by the goggle's sensitivity, the exploding supernova seared the back of his skull, blinding him. Camera flashes. He fired instinctively. The explosions were deafening in the tight cellar. They must have lain in wait in the dark, listening until he stepped on the crackling branch, giving away his proximity, then ambushed him. He backed a step, half tripping on the bale of hay. Falling back, his next shot fired high. A mistake. Taking advantage, someone barreled into him, low, hitting him in the legs and knocking him over the bale. His back slammed into the stone floor. Something stabbed into the meat of his thigh. He kneed up, earning a grunt from the attacker atop him. "Go," the attacker yelled, pinning down his pistol arm. "Get clear." His attacker spoke English, not a monk. A second figure leaped past their bodies, appearing shadowy as his vision began to return. He heard the steps retreating toward the barn trap door. "Gosh," he swore. He heaved his body around, flinging the man from him like a rag doll. The Sonnenkönige were not like other men. His attacker struck the wall, rebounded, and tried to leap after the other escapee. But vision returned rapidly, illuminated by the retreating light. Furious, he grabbed his attacker's ankle and dragged him back. The man kicked with his other foot, catching him in the elbow.
Growling, he dug his thumb into a tender nerve behind the Achilles tendon. The man cried out. He knew how painful that pinch could be, like having your ankle broken. He drew the man up by his leg. As he straightened, the world turned in a heady spin. All the strength suddenly sputtered out of him as if he were a popped balloon. His upper thigh burned, where he'd been stabbed. He stared down. Not stabbed. A syringe still protruded from his thigh, jammed to the hilt. Drugged. His attacker twisted and broke his weakening grip, rolling and scrambling away. He could not let the man escape. He lifted his pistol, as heavy as an anvil now, and fired after him. The shot ricocheted off the floor. Weakening rapidly, he fired a second shot, but the man was already out of sight. He heard his attacker fleeing. Limbs heavy, he sank to his knees. His heart pounded in his chest. A heart twice the average size, but normal for a Sonokonage. He took several deep breaths as his metabolism adjusted. The Sonokonage were not like other men. He slowly pushed to his feet. He had a duty to finish. It was why he had been born. To serve. Painter slammed the trapdoor closed. "Help me with this," he said, limping to the side. Pain prickled up his leg. He pointed to a stack of crates. "Stack them on the trapdoor." He dragged off the topmost crate. Too heavy to carry, it crashed to the floor with a clang of rattling metal. He dragged it toward the door. He didn't know what was inside the crates, only that they were heavy, very heavy. He manhandled the box atop the trapdoor. Lisa struggled with a second. He joined her, grabbing a third. Together they hauled the load to the door. "One more," Painter said. Lisa stared at the pile of crates on the door. "No one's getting through that." "One more," Painter insisted, panting and grimacing. "Trust me." They dragged the last one together. It took both of them to lift it atop the others already piled on the trapdoor. "The drugs will keep him out cold for hours," Lisa said. A single gunshot answered her. A rifle round pierced through the loaded trapdoor and drilled into one of the barn rafters. "I think I'm going to want a second opinion," Painter said, pulling her away. "Did you get all of the midazolam, the sedative, into him?" "Oh, yeah." "Then how?" "I don't know, and right now don't care." Painter led her toward the open barn door. After searching for any other gunmen, they fled outside. To the left, the world was a fiery, smoky ruin. Flaming embers swirled into a lowering sky. Clouds the color of granite obscured the summit overhead. "Toski was right," Lisa mumbled, pulling up the hood of her parka. "Who?" "A Sherpa guide. He warned that another storm front would strike today." Painter followed the flames twisting toward the clouds. Heavy white snowflakes began to sift downward, mixing with a black rain of glowing ash. Fire and ice. It was a fitting memorial to the dozen monks who had shared this monastery. As Painter remembered the gentle men who made their home here, a dark anger stoked inside him. Who would slaughter the monks with such mercilessness? He had no answer to the who, but he did know the why. The illness here. Something had gone wrong, and now someone sought to cover it up. An explosion cut off any further contemplation. Flame and smoke belched out the barn door. One of the crate lids sailed out into the yard. Painter grabbed Lisa's arm. "Did he just blow himself up?" Lisa asked, staring aghast toward the barn. "No, just the trapdoor. Come on, the fires will only hold him off so long." Painter led the way across the ice-crusted ground, avoiding the frozen carcasses of the goats and sheep. They picked their way out the pen gate. Snow grew heavier, a mixed blessing. Painter wore only a thick woolen robe and fur-lined boots. Not much insulation against a blizzard, but the fresh snowfall would help hide their path and shade visibility.
He led the way toward a path that ran along a sheer cliff face and trailed down to the lower village, the village he had visited a few days ago. "Look," Lisa said. Below, a column of smoke churned into the sky, a smaller version of the one at their back. The village painter tightened a fist. So it wasn't just the monastery that was being eradicated. The scatter of huts below had been firebombed too. The attackers were leaving no witnesses. Painter pulled back from the cliffside trail. It was too exposed. The path would surely be watched, and others might still be below. He retreated back toward the fiery ruins of the monastery. "Where are we going to go?" Lisa asked. Painter pointed beyond the flames. "No man's land." "But isn't that where?" "Where the lights were last seen," he confirmed. "But the broken land is also a place to lose ourselves, to find shelter, to hole up and weather out the storm. We'll wait for others to come investigate the fire and smoke." Painter stared at the thick black column. It should be visible for miles. A smoke signal, like his Native American ancestors once used. But was there anyone to see it? His gaze shifted higher, to the clouds. He tried to pierce the cover to the open skies beyond. He prayed someone recognized the danger. Until then, he had only one choice. Let's go. 1:25 a.m., Washington, D.C. Monk crossed the dark Capitol Plaza with Cat at his side. They marched in brisk stride together, not so much in simpatico as irritation. "I'd prefer we wait," Cat said. "It's too early. Anything might happen." Monk could smell the hint of jasmine from her. They had showered hurriedly together after the call from Logan Gregory, caressing each other in the steam, entwined as they rinsed, a final intimacy. But afterward, as they separately toweled and dressed, practicality began to intrude with every tug of a zipper and securing of a button. Reality set in, cooling their passion as much as the night's chill. Monk glanced at her now. Cat wore navy blue slacks, a white blouse, and a windbreaker emblazoned with the U.S. Navy symbol. Professional as always, as spit-and polished as her black leather pumps. While Monk, in turn, wore black Reeboks, dark jeans, and an oatmeal-colored turtleneck sweater, topped by a Chicago Cubs baseball cap. "Until I know for sure," Cat continued, "I'd prefer we keep silent about the pregnancy." "What do you mean by until I know for sure? Until you know for sure you want the baby? Until you're sure about us?" They had argued all the way from Cat's apartment at the edge of Logan Circle, a former Victorian bed and breakfast that had been converted into condos, within walking distance of the Capitol. This night, the short walk seemed interminable. Monk, he stopped. He reached a hand out to her, then lowered it. Still, she stopped too. He stared her square in the eye. "Tell me, Cat, I want to make sure the pregnancy, I don't know, sticks. Until I'm further along before telling anyone." Her eyes glistened in the moonlight, near tears. "Baby, that's why we should let everyone know." He stepped closer. He placed a hand on her belly. "To protect what's growing here." She turned away, his hand now resting on the small of her back. "And then, maybe you were right. My career, maybe this isn't the right time." Monk sighed. If all kids were born only at the right time, the world would be a much emptier place. "Monk, you're not being fair. It's not your career. Like, really, it's not. You don't think a kid isn't going to alter my life, my choices from here? It changes everything." "Exactly. That's what scares me the most." She leaned into his palm. He wrapped her in his arms. "We'll get through this together," he whispered. "I promise. I'd still rather keep quiet, at least for a few more days. I haven't even been to a doctor yet. Maybe the pregnancy test is wrong. How many tests did you take?" She leaned against him. "Well, 5, she whispered. 5? He failed to keep the amusement from his voice. She half punched him in the ribs. It hurt. "Don't make fun of me." He heard the smile in her voice. He wrapped his arms tighter around her. "Fine. It'll be our secret for now." She turned in his arms and kissed him, not deeply, not passionately, just in thanks. They separated, but their fingers remained entwined as they continued across the mall. Ahead, brightly lit, was their destination, the Smithsonian Castle. Its red sandstone battlements, towers, and spires shone in the dark, an anachronistic landmark to the orderly city surrounding it. While the main building housed the Smithsonian Information Center, the old abandoned bomb shelter below had been converted to Sigma's Central Command, burying DARPA's covert force of military scientists in the heart of the Smithsonian's score of museums and research sites. Cat's fingers slipped from his as they neared the castle grounds. Monk studied her, a worry nagging him still.
Despite their agreement, he sensed the core of insecurity persisted behind her manner. Was it more than just the baby? Until I know for sure. Sure of what? The worry nagged Monk all the way down to the subterranean offices of Sigma Command. But once below, the debriefing with Logan Gregory, Sigma's interim director, added a whole new batch of worries. Storm cover is still blanketing the region, with electrical storms surging across the entire Bay of Bengal, Logan explained, seated behind an orderly desk. A bank of LCD computer screens lined one wall. Data scrolled across two of them. One showed a live feed from a weather satellite over Asia. Monk passed Kat a photo of one of the satellite passes. Hopefully we'll hear some further word before sunrise, Logan continued. Angelu left at dawn in Nepal to helicopter some medical staff up to the monastery. They were attempting the flight during the break between storms. It's still early, only noon there now, so hopefully we'll have some further intel soon. Monk shared a glance with Kat. They had been briefed on the director's investigation. Painter Crow had been out of communication for 3 days. From the haggard look of Logan Gregory, the man had been awake the entire time. He wore his usual blue suit, but it was slightly rumpled at elbow and knee, practically disheveled for the second in command of Sigma. His straw-blind hair and tanned physique always gave him a youthful air, but this night, signs of his 40-plus years wore through. Puffy eyes, a wan pallor, and a pair of wrinkles between his eyes, as deep as the Grand Canyon. "What about Gray?" Kat asked. Logan straightened the file with a firm tap on the desk, as if this settled the prior matter. Ever efficient, he shifted a second folder to the forefront and opened it. There was an attempt on Commander Pierce's life an hour ago. What? Monk leaned forward, a bit suddenly. Then what's with all the weather reports? Calm down. He's secure and awaiting backup. Logan gave the bullet points of events in Copenhagen, including Gray's survival. Monk, I've arranged for you to join Commander Pierce. There's a jet waiting in Dulles, scheduled for wheels up in 92 minutes. Monk had to give the man credit. He didn't even check his watch. Captain Bryant, Logan continued, turning to Kat. In the interim, I'd like to keep you here while we monitor situations in Nepal. I have calls into our embassy in Kathmandu. I can use your experience with intelligences, domestic and foreign. Certainly, sir. Monk was suddenly glad Kat had risen through the ranks in the intelligence branch. She would be Logan's right-hand man during this crisis. He'd rather have her here, bunkered safely below the Smithsonian Castle, than out in the field. It would be one less thing to worry about. He found Kat staring at him. There was an angry set to her eyes, as if she could read his mind. He kept his face fixed and immobile. Logan stood up. Then I'll let you both get situated. He held open the door to his office, effectively dismissing them.
No sooner had the door closed behind them than Kat grabbed his arm, above the elbow, hard. "You're heading over to Denmark?" "Yeah? So, what about?" She tugged him into the women's lavatory. It was empty at this late hour. "What about the baby?" "I don't understand. What does? What if something happens to you?" He blinked at her. "Nothing will happen." She lifted his other arm, exposing his prosthetic hand. "You're not indestructible." He lowered his arm, half hiding his hand behind him. His face heated up. "It's a babysitting operation. I'll support Gray as he finishes his work there. I mean, even Rachel's coming to town. Most likely I'll be their bloody chaperone. Then we'll be on the first flight back here. If it's so very unimportant, let someone else go. I can tell Logan that I need your help here." "Like hell, believe that." "Monk, I'm going, Kat. You're the one who wants to keep quiet about the pregnancy. I want to shout it out to the world. Either way, we have our duties. You have yours, I have mine. And trust me, I won't be reckless." He placed a hand on her belly. "I'll be protecting my ass for all 3 of us." She covered his hand with her own and sighed. "Well, it is pretty nice." He smiled at her. She grinned back, but he also saw the exhaustion and worry in her eyes. He only had one answer for that. He leaned in, lips touching, and whispered between them, "I promise." "Promise what?" she asked, pulling back slightly. "Everything," he answered, and kissed her deeply. He meant it. "You can tell Gray," she said when they finally broke their embrace, "as long as you swear him to secrecy." "Really?" His eyes brightened, then narrowed in suspicion. "Why?" She stepped around him toward the mirror, but not before swatting his backside. "I want him watching your back, too." "All right, but I don't think he swings that way." She shook her head and checked her face in the mirror. "What am I going to do with you?" He stepped behind her and encircled her waist. "Well, according to Mr. Gregory, I do have 92 minutes. 12:15 p.m., Himalayas. Lisa scrambled after Painter. With the skill of a mountain goat, he led the way down a steep pitch, boulder-strewn and treacherous with frozen shale. Snow fell thickly over them, a shifting, billowing cloud that lowered visibility to a few feet, creating a strange, gray twilight. But at least they were out of the worst of the icy gusts. The deep notch they had worked down ran counter to the wind's direction. Still, there was no escaping the frigid cold as the temperature plummeted. Even in her storm parka and gloves, she shivered. Though they had traveled less than a full hour, the heat of the burning monastery was a distant memory. The inches of exposed skin on her face felt windburned and abraded. Painter had to be faring worse. He had donned a pair of thick pants and woolen mittens, stripped off one of the dead monks. But he had no insulating hood, only a scarf tied over the lower half of his face. His breath puffed white into the frigid air. They had to find shelter, and soon. Painter offered her a hand as she slid on her butt down a particularly steep patch and gained his side. They had reached the bottom of the notch. It angled away, framed by steep walls. The fresh snow had already accumulated to a foot's depth down here. It would be hard trekking without snowshoes. As if reading her worry, Painter pointed off to one side of the narrow cut. An overhang lipped out, offering protection from the weather. They set out for it, trudging through the drifts. Once they reached the overhang, it became easier. She glanced behind her. Already their steps were filling up with new snow. In minutes they would be gone. While this certainly helped hide their path from any trackers, it still unnerved her. It was as if their very existence were being erased. She turned around. "Do you have any idea where we're going?" she asked. She found herself whispering, not so much in fear of giving away their position, but as the blanketing hush of the storm intimidated. "Barely," Painter said. "These borderlands are uncharted territory, much of it never tried by man." He waved an arm. "When I first arrived here, I did study some satellite survey shots, but they're not much practical use. The land's too broken, makes surveys difficult." They continued in silence for a few more steps. Then Painter glanced back to her. "Did you know that back in 1999 they discovered Shangri-La up here?" Lisa studied him. She couldn't tell if he was smiling behind his scarf, trying to ease her fear. "Shangri-La's in Lost Horizon." She remembered the movie and the book, a lost utopian paradise, frozen in time in the Himalayas. Turning back around, he trudged on and explained. 2 National Geographic explorers discovered a monstrously deep gorge in the Himalayas, a few hundred miles south of here, tucked under a mountain spur, a place that failed to show up on satellite maps. At the bottom lay a subtropical paradise. Waterfalls, fir and pine trees, meadows full of rhododendrons, streams lined by hemlock and spruce trees. A wild garden landscape, teeming with life, surrounded on all sides by ice and snow. "Shangri-La?" He shrugged. "Just shows you that science and satellites don't always reveal what the world wants to hide." By now his teeth were chattering. Even the act of talking wasted breath and heat. They needed to find their own Shangri-La. They continued in silence. The snow felt thicker. After another 10 minutes, the notch cut to one side in a tight switchback. Reaching the corner, the protective overhang disappeared. They stopped and stared, despairing. The notch cut steeply down from here, widening and opening. A veil of snow fell ahead of them, filling the world. Through occasional gusts, fluttering glimpses of a deep valley appeared. It was no Shangri-La. Ahead stretched an icy, snow-swept series of jagged cliffs, too steep to traverse without ropes. A stream tumbled down through the precipitous landscape in a series of towering waterfalls, the course frozen to pure ice, locked in time.
beyond, misted by snow and ice fog, lay a deep gorge, appearing bottomless from here. The end of the world. "We'll find a way down," Painter chattered. He headed into the teeth of the storm again. The snow quickly climbed above their ankles, then mid-calf. Painter plowed a path for her. "Wait," she said. She knew he couldn't last much longer. He had gotten her this far, but they were not equipped to go any further. "Over here." She led him toward the cliff wall. The leeward side was somewhat sheltered. "Where?" he tried to ask, but his teeth rattled away his words. She just pointed to where the frozen stream tumbled past the cliff overhead. Toski Sherpa had taught them survival skills up here. One of his strictest lessons, finding shelter. She knew by heart the 5 best places to look. Lisa crossed to where the waterfall of ice reached their level. As instructed, she searched where the black rock met the blue-white ice. According to their guide, summer snowmelt turned the Himalayan waterfalls into churning torrents, capable of carving a deep pocket out of the rock. And by summer's end, the water flow receded and froze, often leaving an empty space behind it. With relief, she saw this waterfall was no exception. She sent a prayer of thanks to Toski and all his ancestors. Using her elbow, she shattered a crust of rime and widened a black gap between ice and wall. A small cave opened beyond. Painter joined her. "Let me make sure it's safe." Turning on his side, he squeezed through and disappeared. A moment later, a small light bloomed, illuminating the waterfall. Lisa peered through the crack. Painter stood a couple of steps away, penlight in hand. He swept his beam around the small niche. "Look safe. We should be able to weather out the storm in here for some time." Lisa pushed through to join him. Out of the wind and snow, it already felt warmer. Painter flicked off his penlight. A light source wasn't really necessary.
The ice wall seemed to collect whatever daylight the storm let through and amplified it. The frozen waterfall scintillated and glowed. Painter turned to her, his eyes exceptionally blue, a match to the glowing ice. She searched his face for signs of frostbite. The wind's abrasion had turned his skin a deep, ruddy hue. She recognized his Native American heritage in the planes of his face, striking with his blue eyes. "Thanks," Painter said. "You may have just saved our lives." She shrugged, glancing away. "I owed you the favor." Still, despite her dismissive words, a part of her warmed at his appreciation more than she would have expected. "How did you know how to find?" Painter's last words were lost to a hard sneeze. "Ow!" Lisa shrugged out of her pack. "Enough questions. We both need to warm up." She opened her medical pack and tugged out an MPI insulating blanket. Despite its deceptive thinness, the Astralar fabric would retain 90% of radiated body heat. And she wasn't counting on just body heat. She pulled out a compact catalytic heater, vital gear in mountaineering. "Sit," she ordered Painter, spreading the blanket over the cold rock. Exhausted, he didn't offer any argument. She joined him and swept it over them both, forming a cocoon. Nestling inside, she pressed the electronic ignition for her Coleman Sportcat heater. The flameless device operated on a small butane cylinder that lasted 14 hours. Using it sparingly and intermittently, along with the space blanket, they should be able to last 2 or 3 days. Painter shivered next to her as the heater warmed. "Take off your gloves and boots," she said, doing the same. "Warm your hands over the heater and massage fingers, toes, nose, ears." "Against frostbite." She nodded. "Pile as much clothing between you and the rock to limit heat loss from conduction." They stripped and feathered their nest with goose down and wool. Soon the space felt almost balmy. "I have a few power bars," she said. "We can melt snow for water." "A regular backwoods survivalist," Painter said a bit more steadily, optimism returning as they warmed. "But none of this will stop a bullet," she said. She stared over at him, almost nose to nose under the blanket. Painter sighed and nodded. They were out of the cold, but not out of danger. The storm, a threat before, offered some protection. But what then? They had no means of communication, no weapons. "Well, stay hidden," Painter said. "Whoever firebombed the monastery won't be able to track us. Searchers will come looking when the storm clears, hopefully with rescue helicopters. We can signal them with that road flare I saw in your emergency pack.
And just hope the rescuers reach us before the others." He reached and squeezed her knee. She appreciated the fact that he didn't offer any false words of encouragement, no candy-coating their situation. Her hand found his and held tight. It was encouragement enough. They remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. "Who do you think they are?" she finally asked softly. "Don't know, but I heard the man swear when I knocked into him. In German. Felt like hitting a tank." "German? Are you sure?" "I'm not sure of anything. Probably a hired mercenary. He obviously had some military training." "Wait," Lisa said. She wiggled around to her pack. "My camera." Painter sat straighter, shaking loose a corner of the blanket. He tucked it under to close the gap. "You think you might have a picture of him?" "To operate the strobe flash, I set the camera to continuous shooting. In that mode, the digital SLR takes 5 frames per second. I have no idea what got captured." She twisted around, thumbing on the camera. Shoulder to shoulder, they stared at the tiny LCD screen on the back of the camera body. She brought up the last shots. Most were blurry, but as she flipped through the series, it was like watching a slow-motion replay of their escape. The startled response of the assassin, his raised arm as he instinctively tried to shield his eyes, his gunfire as she ducked behind her barrel, Painter's crash into him. A few shots had captured slices of the man's face. Piecing the jigsaw together, they had a rough composite. Blonde white hair, brutish brow, prominent jaw. The last shot in the series must have been taken as she leapt over Painter and the assassin. She captured a great close-up of his eyes, his night vision scopes knocked over one ear. Anger blazed, a wildness accentuated by the red-eyed pupils in the camera flash. Lisa flashed back to Rulu Na, the distant relation of Angelu who had attacked them with a sickle. The maddened monk's eyes had glowed similarly. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather washed over her bare skin. She also noted one other thing about the eyes. They were mismatched. One eye shone a brilliant Arctic blue, the other was a dead white. Maybe it was just flash washout. Lisa hit the back arrow and recycled through the photos to the beginning. She overshot and brought up the last picture stored in the camera before the series in the root cellar. It was a picture of a wall, scrawled and scratched in blood. She had forgotten she had taken it. "What's that?" Painter asked. She had already related the sad story of the head of the monastery, Lama Khemsar. That's what the old monk had been writing on the wall. It looks like the same series of marks, over and over again. Painter leaned closer. "Can you zoom in?" She did, though some crispness and clarity pixelated away. Painter's brow knit together. "It's not Tibetan or Nepalese. Look at how angular the script is. Looks more like Nordic runes or something." "Do you think so?" "Maybe." Painter leaned back with a tired groan. "Either way, it makes you wonder if Lama Khemsar knew more than he let on." Lisa remembered something she had failed to tell Painter. "After the old monk cut his throat, we found a symbol carved into his chest. I dismissed it as just raving and coincidence, but now I'm not so sure. What did it look like? Can you draw it?" "No need to." It was a swastika. Painter's brows rose. "A swastika?" "I think so." Could he have been flashing back to the past, acting out something that frightened him? Lisa related the story of Angelu's relative, how Rulu Na had fled the Maoist rebels, traumatized by their growing brutality as they took sickles to the limbs of innocent farmers. Then Rulu Na did the same when the illness sapped the man's sanity, acting out some deep-seated trauma. Painter frowned as she finished. Lama Khemsar was somewhere in his mid-70s. That would place him in his early to mid-teens during World War II. So it's possible. The Nazis had sent research expeditions into the Himalayas. Here? Why? Painter shrugged. The story goes that Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, was fixated on the occult. He studied ancient Vedic texts of India, dating back thousands of years. The man came to believe that these mountains were once the birthplace of the original Aryan race. He sent expeditions looking for proof. Of course, the man was a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Lisa smiled at him. Still, maybe the old Lama had some run-in with one of those early expeditions. Hired as a guide or something? Maybe. But we'll never know.
Whatever secrets there were died with him. Maybe not. Maybe that was what he was trying to do up in his room, letting go of something horrible. His subconscious trying to absolve itself by revealing what he knew. That's a lot of maybes. Painter rubbed his forehead, wincing. And I have one more. Maybe it was just gibberish. Lisa had no argument against that. She sighed, tiring rapidly as the adrenaline of their flight wore off. Are you warm enough? Yeah, thanks. She switched off the heater. Need to conserve the butane. He nodded, then failed to stop a jaw-popping yawn. We should try to get some sleep, she said. Take shifts. Hours later, Painter woke, startled awake by someone shaking his shoulder. He sat up from where he had been leaning against the wall. It was dark out.
The wall of ice before him was as pitch black as the rock. At least the storm seemed to have died down. What's wrong? He asked. Lisa had dropped a section of their blanket. She pointed an arm and whispered, "Wait." He shifted closer, shedding any sleepiness. He waited half a minute. Still nothing. The storm definitely seemed to have subsided. The wind's howl was gone. Beyond their cave, a winter's crystalline quiet had settled over the valley and cliffs. He strained to hear anything suspicious. Something had definitely spooked Lisa. He sensed her raw fear. It practically vibrated out of her tense body. Lisa, what's... Suddenly the wall of ice flickered brilliantly, as if fireworks had ignited in the sky outside. There was no noise. The scintillating radiance cascaded up along the falls and away. Then the ice went dark again. The ghost lights, Lisa whispered and turned to him. Painter flashed to 3 nights ago, when this had all started. The illness in the village, the madness in the monastery. He remembered Lisa's earlier assessment. Proximity to the strange lights was directly related to the severity of the symptoms. And now they were in the heart of the Badlands, closer than ever. As Painter watched, the frozen waterfall flared again with a shining and deadly brilliance. The ghost lights had returned. Something rotten. 6:12 p.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Does nothing ever start on time in Europe? Gray checked his wristwatch. The auction had been slated to start at 5 o'clock. Trains and buses might be efficient enough to set your clock by here, but when it came to scheduled events, it was anyone's guess. It was already after 6. The latest consensus was that the auction start would be closer to 6:30 due to some late arrivals, as a storm off the North Sea was delaying air traffic into Copenhagen. Bidders were still arriving below. As the sun sank away, Gray had positioned himself on a second-story balcony of the Scandic Hotel Weber's. It sat across the street from the home of Ergenschein Auction House, a modern 4-story building that seemed more art gallery than auction establishment, with its modern Danish minimalist style, all glass and bleached woods. The auction was to take place in the house's basement, and hopefully soon. Gray yawned and stretched. Earlier, he had stopped at his original hotel near Niehoff, quickly collected his surveillance gear, and checked out. Under a new name with a new MasterCard, he had booked into this hotel. It offered a panoramic view of Copenhagen City Square, and from the private balcony, he could hear the distant titter and music of one of the world's oldest amusement parks, Tivoli Gardens. He had a laptop open with a half-eaten hot dog from a street vendor resting beside it, his only meal of the day. Despite rumors, the life of an operative was not all Monte Carlo casinos and gourmet restaurants. Still, it was a great hot dog, even if it cost almost $5 American. The image on the laptop screen shivered as the motion-sensitive camera snapped a rapid series of pictures. He had already captured 24 participants. Stiff bankers, dismissive Eurotrash, a trio of bull-necked gentlemen in shiny suits with mafioso stamped on their foreheads, a pudgy woman in professorial attire, and a foursome of white-suited nouveau riche wearing identical matching sailor caps. Of course, these last spoke American, loudly. He shook his head. There couldn't possibly be too many more arrivals. A long black limousine pulled up to the auction house. 2 figures stepped out. They were tall and lean, dressed in matching black Armani suits, his and hers. He wore a robin's egg blue tie. She wore a silk blouse of a matching hue. Both were young, mid-20s at best, but they carried themselves as if much older.
Maybe it was the bleached white hair, coiffed almost identically, short, pasted to the scalp, looking like a pair of silent movie stars from the roaring 20s. Their manner gave them an ageless grace. No smiles, but not cold. Even in the snapshots, there was a friendly amusement in their eyes. The doorman held the door open for them. They each nodded their thanks, again not overly warm, but acknowledging the man's gesture. They vanished inside. The doorman stepped after them, turning a sign. Plainly, this couple was the last, and perhaps, in fact, the very reason the auction had been delayed until now. Who were they? He stowed his curiosity. He had his orders from Logan Gregory. He reviewed his pictures to ensure he had clean images of each participant. Satisfied, he backed the file onto a flash disk and pocketed it. Now, all he had to do was wait for the auction to end. Logan had arranged to obtain a list of sale items and names of successful bidders. Surely a few would be aliases, but the information would be shared with the U.S. Task Force on Terrorism and eventually Europol and Interpol. Whatever was really afoot here might never be known to Gray. Like, why was he attacked? Why had Greta Neal been killed? Gray forced his fist to relax. It had taken all afternoon, but in a calmer frame of mind, Gray had learned to accept the restraints Logan had placed on him. He had no idea what was really going on here, and to operate blindly, rashly, might only get more people killed. Still, a large measure of guilt ached at the base of his spine, making it difficult to sit still. He had spent most of the afternoon pacing his hotel room. The past days had replayed in his mind over and over again. If he had been more careful to start, taken more precautions. Gray's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he checked the incoming number. Thank God. He snapped open the phone, stood and stepped to the balcony railing. "Rachel, I'm glad you called back. I got your message. Are you all right?" He heard both the personal concern and the professional interest in a more thorough debriefing. He had left her only a short note on her cell phone, warning that their rendezvous would have to be cut short. He hadn't gone into the details. Despite their relationship, there were security clearances involved. "I'm fine, but Monk is flying in. He'll be here a little after midnight." "I've just arrived in Frankfurt myself," Rachel said, "laying over for my last leg to Copenhagen. I checked my messages after we landed here, again. I'm sorry. So I should head back?" He feared involving her in any way. It would be best. "We'll have to reschedule. Perhaps if things calm down here, I can make a short side trip to Rome and visit you there before returning to the States. I would like that." He heard the disappointment in her voice. "I'll make it up to you," he said, hoping it was a promise he could keep. She sighed, not in irritation, but in understanding. They were not naive about their long-distance relationship. 2 continents, 2 careers. But they were willing to work on it, to see where it would lead. "I'd hoped we would have a chance to talk," Rachel said. He knew what she meant, reading the deeper meaning behind her words. They had been through much together, witnessed both the good and the bad in each other, and still, despite the difficulty in a long-distance romance, neither had been willing to throw in the towel. In fact, both of them knew that it was time to discuss the next step, shortening that distance. It was probably one of the reasons that they'd been so long apart since the last rendezvous. Some unspoken acknowledgement that they both needed time to think. Now it was time to lay the cards on the table. Move forward or not. But did he even have an answer? He loved Rachel. He was ready to make a life with her. They had even talked about kids. Still, something unsettled him, made him almost relieved their tryst here had been delayed. It wasn't something as mundane as cold feet. So then what was it? Maybe they had better talk. "I'll get to Rome," he said. "I promise. I'm going to hold you to that. I'll even keep some Uncle Vigor's vermicelli alla panna warming on the stove."
He heard the tension easing from her voice. "I miss you, Gray. Her next words were cut off by the strident beep of a car horn. Gray glanced down to the street. Below, a figure ran across 2 lanes, heedless of traffic. A woman in a cashmere jacket and ankle-length dress, hair bundled up in a bun. Gray almost didn't recognize her, not until she flipped off the driver who had honked. Fiona! What the hell was the girl doing here? "Gray?"
Rachel said in his ear. He spoke in a rush. I'm sorry, Rachel, I have to run. He hung up, pocketing his cell phone. Below, Fiona rushed to the auction house door and pushed inside. Gray darted back to his laptop. His camera captured the girl's image through the glass entrance. She was arguing with the doorman. Finally, the uniformed man checked a paper she shoved into his hands, scowled, and waved her farther inside. Fiona bulled past him and disappeared. The camera went dark. Gray glanced between laptop and street. Logan would not be happy. No rash actions. Still, what would Painter Crow do? Gray swung back inside and stripped out of his street clothes. His suit jacket lay on the bed, ready in case of emergency. Painter certainly would not sit calmly and do nothing. 10:22 p.m. Himalayas. We have to remain calm, Painter said. Sit tight. Before them, the ghost lights continued to flare and subside, wintry and silent, igniting the icy waterfall into a shattering brilliance, then dying away. In the resulting darkness, the cave seemed colder and blacker. Lisa shifted closer to him. Her hand found his, squeezing all the blood from his palm. No wonder they hadn't bothered tracking us, she whispered, breathless with fear. Why hunt through this storm when all they have to do is turn those very lights back on and irradiate us? We can't hide from that. Painter realized she was right. Maddened, they would be without defenses. In such a senseless state, the treacherous landscape and frigid cold would kill them as surely as any sniper's bullet. But he refused to give up hope. The madness took hours to take hold. He would not waste those hours. If they could reach help in time, perhaps there was a way to reverse the effect. We'll get through this, he said lamely. This only irritated her. How? She turned to him as the lights flared again, sparkling the cavern with a diamond-like sheen. Lisa's eyes shone with less terror than he had imagined. She was fearful, and rightfully so, but there remained a hard glint, also diamond-like. Don't talk down to me, Lisa said, slipping her hand from his. That's all I ask. Painter sighed. If they're trusting the radiation or whatever to kill us, they may not be watching the mountains that well. With the storm over, a spatter of gunfire erupted, splintering the winter's quiet. Painter met Lisa's gaze. It sounded close, proving that a spate of bullets cracked into the wall of ice. Painter and Lisa scrambled back, shedding their space blanket. They retreated to the rear of the small cave. There was no escape. By now, Painter noted something else. The ghost light had not faded as it had before. The frozen waterfall remained aglow with its deadly brilliance. The light held steady, pinning them down. A bullhorn boomed. "Painter Crow, we know you and the woman are hiding there." The commanding voice had a feminine lilt, also accented. "Come out, hands high." Painter gripped Lisa's shoulder, squeezing as much reassurance into her as he could. "Stay here." He pointed to their discarded outerwear, motioning Lisa to suit up. He shoved into his own boots, then edged to the break in the ice. He poked his head out. As was common in the highlands, the storm had broken apart as quickly as it had struck. Stars shone across the black sky. The Milky Way arched over the wintry valley, etched in snow and ice, patched with mists of ice fog. Closer at hand, a spotlight pierced the night, its beam centered on the frozen waterfall. 50 yards away on a lower cliff, a shadowy figure straddled a snowmobile, operating the searchlight. It was only an ordinary lamp, possibly xenon from its intensity and bluish tint. It was no mysterious ghost light. Painter felt a surge of relief. Had that been the light all the time, marking the approach of the vehicles? Painter counted 5 of them. He also counted the score of figures in white parkas spread across the lower tier into either side. They all bore rifles. With no other choice, and very curious to boot, Painter held up his arms and stepped free of the cave. The nearest gunman, a hulk of a man, sidled closer, rifle leveled. A tiny beam of light traced Painter's chest. A laser sight. Weaponless, Painter could only stand his ground. He weighed the odds of manhandling the rifle from the gunman. Not good. Painter met the eyes of the gunman. One an icy blue, the other a frosted white. The assassin from the monastery. He remembered the man's ungodly strength. No, the odds were not good.
And besides, with the number of men here, what would he do if he succeeded? From behind the man's shoulder, a figure stepped into view. A woman, perhaps the same who had used the bullhorn a moment ago. She reached and used a single finger to push the assassin's rifle down. Painter doubted any man would have the strength to do that. As she stepped forward, Painter studied her in the spotlight's glare. She had to be in her late 30s. Bobbed black hair, green eyes. She wore a heavy white parka with a fur-lined hood. Her form was shapeless beneath her outerwear, but she appeared svelte and moved with a toned grace. "Dr. Anna Sporenberg," she said, and held out a hand. Painter stared at her glove. If he pulled her to him, got an arm around her throat, tried to use her as a hostage? Meeting the assassin's eyes over her shoulder, Painter thought better. He reached out and shook the woman's hand. Since they hadn't shot him yet, he could at least be polite. He would play this game as long as it kept him alive. He had Lisa to consider, too. "Dr. Crow," she said, "it seems there has been much chatter over the past few hours across the international intelligence channels regarding your whereabouts." Painter kept his face fixed. He saw no reason to deny his identity. Perhaps he could even use it to his advantage. "Then you know the extent to which those same resources will go to find me." "Natürlich," she nodded, slipping into German. "But I would not count on their success. In the meantime, I must ask you and the young woman to accompany me." Painter took a warding step back. Dr. Cummings has nothing to do with any of this. She was only a healthcare worker coming to the aid of the sick. She knows nothing. Well, know the truth of that soon enough. So there it was, plainly stated. They were alive for the moment only because of their suspected knowledge, and that knowledge would be extracted through blood and pain. Painter considered making a move now, getting it over with. A fast death over a slow, agonizing one. He had too much sensitive intel in his head to risk torture. But he was not alone out here. He pictured Lisa, warming her hands with his. As long as they lived, there was hope. Other guards joined them. Lisa was forced out of the cave at gunpoint. They were led to the snowmobiles. Lisa met his eyes, fear shining bright. He was determined to protect her to the best of his ability. Anna Sporenberg joined them as they were being bound. "Before we head out, let me speak plainly. We can't let you go. I think you understand that. I won't give you that false hope. But I can promise you a painless and peaceful end. Like with the monks," Lisa said harshly. "We witnessed your mercy there." Painter tried to catch Lisa's eye. Now was not the time to antagonize their captors. The bastards obviously had no compunction against killing out of hand. They both needed to play the cooperative prisoner. Too late. Anna seemed to truly see Lisa for the first time. Turning to her, a bit of heat entered the woman's voice. "It was mercy, Dr. Cummings."
Her eyes flicked to the assassin who still kept guard. "You know nothing of the illness that struck the monastery, of what horrors awaited the monks. We do. Their deaths were not murder, but euthanasia." "And who gave you that right?" Lisa asked. Painter shifted closer. "Lisa, maybe—" "No, Mr. Crow." Anna stepped closer to Lisa. "What right, you ask? Experience, Dr. Cummings, experience. Trust me when I tell you the deaths up there were a kindness, not a cruelty. And what about the men I came up here with in the helicopter? Was that a kindness too?" Anna sighed, tiring of their words. "Hard choices had to be made. Our work here is too important." "And what about us?" Lisa called as the woman turned away. "It's a painless needle if we cooperate. But what if we don't feel like cooperating?" Anna headed toward the lead snowmobile. "There will be no thumbscrews if that's what you mean. Drugs only. We are not barbarians, Dr. Cummings." "No, you're only Nazis," Lisa spat at her. "We saw the swastika." "Don't be foolish. We're not Nazis." Anna glanced calmly back to them as she hiked her leg over the seat to the snowmobile. Not anymore. 6:38 p.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Gray hurried across the street toward the auction house. What was Fiona thinking, barging in here after what happened? Concern for her safety weighed heavily. But Gray also had to admit that her intrusion offered him the excuse he needed to attend the auction in person. Whoever had firebombed the shop, murdered Greta Neal, and tried to kill him, their trail led here.
Gray reached the sidewalk and slowed. The slanting rays of the setting sun turned the door to the auction house into a silvery mirror. He checked his clothes, having dressed in a frenzy of fine tailoring. The suit, a navy Armani pinstripe, fit well, but the starched white shirt was tight at the collar. He straightened the pale yellow tie. Not exactly inconspicuous, but he had to play the role of the buyer for an affluent American financier. He pushed through the door to the auction house. The lobby was pure Scandinavian design, meaning a total lack thereof. Bleached wood, glass partitions, and little else. The only furniture was a bony sculptural chair positioned next to a side table the size of a postage stamp. It held up a single potted orchid. Its reed-like stem supported an anemic brown and pink blossom. The doorman tapped his cigarette into the plant's pot and stepped toward Gray with a sour expression. Gray reached to a pocket and pulled out his invitation. It had required wiring a $250,000 deposit into the house's fund, a guarantee that the buyer had the wherewithal to attend such an exclusive event. The doorman checked his invitation, nodded, and strode over to a velvet rope that closed off a wide set of stairs that led to the lower level. He unhitched the rope and waved Gray through. At the bottom of the stairs, a set of swinging doors opened into the main bidding floor. A pair of guards flanked the entrance. One held a metal detecting wand. Gray allowed himself to be searched, arms out. He noted the video cameras posted to either side of the threshold. Security was snug. Once he was cleared, the other guard buzzed a button and pulled open the door. The murmur of voices flowed out to him. He recognized Italian, Dutch, French, Arabic, and English. It seemed all the world had shown up for the auction. Gray entered. A few glances were made in his direction, but most attention remained focused on the glass cases that lined the walls. Employees of the auction house, dressed in identical black attire, stood behind the counter, like at a jewelry store. They wore white gloves and helped patrons view the objects up for bid. A string quartet played softly in one corner. A few servers circulated, offering tall glasses of champagne to the guests. Gray checked in at a neighboring desk and was given a numbered paddle. He moved farther inside. A handful of patrons had already taken their seats. Gray spotted the pair of latecomers who had held up the auction, the pale young man and woman, the silent movie stars. They sat in the front row. A paddle rested on the woman's lap. The man leaned over and whispered in his partner's ear. It was a strangely intimate gesture, perhaps enhanced by the woman's arched neck, long in life, tilted as if awaiting a kiss. Her eyes flicked to Gray as he moved down the center aisle. Her gaze flowed over him and away. No recognition. Gray continued his own search, reaching the front of the room with its raised stage and podium. He turned in a slow circle. He saw no outward threat to his presence. He also saw no sign of Fiona. Where was she? He edged to one of the glass cases and wandered down the far side. His ears were half tuned to the conversations around him. He walked past an attendant lifting and gently resting a bulky leather-bound book atop the display case for a portly gentleman. The interested party leaned close, a pair of spectacles resting at the tip of his nose. Gray noted the particular book, a treatise on butterflies with hand-drawn plates circa 1884. He continued down the aisle. Once near the door again, he found himself confronted by the dowdy woman he had filmed earlier. She was holding out a small white envelope. Gray accepted it, even before he wondered what it could be. The woman seemed disinterested in anything further and wandered away. Gray smelled a hint of perfume on the envelope. Strange. He used a thumbnail to break the seal and pulled out a folded piece of stationery, expensive from its watermark. A short note was neatly written. Even the guild knows better than to stray too near this flame. Watch your back. Kisses. The note was unsigned, but at the bottom, inked in crimson, was the symbol of a small curled dragon. Gray's other hand wandered to his neck, where a matching dragon hung in silver, a gift from a competitor. Seichan. She was an operative for the guild, a shady cartel of terrorist cells that had crossed paths with Sigma Force in the past. Gray felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He turned and searched the room. The dowdy woman who had handed him the note had vanished. He glanced again at the note. A warning. Better late than never. But at least the guild was taking a pass here. That is, if Seichan could be believed.
Actually, Gray was willing to take her at her word, honor among thieves and all that. A commotion drew his attention toward the rear of the room. A tall gentleman swept onto the bidding floor through a back door. Resplendent in a tuxedo, he was the esteemed Mr. Ergenschein himself, acting as auctioneer. He palmed his oiled black hair into place, clearly a dye job. Across his cadaverous features, a smile was fixed on his face, as if pasted from a book. The reason for his clear discomfort followed behind, or rather, was being led by a guard who had a hand clamped on her upper arm. Fiona. Her face was flushed, her lips set in a line of dread, bled of color. Furious. Gray headed toward them. Ergenschein strode off to the side. He carried an object wrapped in a soft, unbleached chlamys. He stepped over to the main display case near the front. It had been empty before. One of the staff unlocked the cabinet. Ergenschein gently unwrapped the object and settled it into the case. Noting Gray's approach, the auctioneer brushed his hands together and stepped over to meet him, allowing his palms to come to rest as if in prayer. Behind him, the cabinet was locked by an attendant. Gray noted the addition to the case, the Darwin Bible. Fiona's eyes widened when she spotted Gray. He ignored her and confronted Ergenschein. "Is there a problem here?" "Of course not, sir. The young lady's being escorted out. She has no invitation to this auction." Gray took out his own card. "I believe I'm allowed a guest in attendance." He held out his other hand for Fiona. "I'm glad to see she's already here. I was held up on a conference call with my buyer." I approached the young Mr.
Neil earlier today to inquire about a private sale, one item in particular. Gray nodded to the Darwin Bible. Ergenschein's entire body sighed with feigned sadness. A tragedy, about the fire. But I'm afraid that Great Neil signed her lot to the auction house. Without a counterman from her estate's barrister, I'm afraid the lot must be put up for auction. That is the law. Fiona tugged on the guard's arm, murder in her eyes. Ergenschein seemed oblivious of her. "I'm afraid you'll have to bid yourself, sir. My apologies, but my hands are tied." "Then in that case, you certainly wouldn't mind that Miss Neil remains at my side. To aid me if I wish to inspect the lot?" "As you wish." Ergenschein's smile wore into a brief frown. He made a vague, dismissive wave to the guard. "But she must stay with you at all times. And, as your guest, she is your responsibility." Fiona was released. As Gray led her toward the back, he noted the guard flank them along the edge of the room. It seemed they had gained their own personal bodyguard. Gray herded Fiona into the last row. A chime sounded, announcing that the auction would commence in another minute. Seats began to fill, mostly near the front. Gray and Fiona had the back row to themselves. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. "Getting back my Bible," she said with thick disdain. "Or at least trying to." She slumped back in her seat, arms crossed over her leather purse. Off to the front, Ergenschein took the podium and made some formal introductions. The proceedings would be in English. It was the most common language among the auction's international clientele. Ergenschein elaborated on the rules of bidding, the house's premium and fees, even proper etiquette. The most important rule was that you were only allowed to bid up to 10 times the amount placed and secured on deposit. Gray ignored most of it, continuing with Fiona, earning a few disgruntled glances from those on the row ahead. "You came back for the Bible? Why?" The girl only tightened her arms. "Fiona," she turned to him, hard and angry. "Because it was Muddis." Tears glistened. "They killed her over it. I won't let them have it." "Who?" She waved an arm. "Whoever sodding murdered her. I'm going to get it and burn it." Gray sighed and leaned back. Fiona wanted whatever revenge she could get. She wanted to hurt them. Gray didn't blame her, but her reckless actions were only likely to get her killed, too. "The Bible's ours. I should be able to take it back." Her voice cracked. She shook her head and swiped at her nose. Gray put an arm around her. She winced but didn't pull away. In front, the auction began. Paddles rose and fell. Items came and went. The best would be held until last. Gray noted who bought what. He especially noted who were the final bidders for the items logged into his notebook, the 3 items of special interest: Mendel's genetics papers, Planck's physics, and De Vries's diary on mutations.
They all went to the pair of silent movie stars. Their identities remained unknown. Gray heard whispers among his fellow participants. No one knew who they were, only their ever-rising paddle number, number 002. Gray leaned to Fiona. "Do you recognize those buyers? Have you ever seen them before in your shop?" Fiona straightened in her seat, stared for a full minute, then slunk down. "No." "How about anyone else?" She shrugged. "Fiona, are you sure?" "Yes," she snapped. "I'm bloody very sure." This earned more exasperated glances in their direction. At last, the auction wound down to the final item. The Darwin Bible was unlocked from its case and carried like a religious relic to an easel that stood under a special halogen spot. It was an unimpressive tome. Flaking black leather, tattered and stained, not even any lettering. It could be any old journal. Fiona sat straighter. Plainly, this was what had kept her in her seat this entire time. She grabbed Gray's wrist. "Are you really going to bid on it?" she asked, hope dawning in her bright eyes. Gray frowned at her, then realized it wasn't a half-bad idea. If the others were willing to kill over it, maybe some clue to the entire house of cards could be discerned from it. Besides, he was aching to get a peek at it. And Sigma Force had poured 250,000 euros into the account here at the auction house. That meant he could bid up to 2.5 million. That was twice the maximum estimate for the Bible. If he won, he'd be able to inspect his purchase. Still, he remembered Logan Gregory's admonition. He had already disobeyed orders to follow Fiona here. He dared not involve himself even more intimately. He felt Fiona's eyes on him. If he started bidding, it would put their lives in danger, painting a bullseye on both of them. And what if he lost the bid? The risk would be for nothing. Hadn't he been foolhardy enough today? "Ladies and gentlemen, how much to start the bidding on today's last lot?" Urgenshine said grandly. "Shall we open with 100,000? "Ah, yes, we have 100,000. And from a new bidder. How wonderful! Number 144. Gray lowered his paddle, all eyes on him, committed now. Beside him, Fiona smiled widely. "And we double the bid," Urgenshine said. 200,000 from number 002, the silent movie stars. Gray felt the room's focus shift back to him, including the pair in front. Too late to back down. He raised his paddle again. The bidding continued for another 10 tense minutes. The auction room remained full. Everyone was staying behind to see what the Darwin Bible would fetch. There was an undercurrent of support for Gray. Too many others had been out-paddled by number 002. And as the figure crossed the 2 million mark, well above the maximum estimate, murmurs of hushed excitement burbled around the room. There was another flash of excitement when a phone bidder jumped into the fray, but number 002 outbid him, and he didn't counter. Gray did. 2,300,000. Gray's palms began to sweat. 2,400,000 from number 002. Gentlemen and ladies. Gray felt the room's focus shift back to him, including the pair in front. Too late to back down. He raised his paddle again. The bidding continued for another 10 tense minutes. The auction room remained full. Everyone was staying behind to see what the Darwin Bible would fetch. There was an undercurrent of support for Gray. Too many others had been out-paddled by number 002. And as the figure crossed the 2 million mark, well above the maximum estimate, murmurs of hushed excitement burbled around the room. There was another flash of excitement when a phone bidder jumped into the fray, but number 002 outbid him, and he didn't counter. Gray did. 2,300,000. Gray's palms began to sweat. 2,400,000 from number 002. Gentlemen and ladies, please keep your seats. Gray raised his paddle one more time. 2,500,000. Gray knew he was sunk. He could do nothing but watch as 002 rose again. Unstoppable, relentless, merciless. 3,000,000, the pale young gentleman said, tiring of the game. He stood and glanced back at Gray, as if daring him to challenge that. Gray had reached his limit. Even if he wanted, he couldn't bet more. His hand ground on his paddle. Gray shook his head, admitting defeat. The other bowed toward him, one adversary to another. The man tipped an imaginary hat. Gray noted a blue blemish on the fellow's right hand, at the webbing between thumb and forefinger, a tattoo. His companion, who by now Gray realized must be the young man's sister, perhaps even twin, bore the same mark on her left. Gray fixed the tattoo in his mind's eye, perhaps a clue to their identity. His attention was interrupted by the auctioneer. "And it appears number 144 is finished," Urgenshine said. "Any more bids? Once? Twice? Thrice?" He raised the gavel, held it for a breathless moment, then tapped it on the edge of the podium. Done. Polite applause met the concluding bid. Gray knew it would have been more boisterous if he had won. Still, he was surprised to see who was clapping beside him. Fiona. She grinned at him. "Let's get out of here." They joined the flow of people filing out the door. Gray was offered sympathy and condolences from a few of the other participants as he departed. Soon they reached the streets. They all went their separate ways. Fiona tugged him a few shops down and directed him into a nearby patisserie, a French affair of chintz drapery and wrought iron cafe tables. The girl picked a spot near a display filled with cream puffs, petit fours, chocolate eclairs, and smarmabrode, the ubiquitous Danish open-faced sandwich. She ignored the treats, beaming with a strange glee. "Why are you so happy?" Gray finally asked. "We lost the bid." Gray sat facing the window. They would have to watch their backs.
Still, he hoped now, with the Bible sold, that perhaps the danger would subside. "We stuck it to 'em," Fiona said. "Drove it to 3 mil. Brilliant. I don't think money means that much to 'em." Fiona pulled the pin on her bun and shook her hair loose. She lost a decade of age and appearance. Amusement continued to shine in her eyes with an edge of malicious delight. Gray suddenly felt a sick twist of his stomach. "Fiona, what have you done?" She lifted her purse to the table, tilted it toward Gray, and held it open. He leaned forward. "Oh, God." A battered leather-bound tome rested in her purse, a match to the Darwin Bible that had just been sold. "Is that the real one?" he asked. "I nicked it right from under that blind jerk in the back room." "How?" "A bit of the old bait and switch. Took me all day to find a Bible the right size and shape. Course, I had to tinker with it a bit afterward, but then all it took was lots of tears and shouting, a bit of fumbling." She shrugged. "And Bob's your uncle. It was done. If you already had the Bible, why did you have me bid?" Realization struck Gray. You played me. To make those jerks shell out 3 mil for a 2-pence fake? "They'll discover soon enough that it's not the real book," Gray said, horror rising. "Yeah, but I plan to be long gone by then." "Where?" "Going with you." Fiona snapped the bag closed. "I don't think so. You remember when Muddy told you about the disbanded library, where the Darwin Bible came from?" Gray knew what she was talking about. Greta Neo had hinted that someone was reconstructing some old scientist library. She had been going to let him copy the original bill of sale, but then they'd been attacked and it was lost to the flames. Fiona tapped her forehead. "I have the address stored right here." She then held out a hand. "So." Frowning, he went to shake it. She pulled her hand back in distaste. "As if." Extending her arm again, she turned her palm up. "I want to see your real passport, you jerk. You think I can't scope out a fake one when I see it?" He met her gaze. She had stolen his passport earlier. Her look now was uncompromising. Frowning, he finally reached to a concealed pocket of his suit and took out his real passport. Fiona read it. "Grayson Pierce." She tossed it back on the table. "Nice to meet you finally." He retrieved his passport. "So, the Bible, where did it come from?" "I'll only tell if you take me with you." "Don't be ridiculous. You can't come with me. You're only a child." "A child with the Darwin Bible." Gray tired of her blackmail. He could snatch the Bible whenever he wanted to, but the same couldn't be said for her information. "Fiona, this isn't some frickin' game." Her eyes hardened on him, aging before him. "And you don't think I know that?" Her words were deadly cold. "Where were you when they took my Muddy out in bags? Bloody frickin' bags." Gray closed his eyes. She had struck a nerve, but he refused to relent. "Fiona, I'm sorry," he said with a strained voice,
But what you're asking is impossible. I can't take. The explosion shook the patisserie like an earthquake. The front glass rattled, dishes crashed. Fiona and Gray stood and went to the window. Smoke billowed across the street, fuming and rolling into the dusky sky. Flames danced and licked upward from the shattered side of a building across the street. Fiona glanced to Gray. "Let me guess," she said. "My hotel room," he admitted. "So much for the head start." 11:47 p.m. Himalayas. Captured by the Germans, Painter rode behind Lisa on a sled pulled by one of the snowmobiles. They had been traveling for almost an hour, cinched in place with plastic straps and bound together. At least their sled was heated. Still, he kept hunched over Lisa, sheltering her as best he could with his body. She leaned back into him. It was all they could manage. Their wrists were bound to stanchions on either side. Ahead, the assassin rode on the back seat of the towing snowmobile. He faced to the rear, rifle pointing at them, mismatched eyes never wavering. Anna Sporenberg piloted the vehicle, the leader of this group. A group of former Nazis, or reformed Nazis, or whoever the hell they were. Painter shoved the question aside. He had a more important puzzle to solve at the moment: staying alive. En route, Painter had learned how easily he and Lisa had been discovered hiding in their cave. Through infrared. Against the frigid landscape, their heat signature had been easy to pick up, revealing their hiding place. The same would make flight across this terrain almost impossible. He continued his deliberation, mind focused on one goal: escape. For the past hour, the caravan of snowmobiles had trundled through the wintry night. The vehicles were equipped with electric motors, gliding with almost no noise. In silence, the 5 snowmobiles traversed the maze with practiced ease, gliding along cliff edges, diving down steep valleys, sweeping over bridges of ice. He did his best to memorize their route, but exhaustion and the complexity of their path confounded him. It didn't help that his skull had begun to pound again. The headaches had returned, as had the disorientation and vertigo. He had to admit that his symptoms were not subsiding. He also had to admit that he was thoroughly lost. Craning, he stared at the night sky. Overhead, stars shone coldly. Perhaps he could fix his position. As he stared, the pinpoints of light spun in the sky. He tore his gaze away, a stabbing ache behind his eyes. "Are you all right?" Lisa whispered back at him. Painter grumbled under his breath, too nauseated to trust speaking. "The nystagmus again?" she surmised on her own. A harsh grunt from the assassin silenced any further communication. Painter was grateful. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths, waiting for the moment to pass. Eventually it did. He opened his eyes as the caravan edged up to a crest of rock and slowed to a stop. Painter searched around. Nothing was here. An icy cliff cracked the crest on the right. Snow began to fall again. Why had they stopped? Ahead, the assassin climbed from his seat. Anna joined him. Turning a shoulder, the hulking man spoke to the woman in German. Painter strained to hear and caught the assassin's last words. They should just kill them. It was not said with any vehemence, only dread practicality. Anna frowned. "We need to find out more, Gunther." The woman glanced in Painter's direction. "You know the problems we've been having lately. If he was sent here, if he knows something that can stop it." Painter was clueless as to what they were talking about, but he allowed them this misconception, especially if it kept him alive. The assassin just shook his head. "He's trouble. I can smell it on him." He began to turn away, dismissive, done with the matter. Anna stopped him with a touch to the man's cheek, tender, grateful, and maybe something more. "Danke, Gunther." He turned away, but not before Painter noted the flash of pain in the man's eyes. The assassin trudged to the broken cliff face and disappeared through a crack in the wall. A moment later, a cloud of steam puffed out, along with a bit of fiery light, then cut off. A door opening and closing. Behind him, one of the guards made a derisive noise, grumbling one word under his breath, an insult, heard by only those closest to him. Leprechauniga, Leper King. Painter noted the guard had waited until the hulking man named Gunther was out of earshot.
He had not dared say it to the man's face. But from the hunch of the assassin's shoulders and gruff manner, Painter suspected he'd heard it before. Anna mounted the snowmobile. A new armed guard took the assassin's seat, weapon pointing. They headed out again. The path switchbacked around a spur of rock and down into an even steeper notch in the mountain. The way ahead was a sea of ice fog, obscuring what lay below. A heavy crest of the mountain overhung the misty sea, cupped loud like a pair of warming hands. They descended into the vast fog bank, lights spearing ahead.
In moments, visibility lowered to feet. Stars vanished. Then suddenly the darkness deepened as they trundled under the shadow of the overhang. But rather than growing colder, the air grew notably warmer. As they descended farther, rocky outcroppings appeared out of the snow. Meltwater trickled around the boulders. Painter realized there must be a localized pocket of geothermal activity here. Hot springs, while rare and known mostly to the indigenous people, dotted the Himalayas. Created by the intense pressures of the Indian continental plate grinding into Asia, such geothermal hotspots were believed to be the source of the Shangri-La mythology. As the snow thinned, the caravan was forced to abandon the snowmobiles. Once parked, Painter and Lisa were cut free from their sled, hauled to their feet, and bound at the wrists. He kept close to Lisa. She met his eyes, mirroring his worry. Where the hell were they? Encircled by white parkas and rifles, they were led down the rest of the way. Snow turned to wet rock under their boots. Stairs appeared underfoot, cut into the rock, trickling with snowmelt. Ahead, the perpetual fog thinned and shredded. Within a few steps, a cliff face appeared out of the gloom, sheltered by the shoulder of the mountain. A natural deep grotto. But it was no paradise, only craggy black granite, dripping and sweating. More hell than Shangri-La. Lisa stumbled beside him. Painter caught her as best he could with his wrists bound. But he understood her faltering step. Ahead, out of the mists, appeared a castle. Or rather, half a castle. As they neared, Painter recognized the shape as a facade, cut crudely into the back of the grotto. Two giant crenellated towers flanked a massive central keep. Lights burned behind thick glazed windows. "Granitschloss," Anna announced, and led them toward an arched entrance, twice his height, flanked by giant granite knights. A heavy oak door, studded and strapped in black iron, sealed the entryway. But as the group approached, the door winced up, rising like a portcullis. Anna strode forward. "Come, it has been a long night, yeah?" Painter and Lisa were led at gunpoint toward the entrance. He studied the facade of battlements, parapets, and arched windows. Across the entire surface, the black granite sweated and trickled, wept and dipped. The water appeared like a run of black oil, as if the castle were dissolving before their eyes, melting back into the rock face. The fiery illumination from a few of the windows made the castle's surface shine with a hellish glow, reminding him of a Hieronymus Bosch painting. The 15th century artist had specialized in twisted depictions of hell. If ever Bosch had sculpted the gates to the underworld, this castle would be it. With no choice, Painter followed Anna and passed under the arched entrance of the castle. He looked up, searching for the words Dake had said were supposedly carved upon the gates to the underworld. "All hope abandon, ye who enter here." The words weren't here, but they might as well have been. All hope abandon. That about summed it up. 8:15 p.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. As the hotel explosion echoed away, Gray grabbed Fiona by the arm and rushed her out a side door of the French bakery. He aimed for a neighboring alley, pushing through the patrons gathered on the sidewalk patio. Sirens erupted in the distance. It seemed Copenhagen's firefighters were putting in a long day today. Gray reached the corner of the alley, away from the smoke and chaos, Fiona in tow. A brick cracked near his ear, followed by a ricocheted ping, a gunshot. Spinning, he whipped Fiona into the alleyway and ducked low. He searched the street for the shooter, and found her, close, a half-block back, across the street. It was the white blonde woman from the auction. Only now she wore a black, tight-fitting running suit. She had also gained a new fashion accessory, a pistol with a silencer. She held it low by her knee, striding quickly toward his location. She touched her ear, lips moving. Radio.
As the woman stepped under a street lamp, Gray realized his mistake. It wasn't the same woman from the auction. Her hair was longer, her face more gaunt. An older sibling to the pair. Gray swung away. He expected Fiona to be halfway down the alley. She was only 5 yards back, straddling a rust-scarred lime-green Vespa scooter. "What are you?" "Getting us a ride." She had her purse open and dropped a screwdriver back into it. Gray hurried to her side. "There's no time to hotwire it." Fiona glanced over a shoulder at him while her fingers blindly fiddled with a nest of ignition wires. She twisted too, and the engine coughed, whined, and caught. Gosh, she was good, but there were limits to trust. Gray waved her back. "I'll drive." Fiona shrugged and slid onto the back seat. Gray mounted the bike, rolled it off its kickstand, and gunned the engine. Keeping the headlamp off, he took off down the dark alley. Or rather, puttered. "Come on," he urged. "Pop it into second," Fiona said. "Skip past third. You have to goose the mess out of these old ones." "I don't need a backseat driver." Still, Gray obeyed, popping the clutch and shifting. The scooter jumped like a startled filly. They sped faster down the alley, zigzagging around stacks of trash cans. Sirens screamed behind them. Gray glanced back. A fire engine roared past the entrance to the alley, lights blazing, responding to the explosion. Before Gray turned back around, a dark figure strode into view, limned against the brighter streetlights. The shooter. He eked out a bit more power, swerving around a tall construction bin, putting it between him and the woman. If he stuck to the wall, he had a straight shot out of the alley from here. At the other end, the far street glowed like a beacon. It was their only chance. Focused forward, he watched a second dark figure step into view and stop. A passing car's headlights turned his blonde hair silver. Yet another sibling. The man wore a long black duster. He parted the trench coat and raised a shotgun. The woman must have radioed him, setting up this ambush. "Hold tight," Gray called. As the man lifted the gun one-armed, Gray noted the sling around his other arm, bandaged from wrist to elbow. Though his face was in shadows, Gray knew who blocked their escape. It was the man who had murdered Greta Neal. He still bore Bertal's bite wounds, bandaged now. The shotgun pointed at Gray. No time. Gray twisted the scooter's handles and sent the bike into a smoking skid, tilted sideways, aiming for the man. The shotgun exploded with a muffled blast, accompanied by a splintering crash as a fist of pellets struck a neighboring doorway. Fiona yelped in fright, but that was the man's only shot. He dove out of the way of the sliding bike. Once clear of the dark alley, Gray swung the bike out of its skid with a kick of the throttle and a scream of rubber on cement. He manhandled the scooter up and into traffic, earning a savage blast of a horn from a disgruntled Audi driver. Gray headed away. Fiona loosened her grip. Gray maneuvered around the slower cars, gaining speed as the road sloped steeply downward. At the bottom, the avenue dead-ended into a tree-lined cross street. Gray braked for the sharp turn. The bike refused to obey. He glanced down. A cable bounced alongside the scooter's back tire. The brake cable. His skid-out must have dislodged it. "Slow down," Fiona yelled in his ear. "Brakes out," he called back. "Hang on." Gray choked out the engine, then fought to lose the bike's momentum by swerving and skidding like a downhill skier. He dragged the rear tire alongside one curb, rubber smoking. They reached the corner, going too fast. Gray slewed the scooter on its side, metal scraping up fiery sparks. The bike slid across the intersection, passing in front of a flat-paneled truck. Horns blared, brakes squealed. Then they hit the far curb. The bike flipped. Gray and Fiona flew.
A hedgerow broke the worst of their collision, but they still ended up rolling across the sidewalk and landing at the foot of a brick wall. Gaining his feet, Gray moved to Fiona's side. "Are you all right?" She stood up, more angry than hurt. "I paid €200 for this skirt." Her dress had a long rip up one side. She clutched it closed with one hand and bent down to retrieve her purse. Gray's Armani suit fared even worse. One knee was ripped out, and the right side of his jacket looked like it had been scoured with a wire brush. But besides a few scrapes and abrasions, they were unharmed. Traffic flowed past the site of their accident. Fiona headed away. Vespas crash around here all the time, and they're stolen just as often.
Ownership of a scooter in Copenhagen is a general term. Need one? Grab one. Leave it behind for the next guy. No one really cares. But somebody did. A fresh squeal of tires drew their attention. A black sedan swung into the street 2 blocks back. It sped in their direction. It was too dark to identify the driver or passengers. Headlights speared toward them. Gray hurried Fiona along the tree-lined sidewalk, seeking the deeper shadows. A tall brick wall framed this side of the street. No buildings, no alleys, just a stretch of high wall. From beyond rose a merry twinkle of flutes and strings. Behind them, the sedan slowed beside the crashed Vespa, searching. No question their escape by scooter had been reported. "Over here," Fiona said. Hooking her purse over a shoulder, she led him to a shadowy park bench and climbed on it. Then, using the seat back as a boost, she leaped up and grabbed one of the tree limbs overhead. She kicked up, hooking her legs over the branch. "What are you doing?" "Street kids do this all the time. Free admission." "What?" "Come on." Hand over hand, she followed the thick branch as it angled over the brick wall. She dropped on the far side and vanished. Gosh! The sedan began to drift up the street again. With no choice, Gray followed Fiona's example. He mounted the bench and jumped up. Music wafted over the wall, scintillating and magical in the dark night. Once hanging upside down, he craned over the wall. Beyond lay a wonderland of glowing lanterns, miniature palaces, and twirling amusements. Tivoli Gardens. The turn-of-the-century amusement park lay nestled in the heart of Copenhagen. From this height, Gray spotted the park's central lake. Its mirrored surface reflected thousands of lanterns and lights. Spreading outward, flower-lined paths led to lamplit pavilions, wooden roller coasters, carousels, and Ferris wheels. The old park was less a technocratic Disney and more an intimate neighborhood park. Gray scuttled along the limb toward the park, passing over the wall. On the far side, Fiona waited below and waved to him. She stood at the back of a utility or gardening shed. Gray dropped his legs and dangled by his arms. A chunk of bark exploded by his right hand. Shocked, he let go and fell, his arms cartwheeling for balance. He landed hard in a flower bed, jamming a knee, but the soft loam cushioned his fall. Beyond the wall, an engine growled and a door slammed. They'd been spotted. Grimacing, Gray joined Fiona. Her eyes were wide. She had heard the shot. Without a word, they fled together toward the heart of Tivoli Gardens. Ugly Duckling, 1:22 a.m. Himalayas. Well past midnight, Lisa soaked in a steaming bath of naturally heated mineral waters. She could close her eyes and imagine herself in some expensive European spa. The room's accoutrements were certainly plush enough. Thick Egyptian cotton towels and robes, a massive 4-poster bed piled high with a nest of blankets on a foot-thick goose-down feather bed. Medieval tapestries hung on the walls, and underfoot, Turkish rugs covered the stone floors. Painter was in the outer room, stoking their tiny fireplace. They shared this pleasant little prison cell. Painter had told Anna Spreinberg that they were companions back in the States, a ruse intended to keep them from being separated. Lisa hadn't argued against it. She had not wanted to be alone here. Though the water's temperature was only a few degrees lower than parboil, Lisa shivered. As a doctor, she recognized her own signs of shock as the adrenaline that had been sustaining her up to this point wore off. She remembered how earlier she had lashed out against the German woman, almost attacked her. What had she been thinking? She could have gotten them both shot. And all that time, Painter had been so calm. Even now, she drew strength hearing Painter roll another log onto the fire, simple bits of caretaking and comfort. He must be exhausted. The man had already soaked in the massive tub, not so much for hygiene as a prescription against frostbite. Lisa had noted the white patches on the tips of his ears and insisted he go first. More warmly dressed, she had fared better. Still, she immersed herself fully into the tub, dunking her head under, her hair willowing out. The heat suffused through her, warming all her tissues. Her senses stretched. All she had to do is inhale, allow herself to drown. A moment of panic, and it would be over. All the fear, all the tension. She would be in control of her own fate, taking back what her captors held hostage. Just a breath. "Are you almost finished with your bath?" The muffled words reached her through the water, sounding far away. "They've brought us a late-night snack." Lisa shifted, surfacing out of the steam, water sluicing from her hair and face.
"I'll be out in another minute." "Take your time," Painter called from the main room. She heard him roll another log onto the fire. How could he still be moving? Bedridden for 3 days, the fight in the root cellar, the frozen trek here, yet he still kept forging on. It gave her hope. Maybe it was just desperation, but she sensed a well of strength in him that went beyond the physical. As she thought about him, her trembling finally slowed. She climbed out of the bath, skin steaming, and toweled off. A thick robe hung from a hook. She left it hanging for a moment more. A floor-length mirror stood beside an antique wash basin. Its surface was misty, but her reflection was visible. She turned her leg, not in some narcissistic admiration, but to study the map of bruises down her limb. The deep ache in her calves reminded her of something essential. She was still alive. She glanced to the tub. She would not give them the satisfaction. She would see it through. She climbed into her robe. After snugging it tight around her waist, she lifted the heavy iron latch to the bathroom and opened the door. It was warmer in the next room. A steam register had kept the chamber livable, but the new fire in the hearth had stoked the room to a welcoming warmth. The tiny blaze snapped and crackled merrily, casting the room in a rich, flickering glow. A grouping of candles beside the bed added to the homey ambiance, the only other illumination. There was no electricity in the room. While imprisoning them here, Anna Sporenberg had explained proudly how most of their power was geothermally generated, based on a 100-year-old design of Rudolf Diesel, the French-born German engineer who would go on to invent the diesel engine. Even still, electricity was not to be wasted and had been limited to select areas of the castle. Not here. Painter turned to her as she entered. She noted how disheveled his hair had dried, giving him a rakish, boyish appearance. Barefooted and in a matching robe, he filled a pair of stone mugs with a steaming brew. "Jasmine tea," he said, and waved her to a small sofa in front of the fire. A platter rested on a low table, hard cheeses, a loaf of dark bread, piled slices of roast beef, mustard, and a bowl of blackberries with a tiny decanter of cream. "Our last meal?" Lisa asked, trying to sound flippant, but she couldn't carry it off. They were to be interrogated first thing in the morning. Painter patted the seat next to him as he sat down.
She joined him. As he sliced the bread, she picked up a sliver of sharp cheddar. She sniffed and set it down. No appetite. "You should eat," Painter said. "Why? So I'll be stronger when they drug us?" Painter rolled a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth. He chewed as he spoke. "Nothing's certain. If I've learned nothing in life, I've at least learned that." Unconvinced, she shook her head. "So what are you saying? Just hope for the best? I personally prefer a plan." She eyed him. "And you have one?" "A simple one. Not exactly guns blazing, grenades exploding." "Then what?" He swallowed his roast beef and turned to her. "Something that I find works a surprising amount of the time." She waited for an answer. "Well?" "Honesty." She slunk back, shoulders slumping. "Great." Painter picked up a slice of bread, slathered it with some coarse mustard, added a slice of beef, and topped it with a piece of cheddar. He held it out toward her. "Eat." Sighing, she took his creation in hand, only to appease him. Painter made a second one for himself. "For instance, I'm the director for a division of DARPA named Sigma. We specialize in investigating threats to the U.S., employing a team of ex-Special Forces soldiers. The strong arm for DARPA out in the field." Lisa nibbled at the edge of the sandwich's crust, catching a tangy bit of fresh mustard. "Can we expect some rescue by these soldiers?" "Doubtful. Not in the time frame we have. It will take them days to discover that my body's not among the ruins of the monastery." "Then I don't see—" Painter held up a hand, munched a mouthful of sandwich, and mumbled around it. "It's about honesty. Putting it out there, plainly and openly, seeing what happens. Something drew Sigma's attention out here. Reports of strange illnesses. After operating so covertly for so many years, why all these slips in the past months? I'm not one to place much stock in coincidence. I overheard Anna speaking to the soldier assassin. She hinted at some problem here, something that has them baffled. I think our two goals might not be at such cross purposes. There may be room for cooperation." "And they'd let us live?" she asked, half scoffing, but a part of her hoped. She bit into the sandwich to hide her foolishness. "I don't know," he said, staying honest. "As long as we prove useful.
But if we can gain a few days, it widens our chances for a rescue or maybe a change of circumstance. Lisa chewed her food, contemplating. Before she knew it, her fingers were empty, and she was still hungry. They shared the bowl of blackberries, pouring cream over them. She eyed Painter with a fresh perspective. He was more than stubborn strength. There was a brilliance behind those blue eyes and a wealth of common sense. As if sensing her scrutiny, he glanced at her. She quickly returned to studying the platter of food. In silence, they finished their meal, sipping the tea. With food in their bellies, exhaustion weighed on them both, making even talk a burden. Also, she enjoyed the quiet, sitting next to him. She heard him breathing. She could smell his freshly scrubbed skin. As she finished the last of her honey tea, she noted Painter rubbing at his right temple, one eye squinted. His headache was flaring up. She didn't want to play doctor, go clinical and worry him, but she studied him askance. The fingers of his other hand trembled. She noted the slight vibration in his pupils as he stared at the dying fire. Painter had mentioned honesty, but did he want the truth about his condition? The attacks seemed to be coming on more frequently, and a part of her was selfish enough to fear, not for his health, but for the thin hope of survival he had instilled in her. She needed him. Lisa stood. "We should get some sleep. Dawn cannot be far off." Painter groaned, but nodded. He stood. She had to grab his elbow as he teetered a bit. "I'm fine," he said. So much for honesty. She guided him toward the bed and pulled back the blankets. "I can sleep on the sofa," he said, resisting. "Don't be ridiculous. Get in. Now's not the time to be concerned with any impropriety. We're in a Nazi stronghold." "Former Nazi." "Yeah, big comfort there." Still, he climbed into the bed with a sigh, robe and all. Walking around the bed, she did the same, blowing out the bedside candles. The shadows thickened, but the dying firelight kept the room pleasantly aglow. Lisa didn't know if she could handle the total darkness. She settled under the blankets, pulling them up to her chin. She kept a space between the two of them, back to Painter. He must have sensed her fear and rolled to face her. "If we die," Painter mumbled, "we'll die together." She swallowed. Those were not the reassuring words she had expected to hear, but at the same time, she was oddly comforted. Something in his tone, the honesty, the promise behind the words, succeeded where weak assertions of their safety would have failed. She believed him. Snuggling closer, her hand found his, fingers entwined, nothing sexual, just two people needing to touch. She pulled his arm around her. He squeezed her hand, reassuring and strong. She pulled deeper against him, and he rolled to hold her more snugly. Lisa closed her eyes, not expecting to sleep, but in his arms she eventually did. 10:39 p.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. Gray checked his watch. They'd been hiding for over 2 hours. He and Fiona had holed themselves up inside a service shaft for a ride called the Minen, or Mine. It was an old-fashioned animatronic amusement where cars rolled past cartoonish mole-like animals in mining gear, working some whimsical subterranean quarry. The same musical refrain kept playing over and over again, an aural form of the Chinese water torture. Shortly after disappearing into the crowds of Tivoli Gardens, Gray and Fiona had hopped on the old ride, playing father and daughter. But at the first unsupervised turn, they rolled out of their car into a service cubby behind a swinging door with an electrical hazard sign on it. Never finishing the ride, Gray could only imagine the end. The mole-like creatures merrily ensconced in hospital beds, suffering from black lung disease. Or so he hoped. The jaunty refrain in Dutch continued for the 1000th time. Maybe it wasn't as bad as the It's a Small World ride at Disneyland, but it was a close second. In the cramped quarters, Gray had the Darwin Bible open in his lap. He had been perusing the pages with a penlight, searching for any clue to its importance, page by page. His head throbbed in tune to the music. "Do you have a gun?" Fiona asked, crunched in a corner, arms crossed. "If you do, shoot me now." Gray sighed. "We only have another hour. I'll never make it." The plan was to wait for the park to close. The park only had one official exit, but Gray was sure all exits were under surveillance by now. Their only chance was to try to escape during the park's mass exodus at midnight. He had tried to confirm Monk's arrival at the Copenhagen airport, but the iron and copper in the old building were playing havoc with his cell phone reception. They needed to reach the airport. "Have you learned anything from the Bible?" she asked. Gray shook his head.
It was fascinating to see the house lineage graphed inside the front cover, the Darwin family's personal evolutionary tree. But otherwise, of the remaining pages he'd perused so far, the brittle and fragile sheets offered no clues. All he discovered were a few scribblings, the same mark over and over, in many different positions and incarnations. Gray glanced at his notebook. He had jotted down the symbols as they appeared, written in the margins of the Bible. Whether by the hand of Charles Darwin or a later owner, he didn't know. He nudged his notebook toward Fiona. "Anything look familiar?" Fiona sighed and leaned forward, uncrossing her arms. She squinted at the symbols. "Bird scratches," she said. "Nothing worth murdering over." Gray rolled his eyes, but he held his tongue. Fiona's mood had darkened. He preferred her vengeful amusement and manic anger.
With their incarceration here, she seemed to have drawn inward. Gray suspected she had driven all her grief and energy into the ruse to obtain the Bible, her small act of revenge against her grandmother's murder. And now, in the dark, the reality was setting in. What could he do? Picking up pen and paper, he sought some means to keep her focused on the present. He drew another symbol, the small tattoo on the back of the male bidder's hand. He slid it over. How about this one? With an even louder, more dramatic sigh, she again leaned forward to stare. She shook her head. A four-leaf clover. I don't know. What's that supposed to? Wait. She took the notebook and looked closer. Her eyes widened. I've seen this before. Where? On a business card, Fiona said. Only it wasn't like this, more of an outline. She took up his pen and began to work. Whose business card? The Pratt who came months ago and searched through our records, the guy who stiffed us with the fake credit card. Fiona continued to work. Where did you see it? It was drawn on the back of the man's hand, the one who bought the Bible. Fiona practically growled. I knew it. So it's been the same jerk behind this all along. First he tries to steal it, then he tries to cover his tracks by killing Muddy and burning down the shop. Do you remember the name on the business card? Gray asked. She shook her head. Only the symbol. Because I recognized it. She slid her drawing over to him. It was a more detailed line drawing of the solid tattoo, revealing more of a tangled nature to the symbol. Gray tapped the page. You recognize this? Fiona nodded. I collect pins. Course I couldn't wear them with these naff clothes. Gray remembered her hooded jacket, the one he had first spotted her wearing, festooned with buttons of every shape and size. I went through a Celtic phase, Fiona said. It was the only music I'd listened to, and most of my pins had Celtic designs. And the symbol here? Called an Earth Square or St. Hans Cross. It's supposed to be protective, calling on the four corners of the earth for power. She tapped the cloverleaf circles. That's why it's sometimes called a shield knot, meant to protect you. Gray concentrated but found no significance to the clue. It's why I told Muddy to trust him, Fiona said. She had sunk back. Her voice lowered to a whisper, as if afraid to talk. She didn't like the man, on first sight. But when I saw that on his card, I thought he must be an okay bloke. You couldn't have known. Muddy did, she said sharply, and now she's dead, because of me. Guilt and anguish rang through her words. Nonsense. Gray moved closer and put his arm around her. Whoever these people are, they were very determined from the start. You know that. They would have found a way to get that information from your shop. They wouldn't have taken no for an answer. If you hadn't convinced your grandmother to let them look through the records, they might have killed you both on the spot. Fiona leaned against him. Your grandmother? She wasn't my grandmother, she interrupted hollowly. Gray had figured as much, but he stayed silent, letting Fiona speak. She caught me when I tried to nick some stuff from her store 2 years ago. But she didn't call the police. Instead, she made me soup, chicken barley. Gray didn't need to see in the dark to know Fiona had smiled slightly. That was the way she was, always helping street kids, always taking in strays, like Bertle and me. She stayed silent for a long moment. My parents died in a car accident. They were Pakistani immigrants, Punjabis. We had a small house in Waltham Forest in London, even a garden. We talked about getting a dog. Then they died. I'm sorry, Fiona.
My aunt and uncle took me in. They had just arrived from the Punjab. Another long pause. After a month, he started coming into my room at night. Gray closed his eyes. Dear God. So I ran. I lived on the streets of London for a couple years, but I got in trouble with the wrong people. Had to run. So I left England and backpacked across Europe, getting by. I ended up here. And Greta took you in, and now she's dead too. Again, that ring of guilt. Maybe I'm just bad luck. Gray pulled Fiona tighter. I saw the way she looked at you. You coming into her life was not bad luck. She loved you. I know. Fiona turned her face away. Her shoulders shook as she quietly sobbed. Gray just held her. She eventually turned and buried her face in his shoulder. Now it was Gray's turn to fight twinges of guilt. Greta had been such a generous woman, nurturing and instinctive, kind and empathetic. Now she was dead. He had his own culpability to balance here. If he had proceeded with more caution, been less reckless with this investigation, and the cost for his neglect. Fiona's sobbing continued. Even if the murder and arson had been planned regardless of his own blundering inquiries, Gray judged his actions afterward. He had fled, abandoning Fiona to the chaos, leaving her to her grief. He remembered her calling out to him, at first angered, then pleading. He hadn't stopped. I have no one now, Fiona cried softly into his suit. You have me. She pulled back, teary-eyed. But you're leaving too, and you're coming with me. But you said, never mind what I said. Gray knew the girl was no longer safe here. She would be eliminated, if not to gain the Bible, then to shut her up. She knew too much. Like, you mentioned you knew the address from the Bible's bill of sale. Fiona stared at him with open suspicion. Her sobbing had stopped. She pulled back and eyed him, judging if his sympathy was a ruse to get her to cough up what she knew. He understood her wariness now, born of the streets. Gray knew better than to push it. I have a friend flying in on a private jet. He should be touching down at midnight. We can connect with him and fly anywhere. You can tell me where we have to go once we're on board. Gray held out a hand, prepared to seal the deal. With one eye squinted in suspicion, Fiona took his hand. Deal, she said. It was a small patch on Gray's mistakes of the past day, but it was a start. She had to be removed from harm's way, and she should be safe once on board the plane. She could stay aboard, under guard, while he and Monk investigated further. Fiona pushed his notebook back toward him with all the doodled symbols. Just so you know, we need to go to Paderborn in central Germany. I'll give you the specific address once we're there. Gray took her concession as a tiny measure of trust. Good enough. She nodded. The deal clinched. Now if only you could get this gormless music to stop, she added with a tired moan. As if on cue, the incessant chant died. The constant low machinery hum and clacking of the cars over tracks also ceased. In the sudden quiet, footsteps sounded outside the narrow door. Gray gained his feet. Stay behind me, he hissed. Fiona gathered up the Bible and tucked it into her purse. Gray grabbed a length of rebar he had found earlier. The door opened and a bright light shone in their eyes. Rod barked sharply, startled. He spoke in Danish. What are you two doing in here? Gray straightened and lowered the bar. He had almost speared the man in the maintenance uniform. Rod is closed, the man said, stepping aside. Get out of here before I call security. Gray obeyed. The man scowled at him as he passed. He knew how it must look. An older man with a teenage girl holed up in a cubby of an amusement park. You all right, miss? The worker asked. He must have noticed her puffy eyes, ribbed clothes. We're fine. She hooked her arm into Gray's and sashayed her hips a bit. He paid extra for this ride. The man frowned in distaste. Back door is over there. He pointed to a neon exit sign. Don't let me catch you in here again. It's dangerous to be traipsing around back here. Not as dangerous as outside. Gray led them to the door and pushed through. He checked his watch. It was only a bit after 11. The park wouldn't close for another hour. Maybe they needed to try for an exit now. As they cleared the corner of the rides building, it looked like this section of the park was deserted. No wonder the ride had closed up early. Gray heard music and merriment coming from the direction of the park's lake. Everyone's gathering for the electrical parade, Fiona said. It closes up the park, along with fireworks. Gray prayed tonight's fireworks didn't end up with people bleeding and screaming. He searched the immediate park grounds. Lanterns lit up the night. Tulips filled beds to overflowing. The concrete paths and aprons here were sparsely populated. They were too exposed. Gray spotted a pair of park security guards, a man and a woman, striding a bit too purposefully in their direction. Had the maintenance worker gone ahead and alerted security after all? Time to get lost again, Gray said, and tugged Fiona in the opposite direction of the approaching guards. He headed toward where the crowds gathered. They walked quickly, staying in shadows under trees. Just two visitors anxious to watch the parade. They cleared the garden paths and entered the central plaza with its wide lake, aglow from all the lights and lanterns of the encircling pavilions and palaces. Across the way, a cheer arose as the first of the parade floats drifted into the plaza. It stood 3 stories, depicting a mermaid on a rock, emblazoned with emerald and azure blue lights. An arm waved in welcome. Other floats swept behind it, aglow with animated puppets 5 meters tall. Flutes piped merrily, drums sounded. The Hans Christian Andersen Parade, Fiona said, celebrating the writer's 200th anniversary. He's the patron saint of the city. Gray marched with her toward the crowd lining the parade route around the center lake. Reflected in the still waters, a giant fiery bloom burst in the sky, accompanied by a sonorous whump. Fanciful cascades of sparkling streamers whistled and spiraled out across the night sky. Nearing the edge of the surging parade crowd, Gray kept a constant vigil around him. He searched for any pale figure in black. But this was Copenhagen. Every 5th person was blind, and black, it seemed, was the new black this season in Denmark. Gray's heart thumped and beat to the drums. A short volley of fireworks pummeled his chest and eardrums with their concussions. But they finally reached the crowds. Directly overhead, another flaming flower, drizzling with fire, crackled and burst. Fiona stumbled. Gray caught her, his ears ringing. As the explosion echoed away, Fiona stared up at him, shocked. She lifted a hand from her side. She held it out toward him as he pulled her into the crowd. Her palm was covered in blood. 4:02 a.m. Himalayas. Painter woke into darkness, the fire cold. How long had he been asleep? Without windows, it was timeless. But he sensed not much time had passed. Something had roused him. He pushed up on an elbow. On the other side of the bed, Lisa was also awake, glancing toward the door. Did you feel? The room shuddered with a violent shake. A distant boom reached them, felt in the gut. Painter threw back the blankets. Trouble. He pointed to the pile of fresh clothes supplied by their hosts. They quickly dressed, long underwear, heavy worn jeans, and bulky sweaters. Across the room, Lisa lit the bedside candles. She shoved her feet into a pair of sturdy leather boots meant more for men. They waited in silence for a span of time, maybe 20 minutes, listening to the commotion slowly die down. Both sank back to the bed. "What do you think happened?" Lisa whispered. Barked shouts echoed. "Don't know, but I think we're about to find out." Boots pounded down the stone passage beyond the thick oak door. Painter stood, craning an ear. "Coming this way," he said. Confirming this, a hard knock rattled the door. Holding up an arm, Painter held Lisa back, but he also took a step back himself. A heavy scrape sounded next, releasing the iron bar that sealed them inside. The door was tugged open. 4 men streamed into the room, rifles pointing at them. A 5th entered. He looked a lot like the assassin named Gunther. A giant bull of a man, thick-necked, a stubble field for hair, silver or light gray. He wore baggy brown pants tucked into mid-thigh black boots and a matching brown shirt. Except for the missing black armband and swastika, he looked the part of a Nazi stormtrooper, or rather, former Nazi stormtrooper. He also had the same pale face as Gunther, only something seemed wrong. The left side of his face drooped like a stroke victim. His left arm trembled with a palsy as he pointed toward the door. "Kommen mit mir," he snapped. They were being ordered out.
The massive leader turned and strode away, as if any thought of disobeying was simply unfathomable. Then again, the rifles at their backs certainly reinforced that assumption. Painter nodded to Lisa. She joined him as they exited, trailed by the cadre of guards. The hallway was narrow, hewn from the rock, barely wide enough for two people. The only illumination came from flashlights secured to the guards' rifles, jittering shadows ahead of them. It was distinctly colder in the hallway than their room, but far from frigid. They were not led far. Painter estimated that they were headed toward the front facade of the castle. He was right. He even heard a distant whistle of wind. The storm must have kicked up again outside. Ahead, the massive guardsman knocked on a carved wooden door. A muffled response encouraged him to open the door. Warm light flowed out into the hall, along with a breath of heat. The guard stepped through and held the door. Painter led Lisa into the room and searched around him. It appeared to be a rustic study and library. It climbed 2 stories, all 4 walls covered in open bookshelves. The upper level was circled by an iron balcony, heavy and undecorated. The only way up was via a steep ladder. The source of the room's heat was a large stone hearth, aglow with a small bonfire. An oil painting of a man in a German uniform glared down at them. "My grandfather," Anna Spornberg said, noting Painter's attention. She rose from behind a carved monstrosity of a desk. She wore dark jeans and a sweater, too. Apparently it was the dress code for the castle. He took over the castle after the war. She motioned them to a circle of wingback chairs that fronted the fireplace. Painter noted the circles under her eyes. It looked like she hadn't slept at all. He also smelled smoke on her, a odor not unlike cordobite. Interesting. Painter met her eyes as she approached the heavy chairs. The small hairs on the back of his neck prickled. Despite her exhaustion, her eyes were bright and sharp. Painter recognized a cunning, predatory, and calculating gleam. Here was someone to watch closely. She seemed to be appraising him just as intently, sizing him up. What was going on? "Setzen Sie bitte," she said, nodding to the chairs. Painter and Lisa took neighboring chairs. Anna chose one opposite them. The guard kept a post by the closed door, arms crossed. Painter knew the cadre of other guards still waited outside. He surveyed the room for escape routes. The only other exit was a deep-set glazed window, frosted to obscurity, crisscrossed with iron bars. No escape that way. Painter returned his attention to Anna. Maybe there was another way out. Anna's manner was cautious, but they had been called here for a reason. He needed as much information as possible, but he would have to handle this deftly. He noted Anna's family resemblance to the man in the oil painting, a place to start. "You said your grandfather took over the castle," Painter said, prying for answers, sticking to safe ground. "Who held it before him?" Anna leaned back into the seat, obviously relieved to sit in front of the fire for a quiet moment. Still, her manner was focused, hands folded on her lap, eyes passing over Lisa, then back to him. "Granite Schloss has a long and dark history, Mr. Crow."
Are you familiar with Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's second-in-command? Ja, the head of the SS, also a butcher and madman. Painter was surprised to hear this characterization. Was this a trick? He sensed a game afoot. Only he didn't know the steps, at least not yet. Anna continued. Himmler believed himself to be the reincarnation of King Heinrich, a 10th century German king of the Saxons. Even thought he received psychic messages from him. Painter nodded. I've heard he was interested in the occult. Obsessed, actually. Anna shrugged. It was a passion of many in Germany, going back to Madame Blavatsky, who coined the term Aryan. She claimed to have gained secret knowledge while studying at a Buddhist monastery. Secret masters supposedly taught her how mankind had devolved from a superior race and would one day evolve back. The proverbial master race, Painter said. Precisely. A century later, Guido von List mixed her beliefs with German mythology, refining a Nordic origin to this mythic Aryan race. And the German people bought the story hook, line, and sinker, Painter said, baiting her a bit. And why not? After our defeat in World War I, such an idea was a flattering conceit. It was taken up in a flourish of occult lodges in Germany.
the Thule Society, the Vril Society, the Order of the New Templars. And as I recall, Himmler himself belonged to the Thule Society. Yes, the Reichsfuhrer believed fully in this mythology, even in the magic of the Nordic runes. It was why he chose the double sig runes, twin lightning bolts, to represent his own order of warrior priests, the Schutzstaffel, the SS. He became convinced from studying Madame Blavatsky's work that it was in the Himalayas that the Aryan race first arose, and that it was here that it would rise again. Lisa spoke for the first time. So Himmler did send expeditions out into the Himalayas. She shared a glance with Painter. They had talked about this earlier, so they weren't so far off base. But Painter still wondered about Anna's cryptic statement. We're not Nazis, not anymore. He encouraged the woman to talk while she remained gregarious. He sensed a setup, but he had no idea where it was leading. He hated being in the dark, but he refused to show it. So what was Himmler searching for out here, he asked. Some lost tribe of Aryans? A white supremacist Shangri-La? Not exactly. Under the guise of anthropological and zoological research, Himmler sent members of his SS to search for evidence of a long-lost master race. He became convinced that he would find traces of the old race here, and though he found nothing, he grew more determined, driven further into madness. When he started constructing an SS stronghold in Germany, a personal castle named Wewelsburg, he built a mirror image of the same here, airlifting 1,000 slave laborers from German concentration camps. He also shipped a metric ton of gold bullion to make us self-sufficient, which it has with careful investments. But why build here, Lisa asked. Painter could guess. He believed that the Aryan race would again rise from these mountains. He was building their first citadel. Anna nodded, as if conceding a point in a match. He also believed the hidden masters who once taught Madame Blavatsky were still alive. He was building them a stronghold, a central place to bring all such knowledge and experience together. Did these hidden masters ever show up? Painter asked mockingly. No, but my grandfather did at the end of the war, and he brought with him something miraculous, something that could make Himmler's dream a reality. And what was that? Painter asked. Anna shook her head. Before we talk further, I must ask you a question, and I would appreciate a truthful answer. Painter frowned at the sudden change of tack. You know I can't promise that. Anna smiled for the first time. I appreciate even that much honesty, Mr. Crow. So what's your question? He asked, curious. Here must be the heart of the matter. Anna stared at him. Are you ill? I'm having a hard time telling. You seem very clear-headed. Painter's eyes widened. He had not expected that question. Before he could respond, Lisa answered. Yes. Lisa, Painter warned. She'll know anyway. It doesn't take a medical degree to tell. Lisa turned to Anna. He's showing vestibular signs, nystagmus, and disorientation. How about migraines with visual flashes? Lisa nodded. I thought as much. She leaned back. The information seemed to reassure the woman. Painter frowned. Why? Lisa pressed. What is affecting him? I think we has a right to know. That will take some further discussion, but I can give you his prognosis. And that is? He will die in another 3 days, most horribly. Painter forced himself not to react. Lisa remained equally unfazed, her tone clinical. Is there a cure? Anna glanced to Painter, then back to Lisa. No. 11:18 p.m., Copenhagen, Denmark. He had to get the girl to safety, to a doctor. Gray felt the blood seeping from Fiona's gunshot wound, soaking through her shirt as he supported her, an arm under her. Around them, the crowds pressed. Cameras flashed, keeping Gray edgy. Music and song echoed off the lake as the electrical parade floated past. Giant animated puppets loomed high, nodding and lolling over the heads of the crowd. Fireworks continued to boom and burst over the lake. Gray ignored it all. He kept low, still searching for the sniper who shot Fiona. He had glanced briefly at her wound, only a graze, skin burned, weeping blood, but she needed medical care. Pain blasted her face. The shot had come from behind.
That meant that the sniper had to be positioned among the trees and bushes. They had been lucky to reach the crowds. Still, with them spotted, the hunters were probably already converging. Surely there were some among the crowd already. He checked his watch. 45 minutes until the park closed. Gray needed a plan, a new plan. They could no longer wait until midnight to make their escape with the exiting crowd. They would be discovered before then. They needed to leave now. But the stretch of park between the parade grounds and the exit was nearly deserted as all the visitors gathered around the lake. If they attempted a mad dash for the exit, they would be exposed again, caught out in the open. And surely the park gate was under watch too. Next to him, Fiona kept a hand clutched to her wounded side. Blood oozed between her fingers. Her eyes met his, panicked. She whispered to him, "What are we going to do?" Gray kept them moving through the crowd. He only had one idea. It was dangerous, but caution was not going to get them out of the park. He turned Fiona toward him. "I need to bloody my hands." "What?" He motioned to her shirt. Frowning, she lifted the edge of her blouse. "Be careful." He gently wiped the blood dribbling from the raw wound. She winced and let out a small gasp. "Sorry," he said. "Your fingers are freezing," she mumbled. "Are you okay?" "I'll live." That was the goal. "I'm going to have to carry you in a second," Gray said, standing up. "What are you?" "Just be ready to scream when I tell you." She wrinkled her nose in confusion, but nodded. He waited for the right moment. Flutes and drums started in the distance. Gray edged Fiona in the direction of the main gates. Past the heads of a group of school children, Gray spotted a familiar figure in a trench coat, arm in a sling. Greta's murderer. He waded through the pocket of youngsters, eyes searching. Gray retreated into a mob of Germans singing a ballad in tune with the flutes and drums. As the song ended, a burst of fireworks concluded in a timpani of crackling explosions. "Here we go," Gray said, leaning down. He smeared his face with blood and picked Fiona up in his arms. Lifting her, he raised his voice and yelled in Danish, "Bomb!" Crackling explosions punctuated his booming bellow. "Scream," he whispered in Fiona's ear. He lifted his face again, smeared in blood. On cue, Fiona wailed and shrieked in agony in his arms. "Bomb!" Gray yelled again.
Faces turned in his direction. Fireworks boomed. The fresh blood glistened on his cheeks. At first, no one moved. Then, like a turning tide, one person backed away, bumping against another. Confused cries and calls rose. More people began to retreat. Gray kept after those retreating, staying among the most panicked. Fiona cried and thrashed. She waved an arm, fingers dripping with blood. Confusion spread like wildfire. Gray's bellow caught on the dry tinder, wetted by attacks in London and Spain. More cries of "bomb" echoed through the crowd, carried from one breath to another. Like a spooked herd of cattle, the crowd bristled and bumped against one another. Claustrophobia accentuated the anxiety. Fireworks died overhead, but by now, frightened cries erupted across the parade route. As one person fled, two more took flight, reflexive, growing exponentially. Feet pounded on pavement, retreating, aiming for the exit. A trickle became a surge. The stampede toward the exit began. Gray allowed himself to be carried with it, Fiona in his arms. He prayed no one was trampled. But so far the retreat was not in full panic. With the boom of the fireworks ended, confusion reigned more than horror. Still, the flow of the crowd hastened toward the main gate. Gray set Fiona down, freeing his arms. He wiped his face clean with the sleeve of his Armani jacket. Fiona stayed at his side, one hand clutching his belt to keep anchored to him amid the throng. The gate appeared ahead. Gray nodded toward it. "If anything happens, run. Keep going. I don't know if I can make it." Side hurts like a difficult person. Gray saw that she was limping now, scrunched over slightly. Up ahead, Gray saw security guards trying to control the crowd through the gates, keeping the press of bodies from crushing anyone. As he watched, Gray spotted a pair of guards standing off to the side, conspicuously not helping with crowd control. A young man and woman, both snowy blonde. The bidders from the auction house. In disguise, they guarded the gates.
Both had holstered pistols, palms resting on them. For just a moment, the woman's eyes met his in the crowd, but they shifted away, then snapped back again. Recognition. Gray backpedaled through the crowd, fighting the current. "What?" Fiona asked, pushed behind him. "Go back. We need to find another way." "How?" Gray edged off to the side, swimming against the riptide. It was too hard to retreat straight back. A moment later, he broke free. Only a handful of people still bustled around him, a small eddy in the greater current. They needed better coverage. Gray saw that they had reached the edge of the deserted parade route. The floats had ground to a stop, lights still blinking, but no music. It seemed the panic had spread to the float operators. They had abandoned their chariots and fled. Even the security guards had moved to the gates. Gray spotted the open door to a cab of one of the floats. "This way," he said. He half-carried Fiona away from the crowd and ran for the float. Over the cab towered a giant illuminated puppet of a gangly duck with an oversized head. Gray recognized the figure from the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale, The Ugly Duckling. They dashed under one of its upraised wings, aglow with twinkling yellow lights, plainly meant to flap. Gray helped Fiona into the cab, expecting to be shot in the back at any moment. He climbed in after her and closed the door, snapping it shut as quietly as he could. As he glanced out the windshield, he appreciated his caution. A figure appeared ahead, stepping out of the crowd, dressed in black, Goret's killer. He did not bother hiding his shotgun. All attention had diverted to the front of the park. He circled the edge of the retreating crowd, staring out toward the lake and parade circuit. Gray ducked with Fiona. The man passed within yards and continued down the line of abandoned floats. "That was close," Fiona whispered. "We should—" "Shh." Gray pressed a finger to her lips. His elbow nudged a lever. Something clicked in the dashboard. Oh, crap. Speakers buried in the puppet overhead erupted. Quack, 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 quack. The ugly duckling had awakened, and everyone knew it. Gray straightened. 30 yards away, the gunman swung around. There was no hiding now. Suddenly, the cab's engine growled. Glancing over, he saw Fiona sitting up, popping the clutch. "Found the key in the ignition," she said, and shifted into gear. The float lurched forward, swinging out of line. "Fiona, let me. You drove last time, and look where that got us." She aimed straight for the gunman with the shotgun. Besides, I owe this bastard. So she had recognized him too, the man who murdered her grandmother. She had shifted into second by the time he raised his shotgun. She barreled toward him, careless of the threat. Gray sought some way to help, searching the cab. So many levers. The assassin fired. Gray winced, but Fiona had already twisted the wheel, anticipating. A corner of the windshield spiderwebbed, the shot wide. Fiona yanked the wheel back around, trying to run the man over. With the sudden turn, the float, top-heavy, tipped over on 2 wheels. "Hold on," Fiona yelled. The float crashed back down on 4 tires, but it bought the man an extra moment to sprint to the left. He was very fast, already readying his shotgun, planning to shoot point blank through the side window as the float passed. They had no time to maneuver out of the way. Returning his attention to the row of levers, Gray grabbed the leftmost one. It only made sense. He yanked it down. Gears ground. The duckling's left wing, raised a moment ago, flapped low. It struck the gunman in the neck, clotheslining him from the side, shattering vertebrae. The man was lifted off his feet and tossed aside. "Go for the gates," Gray urged. The ugly duckling had its first taste of blood. Quack, 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 quack. The siren call of the float cleared a path. People scattered to the sides. The security guards were crushed back by the crowd, even those in disguise. The service gate next to the main entrance, thrown wide earlier to ease the crush of fleeing people, stood open. Fiona aimed for it. The duck shattered through it, tearing off its deadly left wing. The cab shuddered, and they were on the streets. Fiona headed away. "Take the first corner," Gray said, pointing. She obeyed, downshifting into the turn like a pro. The duckling flew around the corner. After 2 more turns, Gray urged her to slow down. "We can't keep driving this thing," he said. "It's too conspicuous." "You think?" Fiona glanced to him and shook her head in exasperation. Gray found a long wrench in a toolkit. He had them stop at the top of a hill and waved Fiona out. Shifting over, Gray popped the clutch, jammed the wrench on the accelerator, and jumped to the curb. The ugly duckling took off, lights blazing, clipping parked cars as it fled downhill. Wherever it finally came to roost, the crash site would divert the attention of any trackers. Gray headed in the opposite direction. They should be safe for a few hours. He checked his watch. Plenty of time to reach the airport. And Monk. He would be touching down shortly. Fiona limped beside him, eyes glancing back. Behind them, the duckling trumpeted into the night. Quack, 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 quack. I'm going to miss him, Fiona said. Me too. 4:35 a.m., Himalayas. Painter stood by the hearth. He had risen from his chair upon the pronouncement of his death sentence. The massive guard had come forward 3 steps when Painter rose to his feet, but Anna had held the man back with a raised hand. 9, Klaus, alles ist ganz recht. Painter waited for the guard, Klaus, to return to his post by the door. There's no cure. Anna nodded. Ich sprach truly. Then why isn't Painter showing the same madness as the monks? Lisa asked. Anna glanced to Painter. You were away from the monastery, yeah? At the outlying village, your exposure was less.
Rather than the rapid neurological degeneration, you're experiencing a slower, more generalized bodily deterioration. Still, it is a death sentence. Anna must have read something in his face. While there is no cure, there is a hope of slowing the deterioration. Over the years, experimenting with animals, we have devised some models that show promise. We can prolong your life, or at least we could have. What do you mean? Lisa asked. Anna stood. It is why I called you down here, to show you. She nodded to the guard, Klaus, who opened the door. Follow me. And perhaps we'll find a way to help each other. Painter offered Lisa a hand as Anna stepped away. He burned with curiosity. He sensed both a trap and a measure of hope. What better bait? Lisa leaned toward him as she stood. What is going on? She whispered in his ear. I'm not sure. He glanced to Anna as she spoke with Klaus. Perhaps we'll find a way to help each other. Painter had planned to propose the same to Anna, even discussed it with Lisa earlier, to bargain for their lives, to buy time. Had they been eavesdropped upon? Bugged? Or had matters simply grown so much worse here that their cooperation was truly needed? Now he was worried. It must have something to do with that explosion we heard, Lisa said. Painter nodded. He definitely needed more information. For now, he tabled any concern about his own health, though it was difficult, as another migraine built behind his eyes, aching in his back molars, reminding him of his illness with every throb. Anna motioned him over. Klaus stepped back. He did not look happy. Then again, Painter had yet to see the man happy, and for some reason he hoped never to. What made this man happy had to involve screaming and bloodshed. If you'll come with me, Anna said with cold politeness. She headed out the door, flanked by 2 of the outer guardsmen. Klaus followed Lisa and Painter, trailed by another 2 armed men. They headed in a direction different from their plush prison cell. After a few turns, a straight tunnel, wider than any of the others, stretched into the heart of the mountain. It was also lit by a row of electric bulbs, lined up in wire cages along one wall. It was the first sign of any modern amenities. They walked along the corridor. Painter noted the smoky reek to the air. It grew stronger as they progressed. He returned his attention to Anna. So you know what made me sick, he said. It was the accident, as I said before. An accident involving what? He pressed. The answer is not easy. It stretches far back into history. Back to when you were Nazis? Anna glanced to him. Back to the origin of life on this planet. Really? Painter said. So how long is this story? Remember, I only have 3 days left. She smiled at him again and shook her head. In that case, I'll jump forward to when my grandfather first came to the Granite Schloss, at the end of the war. Are you familiar with the turmoil at that time? The chaos in Europe as Germany crumbled. Everything up for grabs. And not just German land and resources, but also our research. Allied forces sent competing parties, scientists and soldiers, scouring the German countryside, pillaging for secret technology. It was a free-for-all. Anna frowned at them. Is that the right word? Painter and Lisa both nodded.
Britain alone sent in 5,000 soldiers and civilians under the code name T-Force, Technology Force. Their stated goal was to locate and preserve German technology from looting and robbery, when in fact, looting and robbery was their true goal, competing against American, French, and Russian counterparts. Do you know who was the founder of the British T-Force? Painter shook his head. He could not help comparing his own Sigma Force to the earlier British World War II teams, tech plunderers. He would love to discuss the same with Sigma's founder, Sean McKnight, if he lived that long. Who was their leader? Lisa asked. A gentleman named Commander Ian Fleming. Lisa made a dismissive snort. The writer who created James Bond? The same. It was said he patterned his character on some of the men on his team. That gives you some idea of the roughshod and cavalier exuberance of these plunderers. To the victor go the spoils of war, Painter quoted with a shrug. Perhaps, but it was my grandfather's duty to protect as much of that technology as possible. He was an officer in the Sicherheitsdienst. She glanced at Painter, testing him. So the game was not over. He was up for the challenge. The Sicherheitsdienst was the group of SS commandos involved in evacuation of German treasures, art, gold, antiquities, and technology. She nodded at him. In the final days of the war, as Russia pushed across the eastern lines, my grandfather was given what you Americans call a deep black mission. He received his orders from Heinrich Himmler himself before the Reichsfuhrer was captured and committed suicide. And his orders? Painter asked. To remove, safeguard, and destroy all evidence of a project codenamed Kronos. At the heart of the project was a device simply called Die Glocke, or the bell. The research lab was buried deep underground, in an abandoned mine in the Sudeten Mountains. He had no idea what was the purpose of the project, but he would eventually. He almost destroyed it then, but he had his orders. So he escaped with the bell. How? 2 plans were laid in place. One flight to the north through Norway, another to the south through the Adriatic. There were agents waiting to assist him on both routes. My grandfather opted to go north. Himmler had told him about Granitzschloss. He fled here with a group of Nazi scientists, some with histories in the camps. All needed a place to hide. Plus, my grandfather dangled a project that few scientists could resist. The bell, Painter concluded. Exactly. It offered something many scientists at the time had been seeking through other means. And what was that? Anna sighed and glanced back to Klaus. Perfection. She remained silent for a few moments, lost in some private sadness. Ahead, the passage finally ended. A pair of giant ironwood doors stood open at the end. Beyond the threshold, a crude staircase spiraled down into the mountain. It was cut from the rock, but the staircase circled around a center pillar of steel as thick as a tree's trunk. They wound down around it. Painter stared up. The pillar pierced the top of the roof and continued higher, possibly all the way out the shoulder of the mountain. Lightning rod, he thought. He also smelled a hint of ozone in the air, stronger now than the smoke. Anna noted his attention. We used the shaft to vent excess energies out of the mountain. She pointed up. Painter craned. He pictured the ghost lights reported in the area. Was this their source? Both of the lights and perhaps the illness. Biting back his anger, Painter concentrated on the stairs. As his head pounded, the winding aggravated a growing vertigo. Seeking distraction, he continued their dialogue. Back to the story of the bell. What did it do? Anna broke out of her reverie. At first, no one knew. It came out of research into a new energy source. Some thought it might even be a crude time machine. That was why it was codenamed Kronos. Time travel? Painter said. You have to remember, Anna said, the Nazis were light years ahead of other nations in certain technologies. That was why there was such fervent scientific piracy after the war. But let me backtrack. During the early part of the century, 2 theoretical systems were in competition, the theory of relativity and quantum theory. And while they didn't necessarily contradict each other, even Einstein, the father of relativity, spoke of the 2 theories as incompatible. The theory split the scientific community into 2 camps, and we know very well on which side most of the Western world concentrated. Einstein's relativity, Anna nodded, which led to splitting the atom, bombs, and nuclear energy. The entire world became the Manhattan Project. all based on Einstein's work. The Nazis went a different route, but with no less fervor. They had their own equivalent of the Manhattan Project, but one based on the other theoretical camp, quantum theory. Why go that route? Lisa asked. For a simple reason. Anna turned to her. Because Einstein was a Jew. What? Remember the context of the time. Einstein was a Jew. In the Nazis' eyes, that assigned lesser value to his discoveries. Instead, the Nazis took to heart the physical discoveries of pure German scientists, considering their works more valid and important. The Nazis based their Manhattan Project on the work of scientists like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger, and most importantly, Max Planck, the father of quantum theory. All had solid roots in the fatherland. So the Nazis proceeded on a course of practical applications based on quantum mechanics, work that even today is considered groundbreaking. The Nazi scientists believed a power source could be tapped based on experiments with quantum models, something that is only being realized today. Modern science calls this power zero-point energy. 0 point? Lisa glanced to Painter. He nodded, well familiar with the scientific concept. When something is chilled to absolute zero, almost 300 degrees below 0 centigrade, all atomic motion stops. A complete standstill. The 0 point of nature. Yet even then, energy persists, a background radiation that shouldn't be there. The energy's presence could not be adequately explained by traditional theories. But quantum theory does, Anna said firmly. It allows for movement even when matter is frozen to an absolute standstill. How is that possible? Lisa asked. At absolute zero, particles might not move up, down, right, or left, but according to quantum mechanics, they could flash into and out of existence, producing energy. What is called zero-point energy. Into and out of existence? Lisa seemed little convinced. Painter took the reins. Quantum physics gets a bit weird, but while the concept seems crazy, the energy is real, recorded in labs. Around the world, scientists are seeking ways to tap into this energy at the core of all existence. It offers a source of infinite, limitless power. Anna nodded. And the Nazis were experimenting with this energy with all the fervor of your Manhattan Project. Lisa's eyes grew wide. An unlimited source of power? If they had discovered it, it would have changed the course of the war. Anna lifted one hand, correcting her. Who was to say they didn't discover it? It is documented that in the last months of the war, the Nazis had achieved remarkable breakthroughs, projects with the name Feuerball and Kugelblitz, details of which can be found among the unclassified records of the British T-Force. But the discoveries came too late. Facilities were bombed, scientists killed, research stolen. Whatever was left disappeared into the deep black projects of various nations. But not the bell, Painter said, drawing the discussion back to his original point. His nausea would not let the conversation stray too far afield. Not the bell, Anna agreed. My grandfather managed to escape with the heart of the Kronos project, born of research into zero-point energy. The project was given a new name by my grandfather. Schwarze Sonne, Black Sun, Painter translated. Sehr gut. But what about this bell? Painter said. What did it do? It was what made you sick, Anna said, damaged you at the quantum level where no pill or remedy can reach. Painter almost tripped a step. He needed a moment to digest the information. Damaged at the quantum level, what did that mean? The last stairs appeared ahead, blocked by a cordon of crossed wood beams, guarded by another pair of men with rifles. Though stunned, Painter noted the scorched rock along the roof of the last turn of the spiral. Beyond opened a cavernous vault. Painter could not see far into it, but he could still feel the heat. Every surface was blackened. A row of humped shapes lay under tarps. Dead bodies. Here was the blast zone from the explosions they had heard earlier. Out of the ruin, a figure appeared, blackened with ash, but his features were still recognizable. It was Gunther, the massive guardsman who had burned down the monastery. It seemed those here had reaped what they had sown. Fire for fire. Gunther crossed to the cordon. Anna and Klaus joined him. With Klaus and Gunther side by side, Painter recognized a similarity between the two giants. Not physical features, but in some hardness and foreignness that was hard to pin down. Gunther nodded to Klaus. The other barely noted his presence.
Anna bowed her head with Gunther, speaking rapidly in German. All Painter could make out was a single word. It was the same in German and English. Sabotage. So all was not right in the granite castle. Was there a traitor here? If so, who? And what was their purpose? Were they friend or another foe? Gunther's eyes fell upon Painter. His lips moved, but Painter could not discern what he said. Anna shook her head, disagreeing. Gunther's eyes narrowed, but he nodded. Painter knew he should be relieved. With a final pinched stare, Gunther turned and strode back into the blackened ruins. Anna returned. "This is what I wanted to show you." She waved an arm at the destruction. "The bell," Painter said. "It was destroyed. An act of sabotage." Lisa stared at the ruin. And it was this bell that made Painter sick, and held the only chance for a cure. Painter studied the devastation. "Do you have a duplicate bell?" Lisa asked, "or can you fabricate another?" Anna slowly shook her head. "One of the key components can't be duplicated, xenum 525. Even after 60 years, we've not been able to reformulate it. So no bell, no cure," Painter said. "But there might be a chance, if we help each other." Anna held out her hand. "If we cooperate, I give you my word." Painter reached woodenly over and grasped her hand. Still, he hesitated. He sensed a level of subterfuge here, something Anna had left unspoken. All her talk, all the explanations, they were all meant to misdirect. Why were they even offering him this deal? Then it dawned on him. He knew. "The accident," he said. He felt Anna's fingers twitch in his. It wasn't an accident, was it? He remembered the word he had overheard. It was sabotage, too. Anna nodded. "At first, we thought it was an accident. We've had occasional problems with surges, triggering spikes in the bell's output, nothing major. Venting the energies triggered a few illnesses locally, the occasional death." Painter had to restrain himself from shaking his head. "Nothing major," Anna had said. The illnesses and deaths were major enough to warrant Ang Jilu sending out an international call for help, drawing Painter here. Anna continued, "But a few nights back, someone jinked with the settings during a routine test of the bell, exponentially increasing the output and zapping the monastery and the village." "That's right." Painter tightened his grip on Anna's hand. It looked like she wanted to pull away. He wasn't about to let her. She was still hedging from full disclosure. But Painter knew the truth as surely as the headache that pressed now. It explained the offer of cooperation. But it wasn't just the monks in the village that were affected, Painter said. Everyone here was too. You're all sick like me. Not the rapid neurological degeneration seen at the monastery, but the slower bodily deterioration I'm experiencing. Anna's eyes narrowed, studying him, weighing how much to tell. Then she finally nodded. "We were partially shielded here, somewhat protected. We vented the worst of the bell's radiation upward and out." Painter remembered the ghost lights seen dancing in the mountaintops. To spare themselves, the Germans had blasted the immediate area with radiation, including the neighboring monastery. But the scientists here had failed to escape totally unscathed. Anna met his gaze, unflinching, unapologetic. "We're now all under the same death sentence."
Painter considered his options. He had none. Though neither side trusted the other, they were all in the same boat, so they might as well get closer. Gripping her hand, he shook it, sealing the pact. Sigma and the Nazis together. Black Mamba, 5:45 a.m., Hlulue Umfolosi Preserve, Zululand, South Africa. Kamisi Taylor stood in front of the head warden's desk. Stiff-backed, he waited while Warden Gerald Kellogg finished reading his preliminary report on the past day's tragedy. The only sound was the creak of an overhead fan, slowly churning. Kamisi wore a borrowed set of clothes, the pants too long, the shirt too tight. But they were dry. After spending all day and night in the tepid waterhole, shoulder deep in the muddy pan, arms aching while he held the rifle at the ready, he appreciated the warm clothes and solid footing. He also appreciated the daylight. Through the back office window, dawn painted the sky a dusty rose. The world reappeared out of the shadows. He had survived. He was alive. But he had yet to fully accept that. In his skull, the calls of the Ukufa still echoed.
Closer at hand, the head warden, Gerald Kellogg, rubbed absently at his bushy auburn mustache as he continued to read. The morning sunlight gleamed off his bald pate, giving it an oily pink sheen. He finally looked up, staring over a pair of half-moon reading glasses perched on his nose. "And is this the report you intend for me to file, Mr. Taylor?" Warden Kellogg ran a finger along one line on the yellow paper. "An unknown apex predator. Is that all you can say about what killed and dragged off Dr. Fairfield?" "Sir, I didn't get a clear look at the animal. It was something large and white-furred, as I reported." "A lioness, perhaps," Kellogg said. "No, sir, it was no lion." "How can you be sure? Didn't you just say you didn't see it?" "Yes, sir. What I meant, sir, was that what I saw did not match any known predators of the Lowveld." "Then what was it?" Kamisi remained silent. He knew better than to mention the Ukufa. In the brightness of an ordinary day, whispers of monsters would only provoke derision. The superstitious tribesmen. So some creature attacked and dragged off Dr. Fairfield, something you never saw clearly enough to identify. Kamisi nodded slowly. "Yet still you ran and hid in the waterhole?" Gerald Kellogg crumpled up the report. "How do you think that reflects on our service here? One of our own wardens allows a 60-year-old woman to be killed while he ran and hid, tucked tail without even knowing what was out there. Sir, that's not a fair." "Fair?" The warden's voice boomed, loud enough to be heard in the outer room, where the entire staff had been called in due to the emergency. "How fair is it that I have to contact Dr. Fairfield's next of kin and tell them their mother or grandmother was attacked and eaten while one of my wardens, one of my armed wardens, ran and hid? There was nothing I could do." "Except save your own skin." Kamisi heard the unspoken word purposefully left out. "Save your black skin." Gerald Kellogg had not been thrilled to hire Kamisi. The warden's family had ties to the old Afrikaner government, and he had risen through the ranks because of his connections and ties. He still belonged to the old Davi Country Club, exclusively white, where even after the fall of apartheid, much economic power was still brokered. Though new laws had been passed, barriers broken in government, unions formed, business was still business in South Africa. The De Beers still owned their diamond mines. The Wallenbergs still owned most everything else. Change would be slow. Kamisi's position was a small step, one he meant to keep open for the next generation. So he kept his voice calm. "I'm sure once investigators canvass the site, they'll support my course of action." "Will they now, Mr. Taylor?" "I sent a dozen men out there, an hour after the search and rescue helicopter found you after midnight wallowing in the muddy water. They reported in 15 minutes ago. They found the rhino carcass, almost stripped by jackals and hyenas. No sign of the calf that you reported, and more importantly, no sign of Dr. Fairfield." Kamisi shook his head, searching for a way past these accusations. He flashed back to his long vigil in the waterhole. The day seemed never-ending, but the night had been worse. With the loss of the sun, Kamisi had waited to be attacked. Instead, he had heard the yip-yip-yip of hyenas and the bark of jackals descend into the valley, accompanied by the furious growls and cries of scuffling scavengers. The presence of the scavengers had made Kamisi almost believe it was safe to attempt a run for the jeep. If the usual jackals and hyenas had returned, then perhaps the Ukufa had left. Still, he hadn't moved. Fresh in his mind had been the ambush that had waylaid Dr. Fairfield. Surely there were other tracks, he said. There were. Kamisi brightened. If he had proof. They were lion tracks, Warden Kellogg said. 2 adult females, just like I said earlier. Lions? Yes. I believe we have a few pictures of these strange creatures around here somewhere. Maybe you'd better study them so you can identify them in the future. What with all the free time you'll have. Sir? You're suspended, Mr. Taylor. Kamisi could not keep the shock from his face. He knew if it had been any other warden, any other white warden, that there would be more leniency, more trust. But not when he was wearing a tribesman's skin. He knew better than to argue. It would only make matters worse. Without pay, Mr. Taylor, until a full inquiry is completed.
A full inquiry. Kamisi knew how that would end. And I've been told by the local constabulary to inform you that you are not to leave the immediate area. There is also the matter of criminal negligence to rule out. Kamisi closed his eyes. Despite the rising sun, the nightmare refused to end. 10 minutes later, Gerald Kellogg still sat at his desk, his office now empty. He ran a sweating palm over the top of his head, like shining an apple. The sour set to his lips refused to relax. The night had been interminable, so many fires to put out, and there were still 1,000 details to attend to, dealing with the media, attending to the biologist family, including Dr. Fairfield's partner. Kellogg shook his head at this last problem. Dr. Paula Kane would prove the biggest thorn in the coming day. He knew the term partnership between the two older women went beyond research. It was Dr. Paula Kane who had pressed for the search and rescue helicopter last night after Dr. Fairfield hadn't returned home from the day trip into the bush. Woken in the middle of the night, Gerald had urged caution. It was not uncommon for researchers to bivouac overnight. What got him out of bed was when he learned where Dr. Fairfield had been headed with one of his wardens, to the park's northwestern border, not far from the Wallenbergs' private estate and preserve. A search near there required his immediate supervision. It had been a hectic night, necessitating fast footwork and coordination, but everything was almost over. The genie returned to its proverbial bottle, except for one last item to attend to. There was no reason to put it off any longer. He picked up the phone and dialed the private number. He waited for the line to pick up, tapping a pen on a notepad. "Report," came a terse response as the connection was made. "I just finished my interview with him." And? He saw nothing clearly. What does that mean? Claims to have caught glimpses, nothing he could identify. A long stretch of silence followed. Gerald grew nervous. His report will be edited. Lions, that will be the conclusion. We'll shoot a few for good measure and end the matter in another day or so. The man, meanwhile, has been suspended. Very good. You know what you must do. Kellogg argued against it. He's been suspended. He won't dare rock the boat. I've scared him good. I don't think. Exactly. Don't think. You have your orders. Make it look like an accident.
The line clicked off. Kellogg settled the phone receiver in its cradle. The room stifled despite the chug of the air conditioning and the slowly turning fan. Nothing could truly withstand the blistering Savannah heat as the day warmed up. But it wasn't the temperature that rolled a bead of sweat down his forehead. You have your orders. And he knew well enough not to disobey. He glanced down to the notepad on his desk. He had absently doodled as he spoke on the phone, a reflection of how uneasy the man on the other end of the line made him feel. Gerald hurriedly scribbled over it, tore the sheet off, and ripped the page into tiny strips. No evidence. Ever. That was the rule. And he had his orders. Make it look like an accident. 4:50 a.m. 37,000 feet above Germany. We'll be landing in another hour, Monk said. Maybe you should try taking another nap. Gray stretched. The low hum of the Challenger 600 jet had lulled him, but his mind still ticked through the past day's events, trying to piece the puzzle together. He had the Darwin Bible open in front of him. "How's Fiona?" he asked. Monk nodded back to the sofa near the rear of the plane. Fiona was sprawled out under a blanket. Crashed finally. Knocked her down with some pain meds. Kid doesn't shut up. She had been talking non-stop since the pair arrived at the Copenhagen airport. Gray had alerted Monk by telephone, and he had arranged a private car to whisk them safely to the waiting jet, already refueling. Logan smoothed out all diplomatic and visa issues. Still, Gray had not breathed easily until the Challenger was wheels up and into the air. Her bullet wound? Monk shrugged and collapsed into a neighboring chair. Scratch, really. Okay, a really deep, nasty scratch. Will hurt like hell the next few days. But some antiseptic, liquid skin sealant, and a bandage wrap, and she'll be right as rain in a couple more days. Ready to rip more people off. Monk patted his jacket, making sure his wallet was still there. She only stole it as a way to say hello, Gray said. He hid a tired smile.
Gret Neal had explained the same to him yesterday. God, was it only yesterday? While Monk had ministered to Fiona, Gray had reported to Logan. The temporary director was not happy to hear about his escapades following the auction, an auction Gray had been forbidden to attend. Still, the damage was done. Luckily, he still had the flash drive containing all the participants' pictures, including the ice blonde pair. He had forwarded it all to Logan, along with faxed copies of some of the pages from the Bible and his notes. He had even sent his drawing of the cloverleaf tattoo he had spotted on the night's assailants. Some unknown blonde assassin squad. Logan and Kat would work at their end to ascertain who was behind all this. Logan had already made inquiries with the Copenhagen authorities. They reported no deaths at the park. It seemed the body of the assassin they had clotheslined had disappeared. So the aftermath of their flight from Tivoli Gardens proved no worse than bruises and scrapes among the jostled visitors. No serious injuries, except to a parade float. He watched Monk check the pocket of his jeans. "Ring still there?" Gray asked, needling his friend. She didn't have to steal that, too. Gray had to give Fiona credit. Fast fingers. "So you going to tell me about that ring box?" Gray asked, closing the Darwin Bible. "I wanted to surprise you with it, Monk. I didn't know you cared that much." "Oh, shut up. I meant I wanted to tell you about it in my own time. Not because Miss Copperfield over there pulled it out of a hat." Gray leaned back, facing Monk, arms crossed. "So, you're gonna pop the question?" "I don't know, Mrs. Cat Cocalis. She'll never go for it." "I didn't think so either. I bought the very thing 2 months ago. Haven't found the moment to ask her." "More like you hadn't found the courage." "Well, maybe that too." Gray reached over and patted Monk on the knee. "She loves you, Monk. Quit worrying." Monk grinned like a schoolboy at him. Not a good look for him. Still, Gray recognized the depth of feeling in his eyes, along with the shimmer of genuine fear. Monk rubbed at the joint where his prosthetic hand met the stump of his wrist. Despite his bravado, the man had been shaken by last year's mutilation. Kat's attention had gone a long way toward healing him, more than any of the doctors. Still, a deep vein of insecurity remained. Monk opened the small black velvet box and stared at the 3-carat engagement ring. "Maybe I should have gotten a bigger diamond, especially now." "What do you mean?" Monk glanced over at him. The new expression shone from his face. A trembling hope was the best way to describe it. "Kat's pregnant." Gray sat up, surprised. "What? How?" "It happened naturally," Monk said. "Gosh, congratulations," he blurted out, still recovering. The last came out somewhat as a question. "I mean, you are keeping the baby?" Monk raised one eyebrow. "Of course," Gray said, shaking his head at his stupidity. "It's still early," Monk said. "Kat doesn't want anyone to know. She said it was okay to tell you." Gray nodded, taking time to assimilate the news. He tried to picture Monk as a father, and was surprised how easy that was to imagine. "Gosh, that's just great." Monk snapped the ring box closed. "So, what about you?" Gray frowned. "What about me?" "You and Rachel. What did she say when you called her about your escapades in Tivoli Gardens?" Gray's brow crinkled. Monk's eyes widened. "Gray, what? You didn't call her, did you?" "I didn't think so. She's with the Carabinieri. So you know she heard about any possible terrorist attack in Copenhagen, especially some nut job yelling bomb in a crowded park and joyriding in a parade float. She has to know you were involved." Monk was right. He should have called her right away. "Grayson Pierce, what am I going to do with you?" Monk shook his head sadly. "When are you going to cut that girl free? What are you talking about? Come on, I'm happy you and Rachel have hit it off, but where's it really going?" Gray bristled. "Not that it's any of your business, but that's what we were planning on discussing here, before all this mess broke loose. Lucky break for you. You know, just because you have a 2-month-old engagement ring in your pocket does not make you a relationship expert." Monk held up both palms. "All right, backing off. I was just saying." Gray was not letting him off the hook that easily. "What? You don't really want a relationship? He blinked at the frontal assault. What are you talking about? Rachel and I have been bending over backward to make this work. I love Rachel. You know that. I know you do. I never said otherwise. You just don't want a real relationship with her. Monk ticked off 3 items on his fingers. That means wife, a mortgage, and kids. Gray just shook his head. All you're doing with Rachel is enjoying a prolonged first date. Gray sought some retort, but Monk was hitting too close to home. He remembered how it took overcoming a certain awkwardness each time he and Rachel met, a buffer that had to be crossed before a deeper intimacy could be reestablished. Like a first date. How long have I known you? Monk asked. Gray waved the question away. And during that time, how many serious girlfriends have you had? Monk formed his fist into a big 0. And look who you pick for your first serious relationship. Rachel's wonderful. She is. And I think it's great that you're finally opening up more. But man, talk about setting up impossible barriers. What barriers? How about the very Atlantic for one? Standing between you and a full relationship. Monk waggled 3 fingers at him. Wife, mortgage, kids. You're not ready, Monk said. I mean, I mentioned Kat's pregnant, and you should have seen your face. Scared the gosh out of you. And it's my kid. Gray's heart beat heavily in his throat. He found himself breathing harder. Punched in the gut. Monk sighed. You have issues, my man. Maybe something you need to work through with your pops. I don't know.
Gray was saved from responding by a chime over the jet's intercom. The pilot reported, "We're approximately 30 minutes out. We'll be beginning our descent soon." Gray glanced out the window. The sun rose to the east. "Maybe I'll try to catch a little downtime," Gray muttered to the window. "Until we land. Sounds good." Gray turned to Monk. He opened his mouth to respond in some way to Monk's words, but he resorted to the truth instead. "I do love Rachel." Monk reclined his seat and rolled over to his side with a grunt. "I know. That's what makes it so hard." 7:05 a.m. Hluhluwe-Mfolozi Preserve. Kamisi Taylor sipped the tea in the small parlor. Though it was steeped well and sweetened with honey, he tasted none of it. "And there's no chance Marcia could be alive?" Paula Kane asked. Kamisi shook his head. He did not shrink from the reality. That was not why he had come here after his dressing down by the head warden. He had wanted to retreat to his 1-bedroom home at the edge of the preserve, where a row of squat houses were leased to the wardens on duty. Kamisi wondered how long he would be able to remain at the house if his suspension turned into a full dismissal. Still, he had not returned directly home. Instead, he had driven halfway across the park to another settlement of transient housing, a small enclave where park researchers resided for as long as their grant money lasted. Kamisi had been to this particular whitewashed 2-story colonial home many times, with its giant shady acacia trees, tiny garden, and small courtyard where a smattering of chickens roamed. The 2 residents here never seemed to run out of grants. In fact, the last time Kamisi had been here was to celebrate the women's 10th anniversary here at the park. Among the scientific community, they had become as much of a fixture at Hluhluwe-Mfolozi as the Big 5 trophy animals. But now they were one. Dr. Paula Kane sat on a tiny divan across the low table from Kamisi. Tears filled her eyes, but her cheeks remained dry. "It's all right," she said. Her eyes wandered to a wall of photos, a panorama of a happy life. He knew the pair had been together since graduate school at Oxford so many years ago. I hadn't held out much hope. She was a small woman, slight of figure, with salt and pepper dark hair, cut square to her shoulder. Though he knew she was somewhere in her late 50s, she appeared a decade younger. She had always retained a certain hard beauty, exuding a confidence that surpassed any camouflaging makeup. But this morning, she appeared faded, a ghost of herself, something vital gone. It looked like she'd slept in her khaki pants and loose white blouse. Kamisi had no words to ease the pain etched in every line of her body, only his sympathy. "I'm sorry." Paula's eyes returned to him. "I know you did everything you could. I've heard the rumblings out there. A white woman dies, but a black man lives. It will not sit well with certain types out here."
Kamisi knew she was referring to the head warden. Paula and Marcia had butted heads with the man many times. She knew the warden's ties and memberships as well as any other. While apartheid might have been crushed in the cities and townships, out in the bush, the myth of the great white hunter still reigned supreme. "Her death was not your fault," Paula said, reading something in his face. He turned away. He appreciated her understanding, but at the same time, the warden's accusations had stoked his own guilt. Rationally, he knew he had done all he could to protect Dr. Fairfield. But he had come out of the bush. She had not. Those were the facts. Kamisi stood. He didn't want to intrude any longer. He had come to pay his respects and to tell Dr. Kane in person what had transpired. He had done that. "I should be going," he said. Paula stood and accompanied him to the screen door. She stopped him with a touch before he left. "What do you think it was?" she asked. He turned to her. "What killed her?" Paula asked. Kamisi stared out at the morning sunlight, too bright to speak of monsters. He had also been forbidden to discuss it. His job was on the line. He glanced down to Paula and told her the truth. "It was no lion." "Then what?" "I'm going to find out." He pushed through the screen door and climbed down the steps. His small rusted pickup sat baking in the sun. He crossed to it, climbed into its stifling interior, and headed back home. For the 100th time that morning, the prior day's terror unfolded. He barely heard the rumble of his engine over the echo of the Ukafa hunting screams. Not a lion. He would never believe that. He reached the line of stilted houses, makeshift and without air conditioning. The homes comprised staff housing here at the park. He braked with a cloud of red dust beside his front yard gate. Exhausted, he would rest for a few hours. Then he would seek the truth. He already knew where he wanted to begin his investigation, but that would have to wait. As he approached his front yard fence, Kamisi noted that the gate hung ajar. He always made sure he latched it before leaving for the day. Then again, when the disappearances had been reported last night, someone might have come here to check if he was at home. Still, the edge to Kamisi's senses had never dulled, not since the moment he heard that first cry in the jungle. In fact, he doubted his senses would ever relax. He slipped through the gate. He noted his front door seemed secure. He spotted mail sprouting from his mailbox, untouched. He mounted the steps, one at a time. He climbed, wishing he had at least a sidearm. Floorboards creaked. The sound had come not from under his own feet, but from inside his house. All of Kamisi's senses urged him to run. Not again. Not this time. He reached the porch, stood to the side and tested the door latch. Unlocked. He unhitched the latch and pushed the door open. Near the back of the house, another floorboard rubbed. "Who's there?" he called out. 8:52 a.m. Himalayas. "Come see this." Painter started awake, instantly alert. A dagger of a headache stabbed between his eyes. He rolled off the bed fully clothed. He had not realized he had fallen asleep. He and Lisa had returned to their room a couple of hours ago, under guard. Anna had needed to attend to matters and arrange for some items Painter had requested. "How long have I been out?" he asked, the headache slowly fading. "Sorry, I didn't know you were asleep." Lisa sat cross-legged by the table before the fireplace. She had sheets of paper scattered on the top. "Couldn't have been more than 15-20 minutes. I wanted you to see this." Painter stood. The room bobbled for a breath, then settled back into place. Not good. He crossed over to Lisa and sank beside her. He noted her camera resting on some of the papers. Lisa had requested the Nikon be returned as the first act of cooperation from their captors. She slid a sheet of paper over to him. "Look." Lisa had drawn a line of symbols across the paper. Painter recognized them as the runes that Lama Kemsar had scrawled on his wall. She must have copied it from the digital photo. Painter saw that each symbol had a corresponding letter under it. It was a simple replacement code, each rune representing a letter of the alphabet. Took some trial and error. "Schwarze Zone," he read aloud. "Black Sun," the name of the project here. So Lama Kemsar knew about all this. Painter shook his head. The old Buddhists did have ties here, and plainly it traumatized him. Lisa took the paper from him. The madness must have awakened old wounds, brought them back to life. Or maybe the Lama was cooperating all along, maintaining the monastery as some guard post of the castle here.
If so, look what that cooperation gained him, Lisa said pointedly. Is that an example of the reward we'll get for our cooperation? We have no choice. It's the only way to stay alive, to stay necessary. And after that, when we're no longer necessary, Painter offered no delusions. They'll kill us.
Our cooperation is only buying us some time. Painter noted she didn't flinch from the truth, but seemed to take strength from it. A resolve stiffened her shoulders. So what do we do first? She asked. Acknowledge the first step in any conflict, and that is, know thy enemy. I think I know too much about Anna and her crew as it is. No, I meant discovering who was behind the bombing here, the saboteur, and whoever employed him. Something larger is going on here. Those first few acts of sabotage, messing with the safety controls of the bell, the first illnesses, they were meant to draw us, raise some smoke, lure us here with the rumors of strange illnesses. But why would they do that? To make sure Anna's group was discovered and shut down. Don't you find it strange that the bell, the heart of the technology, was only destroyed after we arrived here? What might that suggest? While they wanted Anna's project shut down, they also didn't want the heart of the technology falling into anyone else's hands. Painter nodded. And maybe something even more dire. All this might be misdirection, a bit of sleight of hand. Look over here while the real trick is pulled off out of sight. But who is the mysterious magician in the wings? What is his purpose, his intent? That's what we must find out. And the electronic equipment you requisitioned from Anna? Perhaps a way to help us sniff out the mole here. If we can trap this saboteur, we might have some of our answers, find out who is really pulling all the strings out here. A knock on the door startled them both. Painter stood up as the bar was removed and the door swung open. Anna strode in with Gunther at her side. The guard had cleaned up since the last time Painter had seen him. It was a sign of the man's menace that no other guards followed them inside. He did not even have a gun. I thought you might like to join us for breakfast, Anna said. By the time we're finished, the equipment you requested should be here. All of it? How? From where? Kathmandu. We have a sheltered helipad on the other side of the mountain. Really? And you've never been discovered? Anna shrugged. It's simply a matter of folding our flights in with the dozens of daily sightseeing tours and mountaineering teams. The pilot should be back within the hour. Painter nodded. He planned on putting that hour to the best of uses, gathering intel. Every problem had its solution. At least he hoped so. They set out from their room. The hallways beyond were unusually crowded. Word had spread. Everyone seemed busy or angry or casting hard glances at them, as if Painter and Lisa were somehow to blame for the sabotage here. But no one approached too closely. Gunther's heavy tread cleared a path. Their captor had become their protector. They finally reached Anna's study. A long table had been set up before the fire, heaping platters upon it. Sausages, dark breads, steaming stews, porridges, aged cheeses, an assortment of blackberries, plums, and melons. Is there an army coming to join us? Painter asked. Constant fuel is most important in cold climates, both for the home and the heart, Anna said, ever the good German. They took their seats. Food was passed. Just one big, happy family. If there's any hope for a cure, Lisa said, we'll have to know more about this bell of yours. Its history, how it works, Anna, sullen after the walk, brightened. What researcher didn't enjoy discussing their discoveries? It started out as an experiment as an energy generator, she began, a new engine. The bell got its name from its bell-shaped outer containment jar, a ceramic vessel the size of a 100-gallon drum, lined by lead. Inside were two metal cylinders, one inside the other, that would be spun in opposite directions. Anna pantomimed with her hands. Lubricating it all and filling the bell was a mercury-like liquid metal, what was called Zerum 525. Painter recalled the name. That's the substance you said you couldn't duplicate. Anna nodded. We've tried for decades, trying to reverse engineer the liquid metal. Aspects of its composition defy testing. We know it contains thorium and beryllium peroxides, but that's about it. All we know for sure is that Zerum 525 was a byproduct of Nazi research into zero-point energy.
It was produced at another lab, one destroyed just after the war. And you've not found a way to manufacture more? Painter asked. Anna shook her head. But what did the bell actually do? Lisa asked. As I said before, it was purely an experiment, most likely another attempt to tap into the infinite power of 0 point. Though once the Nazi researchers turned it on, strange effects were noted. The bell emitted a pale glow. Electrical equipment in a huge radius short-circuited. Deaths were reported. During a series of follow-up experiments, they refined the device and built shielding. Experiments were done deep within an abandoned mine. No further deaths occurred, but villagers a kilometer away from the mine reported insomnia, vertigo, and muscle spasms. Something was being radiated by the bell. Interest grew. As a potential weapon, Painter guessed. I can't say. Many of the records were destroyed by the head researcher. But we do know the original team exposed all sorts of biologics to the bell: ferns, molds, eggs, meat, milk, and an entire spectrum of animal life: invertebrates and vertebrates, cockroaches, snails, chameleons, toads, and of course mice and rats. And what about the top of the food chain? Painter asked. Humans, Anna nodded. I'm afraid so. Morality is often the first casualty to progress. So what happened during these experiments? Lisa asked. She had lost all interest in her plate of food, not in distaste for the subject matter, but wide-eyed interest. Anna seemed to sense a commonality here and turned her attention to Lisa. Again, the effects were inexplicable. The chlorophyll in plants disappeared, turning the plants white. Within hours, they would decompose into a greasy sludge. In animals, blood would gel in veins. A crystalline substance would form within tissues, destroying cells from the inside out. Let me guess, Painter said, only the cockroaches were unaffected. Lisa frowned at him, then returned to Anna. Do you have any idea what caused those effects? We can only conjecture, even now. We believe the bell, as it spins, creates a strong electromagnetic vortex. The presence of Cerium-525, a byproduct of earlier 0-point research, when exposed to this vortex, generates an aura of strange quantum energies. Painter put it together in his head. So the Cerium-525 is the fuel source, and the bell is the engine. Anna nodded. Turning the bell into a mixmaster, a new voice grumbled. All eyes turned to Gunther. He had a mouthful of sausage. It was the first time he had shown any interest in the conversation. A crude but accurate description, Anna concurred. Imagine the nature of 0 point as a bowl of cake batter. The spinning bell is like a beater that dips into it and sucks quantum energy outward, into our existence, splattering with all manner of strange subatomic particles. The earliest experiments were attempts to manipulate the speed of this mixer and so control the splatter, to make less of a mess, and along with it to lessen the degenerative side effects. And they succeeded. Adverse effects waned, and something remarkable took their place. Painter knew they were coming to the heart of the matter. Anna leaned forward. Rather than degeneration of biologic tissues, the Nazi scientists began noting enhancements. Accelerated growth in molds, gigantism in ferns, faster reflexes in mice, and higher intelligence in rats. The consistency of the results could not be attributed to random mutations alone. And it appeared that the higher the order of animal, the more benefit was derived from exposure. So human test subjects went next, Painter said. Keep a historical perspective, Mr. Crow. The Nazis were convinced that they would give rise to the next super race.
And here was a tool to do it in a generation. Morality held no benefit. There was a larger imperative: to create a master race, to rule the world, so the Nazis believed. To that end, they invested much effort in advancing research into the bell. But before it could be completed, they ran out of time. Germany fell. The bell was evacuated so the research could be continued in secret. It was the last great hope for the Third Reich, a chance for the Aryan race to be born anew, to arise and rule the world. And Himmler chose this place, Painter said. Deep in the Himalayas. What madness! He shook his head. Oftentimes, it is madness more than genius that moves the world forward. Who else but the mad would reach so far, stretching for the impossible,
and in so doing prove the impossible possible. And sometimes it merely invents the most efficient means of genocide. Anna sighed. Lisa brought the discussion back in line. What became of the human studies? She kept her tone clinical. Anna recognized a more collegial dining partner. In adults, the effects were still detrimental, especially at higher settings, but the research did not stop there. When a fetus was exposed in utero, 1 in 6 children born of such exposure showed remarkable improvements. Alterations in the gene for myostatin produced children with more well-developed muscles. Other enhancements arose too: keener eyesight, improved hand-eye coordination, and amazing IQ scores. Super children, Painter said. But, sadly, such children seldom lived past the age of 2, Anna said. Eventually they would begin to degenerate, going pale. Crystals formed in tissues. Fingers and toes necrosed and fell away. Interesting, Lisa said. Sounds like the same side effects as the first series of tests. Painter glanced at her. Did she just say interesting? Lisa's gaze was fixed on Anna with fascination. How could she remain so clinical? Then he noted Lisa's left knee bobbing up and down under the table. He touched her knee and calmed it. She trembled under his touch. Outwardly, her face continued to remain passive. Painter realized all of Lisa's interest was feigned. She was bottling up her anger and horror, allowing him to play good cop, bad cop. Her cooperative attitude allowed him to pepper their interrogation with a few harder questions, all the better to gain the answers he needed. Painter squeezed her knee, acknowledging her effort. Lisa continued her act. You mentioned 1 out of 6 babies showed these short-lived improvements. What about the other 5? Anna nodded. Stillborn, fatal mutations, deaths of the mothers. Mortality was high. And who were all these mothers? Painter asked, voicing the outrage for both of them. Not volunteers, I'm assuming. Don't judge too harshly, Mr. Crow. Do you know the level of infant mortality in your own country? It is worse than some third-world countries. What benefit do those deaths gain? Oh, dear God, she can't be serious. It was a ludicrous comparison. The Nazis had their imperative, Anna said. They were at least consistent. Painter sought some words to blast her, but anger trapped his tongue. Lisa spoke up instead. Her hand found his atop her knee and clutched tightly. I'm assuming that these scientists sought some ways to further fine-tune the bell, to eradicate these side effects. Of course. But by the end of the war, not much more progress was made. There is only one anecdotal report of a full success, a supposedly perfect child. Prior to this, all the children born under the bell bore slight imperfections, patches of pigment loss, organ asymmetry, different colored eyes. Anna glanced to Gunther, then back again. But this child appeared unblemished. Even crude genetic analysis of the boy's genome tested flawless. But the technique employed to achieve this result remained unknown. The head researcher performed this last experiment in secret. When my grandfather came to evacuate the bell, the head researcher objected and destroyed all of his personal lab notes. The child died shortly thereafter. From side effects? No, the head researcher's daughter drowned herself and the baby. Why? Anna shook her head. My grandfather refused to talk about it. As I said, the story was anecdotal. What was this researcher's name? Painter asked. I don't recall. I can look it up if you'd like. Painter shrugged. If only he had access to Sigma's computers. He sensed there was more to her grandfather's story. And after the evacuation, Lisa asked, the research continued here? Yes. Though isolated, we continued to keep a finger on the scientific community at large. After the war, Nazi scientists had spread to the winds, many into deep black projects around the world. Europe, Soviet Union, South America, the United States. They were our ears and eyes abroad, filtering data to us. Some still believed in the cause. Others were blackmailed with their pasts. So you kept current. A nod. Over the next 2 decades, great leaps were made. Super children were born who lived longer. They were raised like princes here, given the title Ritter des Sonnenkönig, Knights of the Sun King, to note their births from the Black Sun Project.
Oh, very Wagnerian, Painter scoffed. Perhaps. My grandfather liked tradition. But I'll have you know all experimental subjects here at Granitzschloss were volunteers. But was this a moral choice? Or was it because you didn't have any Jews handy in the Himalayas? Anna frowned, not even dignifying his remark with a comment. She continued, while the progress was solid, decrepitude continued to plague the Sonikonige. The onset of symptoms still generally occurred at about 2 years, but the symptoms were milder. What was an acute degeneration became a chronic one. And with the increased longevity, a new symptom arose, mental deterioration. Acute paranoia, schizophrenia, psychosis. Lisa spoke up. These last symptoms, they sound like what happened to the monks at the monastery. Anna nodded. It's all a matter of degree and age of exposure. Children exposed in utero to a controlled level of the Bell's quantum radiation showed enhancements, followed by a lifelong chronic degeneration. While adults, like Painter and me, exposed to moderate amounts of uncontrolled radiation, were struck by a more acute form of the same degeneration, a more rapid decline. But the monks, exposed to a high level of the radiation, progressed immediately into the mental degenerative state. And the Sonikonige? Painter said. Like us, there was no cure for their disease. In fact, while the Bell holds promise of helping us, the Sonikonige are immune to the Bell. It seems their exposure so young makes them resistant to any further manipulation by the Bell, for better or worse. So when they went mad, pictured rampaging Superman throughout the castle. Such a condition threatened our security. The human tests were eventually halted. Painter could not hide his surprise. You abandoned the research? Not exactly. Human testing was already an inefficient means of experimentation. It took too long to judge results. New models were employed. Modified strains of mice, fetal tissue grown in vitro, stem cells. With the human genome mapped, DNA testing became a faster method with which to judge progress. Our pace accelerated. I suspect if we restarted the Sonikonige project, we'd see much better results today. So then, why haven't you tried again? Anna shrugged. We're still seeing dementia in our mice. That's worrisome. But mostly, we've declined human studies because our interests over the last decade have turned more clinical. We don't see ourselves as harbingers of a new master race. We are indeed no longer Nazis. We believe our work can benefit mankind as a whole, once perfected. So why not come out now, Lisa asked, and be bound by the laws of nations and the ignorant? Science is not a democratic process. Such arbitrary restraints of morality would only slow our progress tenfold. That is not acceptable. Painter forced himself not to snort.
It seems some Nazi philosophies still flourished here. What became of the Sonikonige? Lisa asked. Most tragic. While many died of degenerative conditions, many more had to be euthanized when their minds deteriorated. Still, a handful have survived, like Klaus, who you've met. Painter pictured the giant guardsman from earlier. He remembered the man's palsied limb and stricken face, signs of degeneration. Painter's attention drifted over to Gunther. The man met his gaze, face unreadable. One blue eye, one dead white. Another of the Sonikonige. Gunther was the last to be born here. Anna played to her shoulder and signaled to the large man. Frown lines deepened, but Gunther reached and rolled the loose edge of his sleeve to expose his upper arm. He revealed a black tattoo. The symbol of the Sonikonige, Anna said, a mark of pride, duty, and accomplishment. Gunther pulled down his sleeve, hiding it away. Painter flashed back to the sled ride last night, to the snide comment directed at Gunther by one of the guards. What was the word again? Leprechaunige, Leper King. Plainly there remained little respect for the former knights of the Sun King. Gunther was the last of his kind, slowly degenerating into oblivion. Who would mourn him? Anna's eyes lingered on Gunther before focusing back on them. Maybe there would be one mourner, Lisa spoke up. She still held Painter's hand. One thing you've yet to make clear, the Bell. How is it bringing about these changes? You said they were too consistent to be mutations generated by random chance. Anna nodded. Indeed,
Our research has not been limited to the effects of the bell. Much of our studies have focused on how it works. Have you made much progress? Painter asked. Of course. In fact, we are certain we understand the basic tenets of its functioning. Painter blinked his surprise. Really? Anna's brow crinkled. I thought it was obvious. She glanced between Painter and Lisa. The bell controls evolution. 7:35 a.m. Klulue Umfolozi Preserve. Who's there? Kamisi repeated, standing at the threshold to his house. Someone lurked inside, back in the rear bedroom. Or maybe it was some animal. Monkeys were always breaking into homes. Sometimes larger animals did. Still, he refused to enter. He strained to see, but all the curtains had been drawn. After the ride here in the blinding sun, the gloom of his home was as dark as any jungle. Standing on the porch, Kamisi reached through the door for the light switch. His fingers fumbled. He found and flicked the switch. A single lamp ignited, illuminating the sparsely furnished front room and a galley kitchen. But the light did nothing to show who or what waited in the back bedroom. He heard a scuffle of something back there. Who? A sharp sting to the side of his neck cut off his words. Startled, he fell forward into the room. His hand slept at the bite. His fingers found something feathered and bedded there. He pulled it out and stared at it, uncomprehending for a breath. A dart. He used the same to tranquilize large animals. But this one was different. It fell from his fingers. The moment of incomprehension was all it took for the toxin to reach his brain. The world tipped on its side. Kamisi fought for balance and failed. The plank floor rushed toward his face. He managed to catch himself slightly, but still he struck hard, cracking his head. Pinpoints of light shattered out into a closing darkness. His head lolled. From his angle, he spotted a stretch of rope on the planks. He focused harder. Not rope, snake. 10 feet long. He recognized it on sight. Black mamba. It was dead, cut in half. A machete lay nearby. His machete. Coldness numbed his limbs as the hard truth struck him. The poisoned dart. It hadn't been like those he employed in the field. This dart had 2 needles, like fangs. His eyes glazed upon the dead snake. Staged. Death by snake bite. From the back bedroom, floorboards creaked. He had just enough strength left to turn his head. A dark figure stood in the doorway now, illuminated by the lamplight, studying him, expressionless. No, it made no sense. Why? He would have no answer. Darkness folded over him, taking him away. Mixed blood, 6:54 a.m., Paderborn, Germany. You're staying here, Gray said. He stood in the center of the Challenger's main cabin, fists on his hips, not budging. Nonsense, Fiona retorted. A step away, she made her stand. To the side, Monk leaned against the open jet doorway, arms crossed, much too amused. I still haven't told you the address, Fiona argued. You can spend the next month searching door to door throughout the city, or I can go with you and take you to the place. Your choice, mate. Gray's face heated. Why hadn't he teased the address from the girl when she was still weak and vulnerable? He shook his head. Weak and vulnerable never described Fiona. So, what's it going to be? Looks like we have a tag-along, Monk said. Gray refused to relent. Maybe if he scared her, reminded her of her close call in Tivoli Gardens. What about your gunshot wound? Fiona's nose flared. What about it? Good as new. That liquid bandage patched me right up. She can even swim with it, Monk said. Waterproof. Gray glared at his partner. That's not the point. Then what is the point? Fiona pressed. Gray focused back at her. He didn't want to be responsible for the girl any longer, and he certainly didn't have time to be babysitting her. He's afraid you'll get hurt again, Monk said with a shrug. Gray sighed. Fiona, just tell us the address. Once we're in the car, she said, then I'll tell you. I'm not staying cooped up in here. Days wasting, Monk said, and it looks like we might get wet. The sky was blue and morning bright, but dark clouds stacked to the north. A storm was rolling in. Fine. Gray waved his partner out the door. He could at least keep an eye on Fiona. The trio climbed down the jet steps. They had already cleared customs, and a rented BMW waited for them. Monk carried a black backpack over one shoulder, Gray a matching one.
He glanced over to Fiona. She had one too. Where? There was an extra one, Monk explained. Don't worry, there are no guns or flash grenades in hers. At least, I don't think so. Gray shook his head and continued across the tarmac toward the parking garage. Besides the backpack, they were all similarly dressed. Black jeans, sneakers, sweaters. Tourist haute couture. At least Fiona had customized her clothes with a few buttons. One caught his eye. It read, "Strangers have the best candy." As Gray entered the parking garage, he surreptitiously checked his weapons one last time. He patted the 9mm Glock holstered under his sweater and fingered the hilt of a carbonized dagger sheathed at his left wrist. He had additional armaments in the backpack, flash grenades, packets of C4 explosive, extra clips. He was not going anywhere unprepared this time. They finally reached their ride, a midnight blue BMW 525i. Fiona strode toward the driver's door. Gray cut her off. Funny. Monk strode around the far side of the car and called, "Shotgun." Fiona ducked, searching around. Gray steadied her and guided her toward the rear door. He was only claiming the front seat. Fiona scowled across the car at Monk. Jerk. Sorry, don't be so jumpy, kid. They all climbed into the sedan. Gray started the engine and glanced back to Fiona. Well, where to? Monk already had a map pulled out. Fiona leaned forward and reached over Monk's shoulder. She traced a finger along the map. Out of town, 20 kilometers southwest. We have to go to the village of Burin and Alme Valley. What's the address there? Fiona leaned back. Funny, she said, repeating his own word from a moment ago. He met her gaze in the rearview mirror. She wore a disgusted look at his last lame attempt to coerce the information from her. Couldn't blame a guy for trying. She waved for him to head out. With no choice, he obeyed. On the far side of the parking garage, two figures sat in a wet Mercedes Roadster.
The man lowered the binoculars and donned a pair of Italian sunglasses. He nodded to his twin sister beside him. She spoke into the satellite phone, whispering in Dutch. Her other hand held his. He massaged his thumb across her tattoo. She squeezed his fingers. Glancing down, he noted where she had chewed one of her fingernails to a ragged nub. The imperfection was as glaring as a broken nose. She noted his attention and tried to hide her nail, embarrassed. There was no reason for shame. He understood the consternation and heartache that resulted in the chewed nail. They had lost Hans, one of their older brothers, last night, killed by the driver of the car that had just left. Fury narrowed his vision as he watched the BMW slide out of the parking garage. The GPS transponder they'd planted would track the vehicle. Understood, his sister said into the phone. As expected, they followed the Book's trail here. Undoubtedly, they will be headed to the Hirschfeld estate in Buren. We'll leave the jet under surveillance. All is prepared. As she listened, she caught her twin brother's eye. Yes, she said, both to the phone and her brother, we will not fail. The Darwin Bible will be ours. He nodded, agreeing. He slipped his hand from hers, twisted the key, and started the ignition. Goodbye, grandfather, his sister said. Lowering the phone, she reached over and shifted a single lock of his blonde hair that had fallen out of place. She combed it in place with her fingers, then smoothed it out. Perfect, always perfect. He kissed the tips of her fingers as she pulled back. Love and a promise. They would have their revenge. Morning would come later. He drifted their polar white Mercedes out of its parking place to begin the hunt. 11:08 a.m. Himalayas. The soldering gun's tip flared fiery crimson. Painter steadied the tool. His hand shook, but it was not fear that trembled his fingers. The headache continued to pound behind his right eye. He had taken a fistful of Tylenol, along with 2 tabs of phenobarbital, an anticonvulsant. None of the drugs would stave off the eventual debilitation and madness, but according to Anna, they would buy him more functional hours. How long did he have? Less than 3 days, maybe even shorter before he was incapacitated. He fought to block out this concern. Worry and despair could debilitate him just as quickly as the disease. As his grandfather said in that sage Pequot Indian manner of his, wringing your hands only stops you from rolling up your sleeves. Taking this to heart, Painter concentrated on soldering the cable connection to an exposed ground wire. The wiring ran throughout the entire subterranean castle and out to its various antennas.
including the satellite uplink dish hidden somewhere near the top of the mountain. Once done, Painter leaned back and waited for the new solder to cool. He sat at a bench with an array of tools and parts neatly aligned, like a surgeon. His workspace was flanked by 2 open laptops, both supplied by Gunther, the man who had slaughtered the monks, murdered Angelou. Painter still felt a well of fury whenever near the man, like now. The large guard stood at his shoulder, watching his every move. They were alone in a maintenance room. Painter considered putting the soldering gun through the man's eye. But what then? They were miles from civilization, and a death sentence hung over his head. Cooperation was their only means of survival. To that end, Lisa remained with Anna in her study, continuing her own line of investigation into a cure. Painter and Gunther pursued another angle, hunting down the saboteur. According to Gunther, the bomb that had destroyed the bale had been set by hand, and since no one had left the ground since the explosion, the saboteur was likely still in the castle. If they could apprehend the subject, perhaps more could be learned. So a bit of bait had been distributed through word of mouth. All that was left was to set the trap to go along with it. One laptop was plugged into the castle's networked communication systems. Painter had already piggybacked into the system, using passwords supplied by Gunther. He had sent out a series of compressed code packets intended to monitor the system for all outgoing communication. If the saboteur tried to communicate to the outside world, he would be discovered, his location pinned down. But Painter did not expect the saboteur to be so ham-fisted. He or she had survived and operated in secret for a long time. That implied cunning and a means of communication independent of the castle's main communication network. So Painter had built something new. The saboteur must have obtained a private portable satellite phone, one employed in secret to communicate with his superiors. But such a phone needed a clear line-of-sight path between the unit's antenna and the geosynchronous orbiting satellite. Unfortunately, there were too many niches, windows, and service hatches where the saboteur could accomplish this, too many to guard without raising suspicions. So an alternative was needed. Painter checked the signal amplifier he had attached to the ground wire. It was a device he had engineered himself back at Sigma. His expertise as a Sigma operative, before assuming the directorship, had been on surveillance and microengineering. This was his arena. The amplifier linked the ground wire to the second laptop. "Should be ready," Painter said, his headache finally waning a bit. "Turn it on." Painter switched on the battery power source, set the amplitude of signal, and adjusted the pulse rate. The laptop would do the rest. It would monitor for any pickups. It was crude at best, not capable of eavesdropping. It could only gain a general signal location of an illicit transmission, accurate to within a 30-yard radius. It should be enough. Painter fine-tuned his equipment. All set. Now all we have to do is wait for the jerk to call out. Gunther nodded. "That is, if the saboteur takes the bait," Painter added. A half-hour ago, they had spread a rumor that a cache of Zerum 525 had survived the explosion, locked in a lead-lined secret vault. It gave the entire castle's populace hope. If there was some of the irreplaceable fuel, then maybe a new bale could be fabricated. Anna even had researchers assembling another bale out of spare parts. If not a cure for the progressive disease, the bale offered the chance to buy more time. For all of them. But hope was not the purpose of the ruse. Word had to reach the saboteur. He needed to be convinced his plan had failed, that the bale could be rebuilt after all. To seek guidance from his superiors, he would have to place a call out, and when that happened, Painter would be ready. In the meantime, Painter turned to Gunther. "What's it like to be a Superman?" he asked. "A knight of the black sun?" Gunther shrugged. The extent of his communication seemed to be grunts, frowns, and a few monosyllabic responses. "I mean, do you feel superior? Stronger? Faster? Able to leap buildings in a single bound?" Gunther just stared at him. Painter sighed, trying a new tack to get the guy talking, strike up some sort of rapport. "What does leprechaunage mean? I heard people using that word when you're around." Painter very well knew what it meant, but it got the response he needed. Gunther glanced away, but Painter noted the fire in his eyes. Silence stretched. He wasn't sure the man was going to speak. "Leper King," Gunther finally growled. Now it was Painter's turn to remain silent. He let the weight hang in the small room. Gunther finally folded. When perfection is sought, none wish to look upon failure. If the madness does not claim us, the disease is horrible to witness. Better to be shut away, out of sight, exiled, like lepers. Painter tried to imagine what it would be like to be raised as the last of the Sonikonige, knowing your doomed fate at a young age. Once a revered line of princes, now a shunned and shambling line of lepers.
"Yet you still help here," Painter said. "Still serve. It was what I was born for. I know my duty." Painter wondered if that had been drilled into them or somehow genetically wired. He studied the man. Somehow he knew it went beyond that. But what? "Why do you even care what happens to us all?" Painter asked. "I believe in the work here. What I suffer will one day help spare others from the same fate. And the search for the cure now? It doesn't have anything to do with prolonging your own life." Gunther's eyes flashed. "Ich bin nicht krank." "What do you mean you're not sick?" "The Sonikonige were born under the bell," Gunther said pointedly. Understanding struck Painter. He remembered Anna's description of the castle's supermen, how they were resistant to any further manipulation by the bell, for better or worse. "You're immune," he said. Gunther turned away. Painter let the implication sink in. So it wasn't self-preservation that drove Gunther to help. Then what? Painter suddenly remembered the way Anna had looked across the table at Gunther earlier, with warm affection. The man had not discouraged it. Plainly, he had another reason for continuing to cooperate despite the lack of respect from the others. "You love Anna," Painter mumbled aloud. "Of course I do," Gunther snapped back. "She's my sister." Holed up in Anna's study, Lisa stood by the wall where a light box hung. Normally such boxes illuminated a patient's X-ray films, but presently Lisa had snugged 2 acetate sheets in place, striped with black lines. They were archived chromosome maps from research into the bell's mutational effects, before shots and after shots of fetal DNA collected by amniocentesis. The aftershots had circles where the bell had transformed certain chromosomes. Notations in German were written beside them. Anna had translated them and had gone off to fetch more books. At the light box, Lisa ran a finger down the mutational changes, searching for any pattern. She had reviewed several of the case studies. There seemed no rhyme or reason to the mutations. With no answers, Lisa returned to the dining table, now piled high with books and bound reams of scientific data, a trail of human experimentation going back decades. The hearth fire crackled behind her. She had to restrain an urge to chuck the research into the flames. Still, even if Anna hadn't been present, Lisa probably wouldn't have. She had come to Nepal to study physiologic effects in high altitudes. Though a medical doctor, she was a researcher at heart, like Anna. Not exactly like Anna. Lisa nudged aside a research monograph resting on the table. Teratogenesis in the embryonic blastoderm. The document related to aborted monstrosities that resulted from exposure to the bell's irradiation. What the black stripes on acetate had delineated with clinical detachment, the photographs in the book revealed with horrifying detail. Limbless embryos, cyclopean fetuses, hydrocephalic stillborn children. No, she was definitely not Anna. Anger built again in Lisa's chest. Anna clattered down the iron ladder that led to the second tier of her research library, another load of books tucked under one arm. The Germans certainly were not holding back. And why would they? It was in all their best interest to discover a cure to the quantum disease. Anna believed it to be a futile effort, confident that all possibilities had been explored over the past decades. But it hadn't taken much persuasion to get her to cooperate. Lisa had noted how the woman's hands shook with a barely detectable palsy. Anna kept rubbing her palms, trying to hide it. The remainder of the castle suffered more openly. The tension in the air all morning had been palpable. Lisa had witnessed a few yelling matches and one fist fight. She had also heard of 2 suicides in the castle over the past several hours. With the bell gone and little hope of a cure, the place was coming apart at the seams. What if the madness set in before she and Painter could figure out a solution? She pushed that thought aside. She would not give up. Whatever the reason for the current cooperation, Lisa intended to use it to her best advantage. Lisa nodded to Anna as she approached. "Okay, I think I have a layman's grasp on the larger picture here. But you raised something earlier that's been nagging at me.
Dropping the books to the table, Anna settled into a seat. "What is that? You mentioned that you believe the bell controlled evolution." Lisa waved her hand across the breadth of books and manuscripts on the table. "But what I see here is just some mutagenic radiation that you've tied to a eugenics program. Building a better human being through genetic manipulation. Were you just being grandiose when you used the word evolution?" Anna shook her head, taking no offense. "How do you define evolution, Dr. Cummings? The usual Darwinian way, I suppose?" "And that is?" Lisa frowned. "A gradual process of biological change, where a single-celled organism spread and diversified into the present-day range of living organisms. And God has no hand in this at all?" Lisa was taken aback by her question. "Like in creationism?" Anna shrugged, eyes fixed on her. "Or intelligent design? You can't be serious. Next you'll be telling me how evolution is just a theory. Don't be silly. I'm not a layman who associates theory with a hunch or guess. Nothing in science reaches the level of theory without a vast pool of facts and tested hypotheses behind it. So then you accept Darwin's theory of evolution?" "Certainly, without a doubt. It's supported across all disciplines of science. Then why were you talking about, one does not necessarily rule the other out?" Lisa cocked up one eyebrow. "Intelligent design and evolution?" Anna nodded. "But let's back up so I'm not misunderstood. Let's first dismiss the ravings of the flat earth creationists who doubt the world is even a globe, or even the strict biblical literalists who believe the planet is at best 10,000 years old. Let's jump ahead to the main arguments of those who advocate intelligent design." Lisa shook her head. An ex-Nazi stumping for pseudoscience. What was going on? Anna cleared her throat. "Admittedly, I will contend that most arguments for intelligent design are fallacious. Misinterpreting the second law of thermodynamics, building statistical models that don't withstand review, misrepresenting radiometric dating of rocks. The list goes on and on. None of it valid, but it does throw up lots of misleading smoke." Lisa nodded. It was one of the main reasons she had concern for the current drive to have pseudoscience presented alongside evolution in high school biology classes. It was a multidisciplinary quagmire that your average PhD would have difficulty sorting through, let alone a high school student. Anna, though, was not done with her side of the argument. "That all said, there is one concern proposed by the intelligent design camp that bears consideration." "And what is that?" "The randomness of mutations. Pure chance could not produce so many beneficial mutations over time. How many birth defects do you know that have produced beneficial changes?" Lisa had heard that argument before. Life evolved too fast to be pure chance. She was not falling for it. "Evolution is not pure chance," Lisa countered. "Natural selection, or environmental pressure, weeds out detrimental changes and only allows better-suited organisms to pass on their genes. Survival of the fittest, or fit enough. Changes don't have to be perfect, just good enough to have an advantage. And over the vast scope of hundreds of millions of years, these small advantages or changes accumulate into the variety we see today. Over hundreds of millions of years? Granted, that is indeed a vast gulf of time, but does it still allow enough room for the full scope of evolutionary change? And what about those occasional spurts of evolution, where vast changes occurred rapidly? I presume you're referring to the Cambrian explosion?" Lisa asked.
It was one of the mainstays of intelligent design. The Cambrian period encompassed a relatively short period of time, 15 million years. But during that time, a vast explosion of new life appeared. Sponges, snails, jellyfish, and trilobites. Seemingly out of the blue. Too fast a pace for anti-evolutionists. 9. The fossil record has plenty of evidence that this sudden appearance of invertebrates was not so sudden. There were abundant Precambrian sponges and worm-like metazoans. Even the diversity of shapes during this time could be justified by the appearance in the genetic code of Hox genes. Hox genes? A set of 4 to 6 control genes appeared in the genetic code just prior to the Cambrian period. They proved to be control switches for embryonic development, defining up and down, right and left, top and bottom, basic bodily form. Fruit flies, frogs, humans all have the exact same Hox genes. You can snip a Hox gene from a fly, replace it into a frog's DNA, and it functions just fine. And as these genes are the fundamental master switches for embryonic development,
It only takes minuscule changes in any of them to create massively new body shapes. Though unsure where this was all leading, the depth of the woman's knowledge on the subject surprised Lisa. It rivaled her own. If Anna were a colleague at a conference, Lisa thought she might actually enjoy the debate. In fact, she kept having to remind herself to whom she was talking. So, the rise of Hox genes just prior to the Cambrian period might explain that dramatic explosion of forms. But, Anna countered, Hox genes do not explain other moments of rapid, almost purposeful evolution. Like what? The discussion was becoming more interesting by the moment. Like the peppered moths. Are you familiar with the story? Lisa nodded. Now Anna was bringing up one of the mainstays on the other side of the camp. Peppered moths lived on birches and were speckled white to blend in with the bark and avoid being eaten by birds. But when a coal plant opened in the Manchester region and blackened the trees with soot, the white moths found themselves exposed and easy targets for the birds. But in just a few generations, the population changed its predominant color to a solid black to camouflage against the soot-covered trees. If mutations were random, Anna argued, it seems amazingly lucky black showed up when it did. If it was purely a random event, then where were the red moths, the grain moths, the purple ones, or even the two-headed ones? Lisa had to force herself not to roll her eyes. I could say the other colored moths were eaten too, and the two-headed ones died off. But you're misunderstanding the example. The change in color of these moths was not from mutation. The species already had a black gene. A few black moths were born each generation, but they were mostly eaten, maintaining the general population as white. But once the trees blackened, then the few black moths had an advantage and filled the population as